Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Yep. Testing 1 2 3 1 2.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public roundtable of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is 11:24 a.m. on Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, and we are conducting this roundtable in person at the John A. Wilson Building in room 500, and we are also streaming live on the Office of Cable Television website, Council Channel 13, the DC Council website, and YouTube at @CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The purpose of today's roundtable is to discuss the nomination of Pamela A. Smith to the position of Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. This nomination comes at a crucial time for MPD. In the midst of a spike in both violent crime and property crime, which is coinciding with a hiring and retention crisis for the department, meanwhile, MPD is continuing to rebuild trust with communities in the aftermath of the murders of George Floyd, along with similar local incidents, including the murder of Karan Hilton Brown. This all led to protests and calls for change, including the establishment of the Police Reform Commission and subsequent reforms. I want to take a moment to address all of these dynamics before getting into our witnesses today. First, as I'm sure many are aware, yesterday we marked a grim milestone in the district, surpassing 200 homicides in 2023. We have lost 209 people to murder this year so far alone. This is the third year in a row that we've exceeded 200 homicides in a given year, and the first time in 25 years that we reached this number by October. It's hard to overstate how devastating these statistics are, but behind every one of those homicides is a real person that as a city we failed, a family that will have to live with the trauma and loss for the rest of their lives. And this loss impacts our communities more broadly in so many immeasurable ways. Obviously, crime issues pale in comparison to the issues we're having with homicides, but they do have a very real impact on our city. And in most categories this year, violent crime and property crime is up compared to last year. Robberies are up 66%, motor vehicle thefts are up 106%, retail theft seems to be happening everywhere all the time. And all of this has an impact on the victim and their family, and the cumulative impact has a broader impact on making it difficult for residents to live their lives securely. Many residents express fears of leaving their homes. They're worried if they or their children go outside, they may be victimized or worse, not be able to come home that night at all. I've heard from residents who are ready to move out of the district because they are so scared and frustrated. And when I think about the role of government, I can think of no greater function, more fundamental than protecting our residents and improving public safety. Policing is not the only answer to these issues, but it is an extremely important piece of the puzzle, which leads me next to the issues that our next chief will face. MPD is struggling with historically low staffing numbers. As of earlier this year, the department had 3,350 sworn officers, down from over 3,800 in 2019. This staffing challenge is not unique to the district's police department, but it is a significant problem that our next chief will need to grapple with. What I'm going to be looking for from Acting Chief Smith today is an understanding of this issue and a commitment to finding new creative solutions to address our staffing challenges, like looking at what benefits officers want to see beyond hiring bonuses to make the profession even more attractive. In the meantime, as we work to address the staffing shortage, the immediate challenge for MPD is to find ways to use the personnel that we do have more effectively and efficiently. And I'll be hoping to hear from Acting Chief Smith about ideas for using and expanding evidence-based policing methods that may be able to generate additional efficiencies. I also hope to hear about plans to ensure that the officers we do have are distributed across the district effectively. On that note, we know the areas of the district that suffer the most from hearing gunfire on their streets and experiencing gunfire are in our most disadvantaged and underinvested communities in the district. Violent crimes disproportionately impact minority residents, particularly Black residents. But these same residents are also impacted by aggressive policing strategies like jump outs, and these types of strategies can undermine trust in police. And this is a very important point. When communities don't trust police, they're less likely to cooperate with the police, which makes it more difficult for MPD to close cases, which means we have more violent offenders going free. That leads residents to feel less safe, and it can lead to retaliatory violence because beefing crews sometimes think they need to take matters into their own hands. So I'm very interested to hear from Acting Chief Smith today about how she plans to thread this needle of tackling violent crime and building trust in the communities that are most impacted by violent crime. I also plan to ask about the work she's done so far to build stronger connections with communities and how she's balancing low staffing numbers with the need for more officers walking the beat out of their cars. I plan to ask how she'll hold officers accountable who are engaging in conduct that undermines public trust. And I want to hear her perspective on the work of the Police Reform Commission and the changes the council made to work to improve community trust in police. I also want to recognize the many changes that Metropolitan Police Department has made over the course of the last several decades, and the challenges that many officers face every day in doing this fundamentally important work on behalf of our city. Finally, I was happy to hear Acting Chief Smith say at her introductory press conference that she believes we need a whole-of-government approach to reducing violent crime. I look forward to hearing from her today about what exactly she means by that. For instance, I plan to ask how MPD will work with other agencies to help connect individuals experiencing homelessness or mental health issues to services. I plan on asking Acting Chief Smith about her views on the role of violence interrupters. As we think about all the avenues that we have in our toolkit, from the council's perspective, we passed a budget this year that allowed for additional MPD hiring, that approved additional bonuses, tuition assistance, housing assistance, introduced a package of initiatives last week called Secure DC, which seeks to fill some of the gaps that we're seeing right now in law enforcement. And we will continue to fight for those measures. And we need an excellent partnership with our police department and all of our other government apparatus to move forward on other things that we can think outside the box to make a difference and improve public safety. There are too many lives on the line, and there's too much at stake not to act. It is clear that Acting Chief Smith has a huge challenge ahead of her. We're losing far too many of our neighbors, sons, daughters, parents, and friends to gun violence and other violent crime in the district. We will continue to make policy changes that we need to help stem this tide. Clearly, we can improve on what we're doing now. We have examples of cities that are having success despite staffing shortages. New Orleans has struggled, for example, with low numbers of officers, but has seen a drop in violent crime this year and recently saw its first week without a killing or shooting since a hurricane hit the city in 2021. I'm hoping to hear from Acting Chief Smith today what her plans are to try to achieve similar success in a very difficult situation. And I think we all need to ask ourselves, can we improve public safety while also building trust in communities that are most impacted by gun violence? I think the answer is a resounding yes. I don't think we have another option, and we need to keep moving forward. Before I turn to my colleagues for some opening remarks, I do want to give a brief bio of Acting Chief Smith. As I noted, Pamela Smith currently serves as Acting Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Acting Chief Smith has more than 25 years of law enforcement experience across several departments. She joined MPD in May of 2022 as the department's first Chief Equity Officer. In April 2023, she was promoted to Assistant Chief of Police for the Homeland Security Bureau. Following Chief Conti's retirement on July 17th, Mayor Bowser nominated her to the position of Chief of Police and named her Acting Chief before joining MPD. Acting Chief. Before joining MPD, Ms. Smith worked for the United States Park Police, starting as a patrol officer in 1998 and rising to Chief of Police in 2021. I also want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of our extremely hardworking law enforcement officers who work so hard every day in a very tough situation, put your lives on the line, make a lot of sacrifices for your own lives and your families, and for that, the district is extremely grateful. Thank you. Before we turn to public witnesses, I want to recognize my colleagues in attendance and give them a chance to make any opening remarks. We will first turn to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's a member of the committee. Councilmember Henderson, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes for any opening statement.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for calling today's hearing, and good morning, everyone. We all know we find ourselves at a critical moment. While nonviolent crime stagnates and decreases, violent crime is rising. Let me be clear, this is unacceptable. I'm disgusted and frustrated every time I read about a teenager being gunned down, a parent with a child who's been carjacked, or residents just living their lives and end up being victimized. These and other crimes are traumatizing and make people afraid, fearful to live their everyday lives, suspicious of strangers, reluctant to patronize businesses, and wary of anything that is unfamiliar. Fear makes all of our worlds smaller, and the worlds of those who are already vulnerable, like our seniors, persons with disability, or families with small children, even smaller. It makes the community less strong, and clearly we need more effective solutions for prevention and response. That is why today's hearing is so important. The more we know and the more action we see, the less we fear. For residents, the simplest version of this is knowledge that when it comes to MPD, knowing who your officers are in your particular district, seeing them on patrol in their neighborhoods, out of their cars, and feeling confident in responses to safe and nonviolent behavior. It also means residents know that their government works and see agencies whose work complements MPD doing their jobs and helping them do their jobs better through engagement and input. It also means that the non-public safety agencies are in positions to address and deter the social determinants that lead to crime are also working together. Admittedly, it's a little strange how we do this. Chief Smith, you were nominated and started the job in July, but you've essentially been doing an on-the-job interview for the last few months, and we're now here at your official hearing. Chief, you and I met earlier this summer, and as Chair Pinto mentioned, I agree with your whole of government approach to addressing crimes and behaviors that impact the livability of our communities and our neighbors' feeling of safety. I don't expect MPD to do this alone, but you all have a big role. When I think about the opioid crisis in this city, and I'll just mention, we have lost 238 residents to opioid-related fatalities this year. But when I think about the opioid crisis, that is most certainly linked to the violent crime we are seeing. Treatment and rehabilitation isn't your wheelhouse, but shutting down those very well-known open-air drug rings, putting fentanyl on our streets, most certainly is. And I look forward to hearing more about your plans in this area and others. I'm also very interested in your plans, Chief Smith, to shift MPD culture, build morale, and retain more younger officers. Chief, you are most certainly an accomplished leader, but we also must acknowledge that you're the first chief in years to lead a department, having not been a member of it for a long period of time prior to your appointment. This is a shift and something you will most certainly need to grapple with if confirmed. I look forward to hearing the public witnesses today, and thank you all for your testimony in advance and from Acting Chief Smith. Thank you all for your time, and thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. We're next going to turn to our Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Vince Gray, who's also a member of the committee. And for your planning purposes, colleagues, after that, we'll turn to Councilmember McDuffie, Nadeau, Parker, Fruman. Go ahead, Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be able to have the opportunity to work with you today as you move forward on the opportunity that you are creating for us, and I'm more than happy to be able to do that. So I will look forward to working with you and the other members of this committee, and we'll do whatever we can to try to move forward as quickly as we can with the opportunities that are being created now. So thank you very much. I don't want to prolong this any longer than we have at this point. So thank you very much, Councilmember.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Gray. Next, we'll turn to our at-large colleague, Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, for calling this roundtable. I also want to thank all the public witnesses who are here and who've signed up to testify. Many of your faces I know and have worked with in the community over the years. And I really admire your dedication and commitment to the city and to making our city safer. I did have a different set of remarks prepared to deliver for this roundtable, but yesterday afternoon changed that. It changed because my heart sank after learning that yet another teenage student at Dunbar High School was gunned down after leaving the school. Around the corner from his school, there was a shooting and homicide a little while ago, which makes this the second student from that school this month. So today I went to Dunbar to be with the students, to be with the teachers, to be with the staff and the school community. And I want to thank everybody who showed up with me. I made a call late last night. Wasn't sure if people would even get my text or hear my call or my voicemail, but they did, and they showed up and they stood shoulder to shoulder with me to let that school community know that we love them, we care about them, and we're going to be with them until we fix this issue around safety. It was hard to look some of the young folks in their eyes, though, and tell them it's going to be okay, because the reality is they're dealing with that trauma. And I know what it feels like. I know what it looks like. It's similar trauma to what I experienced growing up in the District of Columbia decades ago. And some of you all are here to testify know that as well, because you all experienced it in this city decades ago too. And the stark reality is when we see things like that happen, we have to acknowledge that we are failing to keep our kids safe. And we have to do everything humanly possible to change that. Everything, every single government tool that we have, every single agency that has anything to do with public safety or economic opportunity, trying to get to the root causes of what's causing some of the crime and violence that we're seeing, need to be deployed to address this. And so I look forward to hearing from Chief Smith. I want to know what her plan is. I want to know how she is going to address some of the challenges that we're seeing. I want to know that she understands that getting to the point we are today with more than 200 homicides, a point we haven't been in 25 years, is unacceptable, and it's got to stop and it's got to change. When I was growing up in the city in the 1980s and 1990s, violence was at its worst. It was at its worst. And I see people shaking their head because they remember those days. But guess what? I knew the officers who were walking in my neighborhood. I knew Officer Lynch would greet me when I went through the doors of the number 10 Boys and Girls Club at 14th and Clifton. I knew that Mitch Creedle would be there to coach me in the evenings and to take me to the games on the weekend, right? Because those officers were of the community. So what is Chief Smith doing to make sure that we have officers that are of the community? What exactly is the plan to beef up community policing? And if there are tools or resources that she needs, then what are those things? And how could the council support to make sure that we get that? How do we get more officers living in the community? Should we still have the 60 college credit requirement for officers if we know that it leads to missing a whole slew of people who are able to do the job? And so my time is up, but I want to thank you, Chair Pinto, for having this roundtable, and I really look forward to hearing from the chief and working with anybody else in this city who's going to continue to fight to reduce violence in the District of Columbia, particularly gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McDuffie. Next, we'll turn to our Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for convening this hearing. And thank you to Chief Smith for taking on the difficult job of leading MPD and addressing public safety concerns in a post-pandemic era. I look forward to hearing today your concrete priorities for improving public safety in the district and how council can support your efforts. It has been a difficult year for public safety in Ward 1 and across the district. The news yesterday that we've surpassed 200 homicides in the district this year was devastating. Wherever you live in the district, you're feeling the impact of this violence. And I get it. Yes, I'm a council member, but I'm also a mom raising my 2 daughters in Ward 1. No one should have to worry about their safety walking down the street, enjoying our public spaces, patronizing businesses. None of this is okay. The only way we're going to get through this is by working together thoughtfully and strategically. You've heard me say, I believe in a comprehensive approach to public safety. I'm not alone. Everyone on the council agrees. I think you agree, Chief. The mayor agrees. No one tool is going to solve crime in the district. No one agency can do it alone. Effective prevention requires policing, mental health services, social services, substance use disorder services, not to mention jobs and housing. Chief, you've said things publicly and in our conversations that I appreciate and are encouraging to me. You've expressed support for more community engagement by your officers, and you've already started this. I've appreciated the opportunity over the past several months to join MPD-initiated community walks all over Ward 1. I know that officers are engaging with businesses and residents and hitting key locations. You've also talked about distributing police resources more equitably based on incidents of crime. This is something I've talked with you about. I've also asked you directly to allocate more officers to the U Street area and PSA 305 and to other hotspots in Ward 1, which are chronically understaffed compared to PSAs with less crime in other wards. I've requested that you find funds for additional mobile cameras and pledge to allocate funds in the next budget if that does not happen sooner. I look forward today to hearing more about how you plan to do that, what your strategy will be, and how you'll determine where and when to allocate the resources. As we all know, recruiting and retaining sworn officers is a challenge for MPD, as it is for police departments in nearly every large city in the country. You offer bonuses of $25,000, and it's still hard to recruit. The council's provided funding each year for more positions that MPD's been able to fill. That is, lack of funding is not the issue here. One thing I've done in this area is to introduce legislation that will increase eligibility for the cadet program and increase pay for those going through the program. I've spoken with some of the cadets who are enthusiastic about this idea, and I hope that the council will take up my bill so that we can get more recruits in the pipeline that way. I'm interested to hear what else you're doing, Chief, to increase recruitment and retention. Another challenge MPD faces daily is not being able to test the evidence it collects from crime scenes because the crime lab is shut down. To fix that, I'm working on a bill to help get the crime lab at DFS, which lost its accreditation in 2021, get its reaccreditation back. Inability to process evidence is a significant obstacle to prosecution and must be addressed expeditiously. And we have a serious problem with the Office of Unified Communications. We simply can't have people call 911 and wait 30, 60, 90 seconds, 5 minutes or more. This is not in your purview, of course, Chief, but it's important in every public safety conversation to be mindful of the tools we already have in place and work to make sure we're putting those into practice and using them effectively. Over the summer, Council passed the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Act in July under Chair Pinto's leadership, which give judges additional tools to keep some of the most violent offenders off our street and expand the Council's popular camera rebate program. It also includes an amendment I co-introduced to require more community-focused policing, and it strengthens my red flag law, which requires the immediate removal of firearms from people at highest risk to do harm to themselves or others. I opposed a provision to increase pretrial detention for youth, and I'll continue to oppose that provision as we craft a permanent version of the legislation this fall. The public safety issues we're facing won't be solved overnight, and we must do things in short, medium, and long term. It's important to be clear about who does what. Council passes laws like the ones I mentioned earlier. MPD implements patrolling and crime stopping strategies. The U.S. Attorney's Office, which is accountable to federal government only, makes decisions about what cases to prosecute and how to prosecute them, but it has recently declined to prosecute 67% of DC cases. And finally, the executive branch of government, with the most power to do something about public safety, hosts numerous programs from the Office of Nightlife to Mental Health Services, ABRA, Affordable Housing, DPW Parking Enforcement, and more. I remain as intent as ever on prioritizing police, social support services, parking, and other enforcement. I continue to believe, because it's based on evidence, that longer-term strategies such as addressing homelessness and creating job opportunities are the true way to eliminate crime. Thank you. Chief Smith, I look forward to hearing your testimony and asking you questions about your priorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. Next, we will turn to our Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and thank you for convening today's roundtable. I also want to thank the many residents and advocates who are preparing to provide testimony today. Organizations reflect the values held by leadership, and today is an important opportunity for us to understand what values will guide our Metropolitan Police Department. Chief Smith, I have a number of questions for that I hope we can discuss today, but I want to begin with a personal note of appreciation for her partnership during the first few months in the role as acting chief. I appreciate her coming to several public safety meetings that I held in Ward 5, some in neighbors' homes, and one large-scale meeting in the Brooklyn community where she jumped into action, addressed community concerns, and rolled out a new strategy that has proven to be successful. I appreciate that with this position, both a lot of responsibility and a lot of criticism, and appreciate the leadership that Acting Chief Smith has shown to date. At the same time, I continue to have serious concerns about our violence prevention efforts in the district. An outsized portion of the conversation about violence in our city has focused on changes to our criminal code and process, yet little attention has been paid to the way we use available resources to enforce existing laws. Little attention has been paid to our failure to implement gun violence prevention strategies. Little attention has been paid to officer morale, especially shortcomings identified in the Police Executive Research Forum's cultural assessment of the MPD workforce. Little attention has been paid to our record of failing to hold accountable officers and others who engage in serious misconduct, and far too little attention is being paid to investments in the district residents that would make our community safer by creating paths of opportunity that would prevent violence from occurring in the first place. I have routinely called for a comprehensive whole of government approach to public safety. Likewise, I have repeatedly called on the executive to provide a comprehensive public safety strategy, and we must enhance safety at our schools at the same time we address the way that our opioid crisis in the district is converging with violence playing out on our streets every day. I hope to hear concrete steps Acting Chief Smith and executive plan to take to address all of these issues and more. And I hope that through public witness testimony and that of Acting Chief Smith, we can dig into the issues that are not getting nearly enough attention. So with that, thank you again, Chair Pinto, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Next, we will turn to our Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. Thank you for holding this hearing. I will join in also thanking all of the public witnesses and advocates who will be testifying today. This is clearly a very serious moment for our city. Crime is up in ways that are scaring people in every corner of our city and unsettling our business community, calling into question how we're going to be able to be successful going forward. This is really a moment where all of us are feeling the challenges of public safety, and it is very important that we work together in the kind of whole of government approach that others have been talking about to try to address these issues. It is also critical, as I think Councilmember Nadeau pointed out, that part of addressing, maybe even the most important part of addressing these issues is creating a sense of opportunity and hope among more of our residents and getting at the root causes of crime. But today isn't going to be about the root causes of crime. Today is going to be about how do we and how does the acting chief respond to the crisis that we're having right now. And there are many challenges that she will face. One is the understaffing at MPD and all of the efforts that we're trying to make together to try to strengthen MPD. And I'll be very curious to hear from Acting Chief Smith how she plans to try to build the force back to the levels that she thinks are necessary. What kinds of steps can we take with her to support that? Councilmember McDuffie talked about knowing the police officers who were in his community at the time. How are we going to build up community policing so we have a stronger connection between the department and communities that are the most effective? That's going to be a critical component. I know my residents are constantly asking for more presence, particularly in places that have been hotspots of trouble. How does the acting chief hope to achieve that? It all also happens in a context where the relationship between the department and some of our communities is strained in ways that are maybe worse than they have been in the past, but in any case, need to be addressed. The department is constantly trying to get a sense of the confidence that folks in different communities have in the work that they're doing and looking at strategies to strengthen the connection and strengthen the trust between the department and communities. MPD can't solve crimes unless others are helping them. And so what kinds of steps is she thinking about to try to strengthen that connection? How does that fit with accountability for police officers who act outside of the ways in which we all want them to behave? What kinds of things is she thinking about in terms of accountability? What kinds of things is she thinking about in terms of community engagement? I had the good fortune this summer to participate in the Community Engagement Academy at MPD. And so I got to hear firsthand from lots of officers about the kinds of things that are on their mind, things they'd like to see that would be an expression of support by the city for the work that they're doing. I'll be curious to hear from the acting chief what kinds of things she would like to see us do in that space. The biggest thing that I'm going to be looking for is a spirit of partnership, both with the council and with the folks in all of our communities to tackle this crisis of public safety that we're facing right now, because we're going to have to do it together. And I'm going to want to hear how the acting chief intends to do that with our communities, with the council, and frankly, with folks in, for example, the mental health community that is because a part of what's going on is a mental health crisis, and how do we address that and disentangle it to the extent that we can from public safety issues and address the root causes of the mental health issues and take weight off of the shoulders of MPD in settings like that so that they have more bandwidth to deal with the issues for which they're the best equipped. So I look forward to hearing from the public witnesses and from Acting Chief Smith. I'll have lots of questions, but also a very strong spirit of wanting to try to work together to tackle this problem.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. Appreciate all of my colleagues being here today. So for today's roundtable, we're going to follow the committee's normal practice and hear from public witnesses first, followed by the nominee. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. As a reminder, if there are multiple people from the same organization, one person from that organization will have 5 minutes, and the remainder will have 3. 2 quick procedural notes. We are having a hybrid hearing today, so that means we're having witnesses testify in person and virtually. In respect for folks' time, we're going to start with our in-person witnesses first and then move to virtual witnesses. For in-person witnesses, we're going to have panels of 4. If the 4th person on your panel is not here, we're going to move to the next person on the next panel to fill out the table. And to our virtual witnesses, we're going to have panels of 8. Colleagues will have 3-minute rounds for questions. With that, I will invite our first panel of public witnesses to come up, and I'll ask the first person I call to seat farthest to my right, so in this first chair, and the rest of the witnesses to sit in the subsequent next seat. Panel 1, Brian M. Mulholland, public witness. Charita Whitting, Chair, Ward 4 Education Council. Maddie Leroy Thorpe, Citizens Organization Patrol Efforts, the Red Hats Patrol. And Robert Vincent Branham, Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee. All right. Brian Mulholland, public witness, please go ahead when you're ready.
I didn't know it was not on. I'm sorry. My name is Brian Mulholland. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I'm here to address the #1 crisis in our city that has our citizens living in fear on a daily basis, made us the laughing stock of the nation and a city at war. While this council has addressed holding violent offenders over for trial and other measures, crime prevention has not been addressed. We gave a hero's farewell to the last chief of police who failed miserably. One murder is too many, and this didn't happen overnight. We've had 3 years of unaddressed murder increases in the city, and the staffing shortages also did not happen overnight. I'm here to ask you to not confirm Muriel Bowser's choice for chief of police. When crime is at a 20-year high, she chooses a park ranger when we need a Marine general at war. 209 murders, up 28%, 2,564 robberies, up 66%, 5,307 motor vehicle thefts, up 106%, the list goes on. And it hasn't decreased 1 iota since Pamela Smith has become acting chief. Acting Chief Smith has no plan. She actually asked her commanders to devise one. No Kathy Lanier, all hands on deck, so successful that she survived 3 mayors. Police officers so tired from earning overtime that they can't get out of their cruisers to walk a beat. We are in a crisis. It's time the mayor and the council started acting like it. You sounded surprised today that it hit 209. It's going to be close to 300. Do the math by the end of the year without swift action. Grandmothers killed by drive-by shootings. Children who are not old enough to drive stealing cars. It's the wild, wild west. Are you going to tell the spouses and parents and children and families and friends of the 209 people who lost their lives that Pamela Smith is the best you could find? Are you going to tell them there's no more Kathy Lanier's or Tom Mangers or Bill Brattons left in this country willing to roll up their sleeves in the nation's capital? Seriously? That's all you got? Now, I'm sure Ms. Smith is a nice person. I'm sure she is well liked by the Park Police. I'm sure that she is another first for the mayor. But we are in crisis. We deserve someone who has been in the tough battles, not patrolling picnic baskets. We need a proven leader, not an on-the-job trainee. I urge you to deny the mayor this appointment and ask her to send you someone more qualified to handle a war. We are at war, and the bad guys are winning. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharita Whiting, Chair, Ward 4 Education Council.
Good morning, committee chair and all committee and council members present. My name is Sharita Whiting, and I'm a native Washingtonian. I'm the founder of the Ward 4 Education Council, former chair of the DC NAACP Education Committee, former vice chair and former chair of 4B. I am extremely happy to be here to testify in support of confirming the next Chief of Police, Pamela A. Smith. Chief Smith is probably one of the first with MPD who I did not previously know, nor had I worked with. When I reached out to her, she was very responsive, and we started exchanging emails and had several phone conversations. I set up a series of community porch meetings for her to come and sit with residents and have them ask her unprepared questions that she needed to be prepared to answer, and to also give us where she is looking forward to taking this department to. They were younger, middle-aged seniors, men and women, and by the time we had moved to our final porch, we had standing room only. Folks from previous porches followed us to the other porches because they wanted to continue the conversations. On this particular day, Chief Smith received several phone calls from violence that was happening across our city, but she didn't waver from the folks who she had in front of her, but she answered our many questions and continued to receive the multiple phone calls. What I saw on this day was a chief that was ready to roll. Let's be clear, none of us want or like the shootings or killings that are happening in our city. Those of us who've been here all of our lives, this is our city, okay? I'm a mom also. I don't want to see anything happen to my son, his friends, my grandmother, any of my relatives, okay? But I have never seen any chief, any mayor, or any council member shoot anybody. So first off, let's be clear, it starts at home. Take care of what's going on in your own house before you start talking about this. But I do have to say, we have had many problems, even more, since we have defunded the police. Defunding the police may work in some cities and states. I personally don't feel that it was right for us here, because we lost hundreds of officers when we did so. And so now we have to fund them, we have to train them, and they can't get out on the street within a matter of days. It takes quite a bit of time, about 18 months, before they can even get back. But I want to say that the chief, I feel she's here right now. She wants to do the job. We have to have somebody who wants to do the job. Let's be clear. Everybody doesn't want to do this job here, okay? So not just in Ward 4, but I've taken her to Ward 8. She's met with folks over at Johnson Middle School. She's out in the community. She's trying to see what she can do. But the one thing that I will also say about the nightlife, I've seen where she has gotten the officers to now get out of their cars. As many of you know, I manage several go-go bands, and a lot of the club owners don't like that they have to pay the price that they have to pay for the overtime police officers, because they felt like they weren't doing anything but sitting in their cars. The same week that I had that conversation with the chief, I myself witnessed officers outside of their cars and actually patrolling the areas, which is what's needed and which is what the club owners were asking for, especially if they got to pay that price for the officers. So basically, you know, I don't even have to continue with what I wrote. I can just tell you how I feel from being a person raised here in this city. I've worked very closely with many of the chiefs here, and nobody's going to have an easy job of doing this. Nobody, okay? But what I would say, The funding is halfway back. It's not all the way back, let's be clear. But we need the funding, we need our officers, we need to build our team back up, and we need to work together with this crisis. But we also can't expect for the council, the mayor, or the police chief to fix the problems. We have to work with parents, and parents have to want to work with us to get this problem resolved. So I'm here in support of confirming Chief Pamela A. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Maudie Leroy Thorpe, Citizens Organization Patrol Efforts, the Red Hats Patrol. Please go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Alhaj Monty Leroy J. Thorpe Jr. I am the president of the Shaw East Central Civic Association and chairman of Cope Volunteer Red Hats Patrol, which patrols in the Shaw and Chinatown neighborhoods of Ward 2. I want to thank the 3rd District Police Commander James Boatler, as well as former Assistant Chief Patrick Burke of the DC Police Foundation for their partnership with the Cope Red Hats Patrol in Shaw as we continue to eradicate crime. I also want to recognize the FBI, police for supporting our Red Hats Patrol as we continue to clean up the 600 block of I Street in Chinatown, where property owners and businesses applaud our efforts. I will not support the confirmation of Pamela A. Smith as the next DC Police Chief of the DC MPD. She only spent 1 year as a police chief with Park Police and had little support from its officers. During her tenure with the DC MPD, she did not have any duties overseeing police operations in the city, nor did she know or have any contact with crime-fighting activists, such as myself, and I have been fighting crime in DC since 1988. I have worked closely with every DC MPD police chief since Isaac Fullwood and former DC MPD Police Chief Charles Ramsey, whom was one of my closest friends and is one of my closest friends and mentors. Violent crime in the city, gun running rings, incommoding, prohibiting businesses to operate in Chinatown, and prostitution in Chinatown has increased on the watch of Acting Chief Pamela A. Smith. And let me add that none of the white shirts and rarely the 1st District Police officers have acknowledged our Red Hats Patrol on duty in Chinatown, which includes you as well, Councilwoman Pinto, as well as other DC government elected or non-elected public officials, and including Acting Chief Pamela A. Smith, which is shameful and sends a message you are all blowing smoke regarding public safety. In closing, the liberal DC Council public policy of legalizing marijuana has created a cesspool of degenerate sexual behavior among adults and youth in this city, as well as creating a generation of drug addicts and students going and leaving school high on dope as a junior in high school. Truancy and dropout rates increase, particularly amongst Latino and Black youth. I like to add that sexually loose parents, unmarried, shacking up with men in their homes in front of their children and setting no curfews to be in the house and not getting involved with their children's school activities, not monitoring whom their children friends and disciplining their children for foul, profane language as they travel to and from school, and also women who prohibits their children fathers from being a part of needed guidance in their lives, have contributed to their children being unsupervised perpetrators, victims of this city under siege regarding violence. Also, Councilmember Pinto, your crime bill on search and frisk is racist towards Black people, whom would often be profiled in your bill if passed. Let me thank your staff member, Ms. Benjamin, for assisting me with information regarding this hearing, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Robert Vincent Branham, Ward 5 Leadership Council, Public Safety Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Councilmember McDuffie, other members of the committee. I am Robert Benson Branham, a former ANC commissioner and president emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations, and also chair of the Public Safety Committee of the Ward 5 Leadership Council. I am pleased to appear before this committee to support with great enthusiasm the nomination of Acting Chief Pamela Smith to be Chief of Police for the DC MPD. This nomination and confirmation come at a critical juncture in the history of the city regarding crime, congressional and council oversight of public safety, and community advocacy for police reform. There is also the fact of MPD officer morale. Navigating these political and public safety waters requires skill, expertise, experience, and a vision to see across the public safety seas of doubt, despair, and disappointment to guide this district ship into calm waters and onto safe shores of hope, peace, and justice. Regardless of difficult tasks confronting new leaders, he or she must be a believer. I believe Acting Chief Smith is a believer, not only in the employees of MPD, the people of the district, but also in herself. Despite all the negative comments about her, MPD locally, law enforcement nationally, Acting Chief Smith is a believer. Regardless of some police reform advocates and political progressives shouting, defund the police. Progressive community organizations who rightly protest officer misconduct are silent to persons who are committing violent crimes, carjackings, shootings, and creating other discomfort in our communities. I believe Acting Chief Smith is a believer in the District of Columbia. Although she is the first African American woman to head MPD, she is a true believer in public safety. If you declare with your mouth and believe in your heart, you will be saved. For it is with your heart you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth you profess your faith and are saved. In my remaining time, I would like to say that I have received a copy of some of her Chief Smith priority focus areas, and some of the topics that ring out deal with school safety and community engagement, community policing, the multi-agency coordination, and behavioral health and physical and mental health and wellness and police recruitment. Included in my statement to you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee, is a letter that I sent to Mayor Bowser some time ago on the thinking of the processes for these next election. I've emailed that to you, and I'm presenting it to you as part of my statement this afternoon. I want to close by saying that I take a backseat to no one in fighting for public safety. And also, I'll take a backseat to no one in fighting discrimination, mass incarceration, and other issues that deal with police reform. I've been out there protesting. But Chief Smith is an advocate for police reform and community policing. And I strongly, enthusiastically, wholeheartedly, and with great perspective, I understand what the issues are, support her nomination to be the next Chief of Police of the District of Columbia, Metropolitan Police Department. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. We're going to start our rounds of questions for colleagues. We're going to have 3-minute rounds. Mr. Mulholland, you talked about having somebody with the perspective of fighting, essentially, more aggressively. Are there strategies you have in mind or that you've seen deployed by other departments that you think could make a more meaningful difference?
Well, to start, all hands on deck that Kathy Lanier had was very effective. It might not have been popular with the rank and file, but we didn't look at these kind of numbers during her tenure. These numbers have escalated since she went to the NFL. So you know, that's a fact. That's a fact. The community policing is all great too. The curfew should be citywide and not just in certain areas. And to your comments earlier about sending the officers where the need is the greatest, reassigning them is the right thing. Too many guys sitting in the cars. Too many guys sitting in the cars.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Whiting, you talked about, which I think is a really important point, of it's starting at home. As we think from a perspective of government, do you think there are ways that the city can be doing more to support families, to making sure that they are supporting their kids?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do believe there is, but we all have to understand that the families have to want the help as well. But we have to take notice of what we see, where we see it, and then just step in. Sometimes we may have to overrule what the family may feel is best for their self, because sometimes even myself, I can speak for myself, I may not know what's best for me, but you could see something that I may not see. So we have to start with our youth, very early age. Our youth now have parents that are younger as well. Mm-hmm. So that's why we have to start with the parenting at an early age. Once they're, we find out the pregnancies are happening, and offer coaching, offer mentorship to those who want it. And like I said, let's be clear, everybody's not going to be welcoming of what you're trying to offer them.
Okay, thank you. And just our last seconds here, Mr. Thorpe, thank you for what you do for community safety. As we think about the next chief of police, are there ways that the Metropolitan Police Department could be more supportive to the work that you're doing and supplementing some of the public safety needs as you see it?
Thank you for the question. First of all, let me just point of information. Pamela Smith is not the first acting female chief. Sonia Proctor was the first acting police chief for MPD. So that, I think a lot of people need to get that straight. To answer your question, yeah, I think they need to. I think what she can do is support and try to, I guess, support the effort of groups like myself. Like back in the 80s and 90s, the government didn't have to spend the millions of dollars on a lot of these con artists that's getting money now, the crime interrupters, and which is not making any type of progress regarding crime. I think, they need to institute the citizen patrol groups. I ran Mayor Kelly's Community Patrol Support Office. We had red hats, orange hats, green hats, white hats. Very effective. Didn't cost a penny. And I think we need to go back to that. She needs to try to motivate people to go back to getting the community involved. I mean, and also officers out of their cars, because they don't come out of their cars when I'm in Chinatown. They come by and wave the white shirts. They don't even speak with us. They don't even get out of their cars.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Next, Councilmember Gray, you have any questions for this panel? Councilmember McDuffie?
Just briefly, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. I appreciate it. A couple of you all talked about police getting out of their patrol cars. I mentioned that in my opening statement, and I mentioned that both by way of context of being somebody born and raised in the district, having experienced it firsthand as a resident, but also somebody who professionally was an attorney at Department of Justice in the Special Litigation Section of the Civil Rights Division who investigated police departments, brought in technical assistance, worked with policing practices experts to reform police departments. So I know what good community policing looks like. What needs to be done with this department? What if you could have Pamela Smith right across from you today, what would you tell her to do to help get officers out of their patrol cars into the communities and more a part of these neighborhoods, understanding residents, knowing small business owners?
To answer your question from my perspective, I did have that conversation with her.
Okay.
And then, like I said, within a week, I saw the difference. So I told her how the actual club owners were feeling about the money that they had to pay for the overtime, and they felt like it was a waste of money because the officers weren't outside their cars. What conversations she had with her officers, I can't really say because I wasn't privy to that, but I do know that I've seen the difference.
Okay.
So it's happening.
Okay.
I'd like to add that I think she needs to have a conversation with 3rd District Commander Boatler, who does the best regarding police and community working together. I think he does the best in the city. I mean, we get all kinds of support from him in the Shaw community, but the 1st District, we're not getting no support at all. The FBI police has been fantastic checking on us.
Okay.
The staffing crisis didn't happen yesterday. The staffing has been an issue for years, unaddressed. So you've got guys in the cars working overtime, exhausted. You have to really be doing something wrong to get pulled over by a Metropolitan Police Department. You have got to have cut him off in order to get pulled over. Running stop signs, running lights, forget about that. But they don't want to respond to the shooting. They're just going to let the detectives do the cleanup work later on. They're tired. They're tired because the staffing hasn't been addressed. But the staffing didn't become a problem today. It became a problem years ago, ignored by the previous chief and the chief before that.
Got it. Okay. And I'm running a long time, so I won't throw another question out there. I do want to just amplify a point that you made, Mr. Thorpe, when you said, go back to getting people involved in their communities. I think it does still take a village. I think that a lot of what we're seeing is the absence of involvement. I'm not pointing the finger, obviously, at residents or the community. I'm just thinking about ways and different solutions to get people more involved. And if you all have suggestions about what I can do as a council member and my colleagues who are interested can do, then I'd love to hear that. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Nadeau?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. I have a few. Mr. Mulholland, you mentioned that you're not supporting Acting Chief Smith's nomination in part because of her tenure on the force. Is there a length of time you think someone should have in order to serve as chief?
Councilman, she was only a chief of the Park Police for a year. She's got no.
I understand, but is there a length of time you think would make her qualified?
Well, I think we should either take them up from the ranks from one of the deputy chiefs who have been here and know the district, and we have some other people that are qualified that have been in the department for years that are deputy or assistant chiefs. That would be the first look. Or there are some chiefs from major departments that would probably relish the opportunity to come to the District of Columbia because we are the nation's capital, and that would be.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Thorpe, similar question. You referenced Acting Chief Smith's tenure with MPD. Is there a length of time you think would make her qualified, since you suggest that her current length of time on the force doesn't?
Thank you. Excuse me. Not at all. I agree with the gentleman to my left. Everything you said, I'm in support of.
Okay. And then, Ms. Whiting, I wanted to come to you. You made a comment that funding is not fully back, and I'm assuming you meant funding for MPD. Can you just elaborate on that?
Well, we're right now at 3,334 officers. We have said for years we wanted to be at 4,000 officers. When the defunding first happened, we lost some to retirement. We lost some to just resigning. And as we know, it's not like you walking into the council and getting a job as an analyst and you can start tomorrow. When we hire them, they still got to go through 18 months of training. And then, you know.
I appreciate that. I just, for those watching, and the staffing at MPD continues to be a concern. It is not one connected to funding. And in fact, the council has given MPD every amount of money that they've requested. But our work to continue to attract and retain officers continues. But I did just want to underscore that while many criticize the council's work in the past as it relates to funding for MPD, this year's budget, we gave the force everything that they requested. So that is my time. Thanks, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I don't have any questions for this panel. I want to thank them for their testimony.
Great. Thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate it. We will now call our next panel of public witnesses. Ron Williams, public witness. Raman Branch, public witness. Stephanie Campbell, Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation. Wendell Kwan, Destination Congress Heights. And as a reminder, if you have printed testimony that you'd like to submit to the committee, you can bring it to Akima Benjamin, who's sitting over here. That's great too. Thank you. All right, we're also going to add to this panel Troy Shockley, Cora Masters-Berry, public witness. Lisa Laval, 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council. Fritz Mulhauser, DC Open Government Coalition. Erwin Royster, co-convener Ward 7 Faith Leaders. Great. Ron Williams? Okay, great. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Judiciary Committee. It's about 2:53 a.m. in the morning as I write this on the day we're nominating a new chief of police. And as of this time right now, the City Police Department responded to, recorded, and the morgue has received over 209 bodies this year. It's unfair to measure the acting chief's years of experience in law enforcement by this metric alone, but we know some in the public and on this council will say that's all we need to measure her by. I say this notion is wrong and misplaced. As a resident of Ward 7 living in the 6th Police District, my life and activities of daily living span Wards 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. I'm an active member of the 7th District Citizens Advisory Council led by the great Anthony Muhammad, a proud student of political science and business management at the University of the District of Columbia who supports the DC Archives being on our campus, a practicing Christian and worshiper at Bethel Christian Fellowship in Ward 8, but more importantly, a generational Washingtonian whose concern about my daughter and her classmates' safety is paramount in this city. From the chief's initial actions upon being named chief of police, for example, connecting with the ACC, ANCs, CBOs, and communities east of the Anacostia River are all positive performance-worthy merits and unconventional approaches we need to take and credit the chief for, and the reasons why I'm supporting the mayor's nomination of her. I believe a community policing and accountability approach is necessary and proper. She's been tirelessly at meetings east of the Anacostia River in the community, talking and engaging with residents and making the first steps of what community policing should look like here in the district. In closing, I have a couple of acts of this council. Increase the number of MPD officers and cadets in the staffing pattern due to attrition and defunding the police. Bring back the crime suppression units in communities. The plainclothes officers that were aggressive on crime and not people, instead of calling for 18 to 24-year-old white boys in military uniforms from rural America to stand on our corners with AK-47s, waiting for the potential of disaster because of the many preconceived notions that they have about black people in their heads. I stand in support of this nomination of Chief Pamela A. Smith. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Rahman Branch, Public Witness.
Greetings, members of the council. My name is Rahman Branch, former principal of Volusia Senior High School, former executive director of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs, but today I stand in front of you as a proud member of Ward 8. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on the appointment of our new Chief, Pamela Smith. I come with a measured perspective, understanding the challenges, issues, and tensions that have historically existed between law enforcement and communities of color. My recent interactions with our new chief led me to believe that her fresh approach to community engagement and service to our residents is needed and is a step in the right direction. It's no secret that our communities often feel marginalized and unheard. We've sometimes been policed without the belief that we're also deserving service. Therefore, it's encouraging to see a leader who emphasizes the importance of rebuilding relationships by understanding and tending to the needs of people. My hope is that her energy and approach to serving and engaging with communities will spread throughout the force and inspire others to be change agents and difference makers. Whether it be patrolling parades or addressing the unfortunate uptick in violent crime in our city, I have confidence that Chief Smith recognizes DC could benefit from a people-centered approach that involves collaborative efforts across the city. Our community's charge to Interim Chief Smith and this council is that we see more officers recruited from the very communities that they serve, fostering a sense of connection and understanding that can help bridge a long-standing gap between law enforcement and communities of color. Please note that my support for this appointment does not come without expectations. It's contingent on the understanding that change cannot come from one individual. It's essential that this new approach brings an integral part of the entire police department's culture. All officers should adopt a commitment to genuine community engagement and prioritizing the well-being of the people that they're sworn to protect. Also, a fundamental aspect of this transformation is a shift from traditional reactive policing methods towards a more proactive approach to crime prevention. We must acknowledge that crime prevention is multifaceted. It requires addressing root causes collaboratively with the community, and this shift can only come with the change in leadership, but also with the adequate funding to support the city to empower our police department in this endeavor. In conclusion, as we consider this appointment, we must recognize that the lived experiences and perspectives of our communities of color. Rather than vilifying police, let's collectively embrace the realities we face, work together, and build a safer, more inclusive city where every resident feels heard, valued, and protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branch. Lisa Laval, 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council.
My name is Lisa Laval. I am an over 45-year resident of DC Ward 2, and I have the honor of serving as a member of the Metropolitan Police Department's Chief of Police Advisory Council and as the Vice Chair of the 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my support for the confirmation of Pamela Smith as the next Chief of Police of the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department. Ms. Smith comes to her position with a somewhat unusual background. She makes no secret of the difficulties she encountered in her childhood, having experienced violence as a young person. As such, her professional success success is a testimony that it is possible to overcome such terrible disadvantages and still achieve great things. And importantly, her life story can serve as an inspiration to many. Pamela Smith is also an ordained minister. In my view, this is a particularly important qualification. We live in a time when our traditional values are under siege, values which have underpinned our Western civilization for centuries. We live in a time when families are either non-existent or in deep distress. Who better to understand the importance of promoting solid families as an antidote to crime than someone who preaches religious principles? Who can better seek to restore peace to our community than a person of deep religious faith who is prepared to put her faith to work for our community? Pamela Smith assuredly understands human behavior and is in a position to fully appreciate the current crime crisis which our community is experiencing. It is also true that Ms. Smith has served as Chief DEI Officer of the Metropolitan Police. As a consequence, she should be aware, far more than most people, of the negative effects of seeking to impose quotas of any sort on a police force, of the detrimental effect of hiring solely based on the basis of race, gender, sexual preference, ethnicity, or ideology. We are at a time when the strengthening confidence in the MPD should be a key goal of the new Chief of Police. Police officers can only engender communal confidence and trust if they show themselves to be competent in the performance of their tasks. Competent police officers should be hired on their ability to perform and on their temperament, not on the color of their skin or their gender. We must not try to correct the racist mistakes of our past with an overcorrection in our behavior that only serves to discriminate in the opposite direction. Ms. Smith's experience as Chief DEI Officer, therefore, should lead Ms. Smith to reject any attempt to base the hiring and promotion of police officers on any criteria other than the highest levels of competence, professionalism, appropriate temperament, intelligence, discernment, and above all, good judgment. To paraphrase the eloquent remarks of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., the MPD, and indeed every component of government, needs to hire and promote people strictly on the basis of the content of their character, of each individual, and not on external, immutable, and irrelevant factors. For these reasons, I am pleased to endorse Ms. Smith's candidature for Chief of Police. However, I must emphasize that my endorsement is subject to certain conditions. First, Ms. Smith needs to commit that she will lead the MPD not as a social engineering experiment, but strictly as a law enforcement agent devoted to protecting the safety and security of all our citizens. We need fewer violence interrupters and more law enforcement agents on the streets. We need to stop encouraging police officers to deliver footballs to juveniles as a means of co-opting them as our friends. The youth of the district are not our friends. They are our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Erwin Royster, co-convener, Ward 7 Faith Leaders.
To Council Chair Mendelson, to the Chair of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, Councilmember Brooke Pinto, and to all the distinguished members of your committee, good afternoon. I'm Erwin Royster, representing the Ward 7 Faith Leaders, which I co-convene with Reverend Karen Curry. Reverend Curry could not be here today, but sends her highest regards. we both want to thank you for this opportunity to testify. You may be familiar with me in my other capacities as Director for Community Engagement and Partnerships at East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. It was East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, along with the Anacostia Coordinating Council and the East of the River Clergy Police Community Partnership that helped to establish the Ward 7 Faith Leaders in 2019 to address the increase in violence in our ward. I am honored to testify before you today in support of the confirmation of Pamela A. Smith as our next police chief. Acting Chief Smith has brought an energy to our city that is critically needed at this time. She hit the ground running, making herself accessible and accountable to members of the community at every level. After only being on the job barely 2 weeks, she was already showing up at community meetings such as the Ward 7 and 8 clergy and faith leaders meetings, showing up on foot in places where people told her the needs were, and showing her compassion and commitment to an engaged approach to policing, fitting right in with the many MPD officers already dedicated to community engagement and community policing and challenging those who were not. She continued to show up and follow up, listening to the concerns of community and taking prompt action. Acting Chief Smith promised and has already delivered on having MPD increase the speed and efficiency in which perpetrators are arrested, refusing to accept, and we will look at it in next week, mentality and maintaining the sense of urgency befitting the crisis state that we're in. She's not afraid to take hard measures, such as temporarily closing down establishments, in her quest to face head-on anything that intentionally or unwittingly feeds the atmosphere or sets up opportunities for violence to occur. Her professionalism, her energy, yet strong, compassionate leadership style, and her willingness to keep showing up are taking our confidence in MPD to another level, which is critical in light of the fact that violence throughout our city has been occurring at another level. Acting Chief Smith is right on time and well-suited to spur not only those who serve under her, but all who encounter her to give our beloved city our all. As co-convener of the Ward 7 Faith Leaders and those who are engaged 7 days a week in efforts to stem the tide of violence, Reverend Carey and I wholeheartedly recommend that the council approve Pamela A. Smith as Chief of the District of Columbia's Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you so much. I actually want to start with you, Mr. Royster and Ms. Laval, and thank you for all of you for being here today. One of the things that I think is going to be really important for the chief is to make sure that we're lifting up and collaborating with our community partners. And in both of your capacity in working with her with different groups of community members and both hearing her ideas but sharing your ideas, how have you found that type of back and forth relationship?
So I'll start. She has created a dialogue with the Ward 7 and 8 faith leaders. So we have constant conversation, it seems like, with the chief. Very approachable, accepting of ideas, and there to listen.
Thank you. Ms. Laval, anything to add to that?
Yes, and I've had the opportunity to meet with her and to speak with her over our Zoom meeting at the 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council, and she has made herself very accessible and interactive.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Madam Chair, may I answer that question as well?
Sure, but I was also going to ask you about plainclothes officers, so if you can talk about both.
Yes, ma'am. So I wasn't initially sold on the chief of police, and originally it was because she came to one of the Ward 7 and 8 clergy meetings at the Merrick Center in Southeast, and the original approach, and I was looking at it on Zoom, so I was not there in person. A couple of the remarks that she made, it was like she told the clergy there, like, y'all need to back up off of my offices. And so that wasn't the audience who was, protesting, jumping on cars in front of her 7 police district. It was some of the activists that then turned council members who were tough on her officers and being kind of dismissive and off-put toward them. So it wasn't clergy doing that. So it was just sort of off-putting. But we had a later encounter at the Hill Country, and this was totally random. On 7th Street, I was getting ready to order, and she walked up and was like, "You're not going to eat all that food." And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And so just her, her personal interactions and how she, catches you in conversation, I thought, that moment right there kind of washed everything away, because she was able to personally, connect with me versus, previous time. But in response to the plainclothes officers, I've been on both sides or all sides of police, good, bad, victim, witness, offender, and in my community, I can speak. I've seen it in action, and it works. I think that it hampers police officers to be in a cloth uniform when you are going into buildings or areas that are, and I'm not talking people, I'm talking about infrastructurally, it's just not safe. Gates are you have iron gates that are not, that are just not safe, that they potentially may, have to jump over, like the viral video that we all saw last year of the police officers chasing the folks up in Ward 5. So I think it encumbers them to be in a uniform, especially if you're doing hands-on tactical work as far as crime suppression or gun suppression. And I seeing it firsthand, I think it actually helped. And if you look at the numbers and the statistics from when they were on the street, you did see some decrease in the crime in those PSAs.
Thank you very much. I
You're
appreciate that. And I am way over time. I just wanted to briefly ask Mr. Branch, I know you're here as a resident, as a public witness, but given your experience both at Ballou and with the mayor's office, we hear often, and we've heard even today a few mentions too, well, we used to do it a better way with community policing or more beat officers. Are there strategies that you have seen in our past in the city that you think we need to be redeploying now when it comes to this type of empowerment that you're talking about?
Great question. Yeah, so ultimately, the investment in people is what most officers who have found success with communities of color have kind of used. They're making it a more personable approach. As a principal, spending about a decade in the school and having SROs there, I can tell you that, and he's a very humble guy. He probably wouldn't want me to say his name, but Officer Edwin Buckner was an exemplar for what a school resource officer should look like. The investment he made in young people at ages 12, 13, 14 are still paying dividends at 30 and 35 years old. And there were lives that were immediately changed by the level of care and conversation and communication that this officer had with children, with their families, and with the broader community. So we've seen less connectedness to the people that we're charged with serving. A lot of times it feels like we're more so patrolling property versus really caring for people.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I plan to ask Acting Chief Smith for her vision for bolstering MPD's performance in the district. And I would ask the panel what success looks like for them. And if you have any recommended measures that the council and MPD should be looking at for success for MPD's performance.
I'll go first, sir. What success look like? I think what success would look like for me as a resident, look at some of the stuff or the strategies in the past, and I'm talking about DC strategies that worked in the past, and build upon what Chairwoman Brooke Pinto has started with that bill you guys passed. I believe it was this summer or before the summer recess, and just continue to be tough on crime and find what works for the district, not co-opting national trends or national patterns and say, oh, this works for the district, but actually what works for us. So I know you said previously, Councilmember Parker, that you guys did it this year, but we wish we would have had the council that we had now, 8 years ago, that saw the same vision of putting money into the budget 8 years ago, if you understand what I'm saying. So continuing on the legislative track of appropriating that money for them to do the work, but also looking for the community-based strategies that work and the crime suppression strategies that worked as well.
Thank you. Any others want to share on that?
I would like to say something, please. I've noticed over the years that police officers are now acting more as social workers, and they're involved with a lot of mental health crises situation. I think police officers need to establish a role as an authoritarian force, more of enforcing applicable laws and less of befriending the community and less of being a social worker. Do you know that the police officers often deliver footballs to truant students who are on the streets during the day in an effort to co-opt them as friends? And this sends the wrong message. I think that the police officers need to show a responsibility, show show more enforcement.
That is my time. Thank you all, and I believe someone else wanted to share. My apologies.
Just very briefly, when you ask what it looks like, sounds like, feels like, it looks like children not running from police when they show up. It looks like mothers not rolling their eyes and sucking their teeth when an officer shows up. It looks like people not being afraid for their lives when police officers show up. It looks like families actually not getting lectured by officers when bullets fly through their windows and they're calling the police to support them as a victim, and they're being told that they made a mistake just for living in the areas that they live in. So it looks like an approach where officers who have a very tough job, I come from a family of police officers who have a very tough job, still recognize the humanity of the people that they're here to serve.
I really appreciate that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I don't have any questions, but I again want to thank the panel for their testimony. I do think some of these themes about ensuring a strong connection between the police and the community, hearkening back in some ways to methods that have been used in the past that have succeeded in making that connection strong, so that you can get to a place along the lines of what Mr. Branch was talking about. Very important. Also, thank you for the suggestions about ways in which we can support the police, and the acknowledgement that many of the issues that police have to deal with are mental health issues, and there may be others who are better suited for that, and looking for creative ways to deploy the right resources to each problem, so that our police resources are used for the jobs for which they are the best suited. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you all for being here and your testimony. Look forward to working together. Thank you. I'm going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses. Kendrick Curry, pastor of the Pennsylvania Ave Baptist Church. Kenneth Rieland Jr., Paramount Baptist Church. Brent Sullivan, public witness. Nina Murphy Martin, 4th District Citizens Advisory Council. Nina. Oh, if you wouldn't mind sitting in the order that you're called, I'll just make sure we can, everybody. We'd love to see that. Thank you. All right. Kendrick Curry, pastor from the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Councilmember Pinto and chair of the committee and all of the distinguished members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, good afternoon. I am Reverend Dr. Kendrick Curry, a 20-year resident and pastor of the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church in Ward 7. It is an honor and an esteemed privilege to testify in support of the confirmation of Pamela A. Smith as our next Chief of Police, because DC is in a state of emergency as it surpasses 200 homicides in 2023. The inability to solve disputes civilly, the sale of illicit drugs, the proliferation of substance abuse, and the myriad of complex social determinants of health resulting in senseless murders, serial carjackings, and other violence must stop. We need an adaptive, transformational, and competent leader who will help traumatized families who live in fear and suffer from violence fatigue to feel safe. Acting Chief Smith has a plan to make DC safe while we're sleeping. Give the chief a chance. To achieve our goal, Acting Chief Smith has formed solid community partnerships. Within the first couple of weeks she's been here, she showed herself friendly by showing up, listening to, and engaging east of the river residents with her officers by her side. She has taken time to understand district residents and continually seeks to win their trust by being responsive to concerns, being present at crime scenes with the top brass, and creating a tough on crime culture, such as setting curfews and other things. She is an honest and transparent person. She tells it like it is. And she has heard the cries of the residents, seen their affliction, and is showing up in the midst of the brokenness because she cares for people and the quality of life. Give the chief a chance. To beat back crime, Acting Chief Smith is poised to relentlessly disrupt criminal behavior, and she suggests that she will not only use the traditional playbook, but rather she will be intentional in getting guns and the people who use them off the street. She will use all the tools at her disposal, from a modernized crime lab to community policing to holding officers accountable when necessary, to really begin to problem solve around how to clean up neighborhoods so that residents feel safe and are less traumatized. This will take time, but we must understand that there will be some upticks in violence. But yet, in the long run, I believe that Acting Chief Smith's methodical, continual clearing of the streets and open-air drug markets and appropriately locking up offenders, while yet supporting to address the root causes of social determinants that will lead to juvenile and adult engagement in crime. She will do all of these things and do them extremely well. Acting Chief Smith has come to DC for such a time as this. And as a pastor whose ministry is continually on the front lines of closing disparities, eliminating violence in the community, I prayerfully and wholeheartedly urge you to confirm Pamela A. Smith as Chief of Police of MPD, and I ask the mayor and the council to give the budget required to eradicate the violence in the District of Columbia and keep residents safe. Loose Chief Smith and watch the downward shift in crime happen. As I state this prophetically, give the chief a chance.
Thank you very much. Pastor Curry. Next, we will turn to Kenneth Rieland Jr., Paramount Baptist Church.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, and to all of the fellow committee members. I am Reverend Kenneth Rieland Jr., the pastor of the Paramount Baptist Church that resides in Ward 8. I pastor in this great city of Washington, D.C., proudly, but sometimes painfully. I've preached funerals in this community of those that have suffered gun violence. My task here today is to testify. To testify is to show evidence or proof of something that has happened. To that end, I emphatically support the confirmation of Acting Chief Pamela A. Smith. And here is why I testify. She's competent. Over 25 years of law enforcement experience, regardless of others' opinion of that experience. Not only is she competent, but she's an effective communicator. I've been in her presence and watched her effectively get her point across to those that needed to understand. I've watched rooms shift as she communicated her concerns and her convictions to those that were listening. Not only is she competent and an effective communicator, but she's compassionate. I've watched the acting chief in her interaction with mothers of victims of violent crimes and how she consoled them as they mourned the loss of their children. She's not only competent and a communicator and compassionate, but she's connected. I saw her firsthand come to a community event, and yes, there were other officers with her, but there was not an entourage. As a matter of fact, as some wanted to get close to her and those that were protecting her were about their business of protecting, she shooed them away and allowed the community to connect with her. Dare I even say, she got on the dance floor and did the electric slide with the community. She's not only competent, a communicator, compassionate, connected, she's courageous. Because courage is approaching an issue in the face of fear, not in the absence of fear. And in a season such as this, when others have turned to go the other way, she's run to the issue. Finally, I celebrate her conviction. Dare I say, this work is a calling, something that I'm vaguely familiar with. She's grounded and centered in her faith, and that brings me comfort to have a chief that is not self-reliant, but is guided by her faith and convictions. Acting Chief Smith embodies characteristics of the greatest leader to have ever lived, and with similar veracity, I follow him. I also choose to follow Acting Chief Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll turn to Brent Sullivan, Public Witness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This year, hopefully, there is a comprehensive plan based on legislation introduced and passed at the Council, including targeted and thoughtful interventions on accountability. By investing in preventions and ending the cycles of incomprehensible negligence, we can protect victims and provide oversight to ensure speedy and accurate responses to the proliferation of recklessness and disregard for the truth within the police department. If some of that language sounds familiar to you, I took it from Chairwoman Pinto's Instagram account this morning. 7 months ago, Chairwoman Pinto raised some troubling allegations. I'm sure that the new chief is aware of them as she was at this meeting, but I will summarize them very briefly. MPD officers, to include Charles Vigiani, Sean Rooney, Joseph Traynor, Daniel Godin, Leslie Parsons, and others, worked collaboratively in support of falsified medical exams to support a fraudulent affidavit. This affidavit was written by Charles Vigiani and Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Nestler, who was then signed by Judge Russell Cannon. The matter was then adjudicated by more than 7 judges at 2 trials over 4 years, with more than 25 highly incompetent Assistant United States Attorneys from the General Crime Section, most notably the lead supervisor, Catherine Ernest. the court granted a full acquittal after both the witnesses, the police, and the U.S. Attorney's Office changed their narratives numerous times. Nothing about this is special. This happens every single day in the district. The court ruled that Charles Vigiani had exhibited, quote, at best, a reckless disregard for the truth. For excellence to be transferable, it must actually exist. And so a complaint was filed yet again. In response, under the direction of Ben Heyman, the current chief of staff to the police, chief of police, and John Knutson of the Internal Affairs Office, the staff flatly refused to reopen the case, claiming it was okay to lie if a witness lies in his testimony. As a result, a new law was passed by the council, and sadly, last week I was informed by Kevin Whitfield in the office of Charles Allen that Chairman Mendelson, neglected to allocate the funding. I found out an hour ago by Blaine Stum that that is in fact true somehow. As of Tuesday night, Sergeant Vigiani was served with a subpoena, and it appears that he is actively working in the 7th District on homicide investigations. His supervisors say that they had absolutely no idea of the court's ruling on his misconduct, yet every day the lack of accountability within the police department has a direct impact on the lives of Washingtonians. A lawyer who falsifies evidence would be disbarred. However, if you're a police officer, somehow you receive a Medal of Valor and a promotion to homicides. It's no wonder that the city has officer retention problems. Why in the world would an honest and competent officer want to work alongside someone who's dishonest and unskilled? Chief Connie offered to send over a set of documents and meet with Chairwoman Pinto. Her staffer, Evan Maroff, states that the Chairwoman refused and instead participated in a telephone call with Ben Heyman. Quoting the MPD, the council member has been directly briefed with further context around the allegations. According to Mr. Maroff, the Chairwoman can't remember this phone call. In closing, I know my time has expired, but when I submitted my complaint, I was hoping for a legitimate investigation, wishful thinking. When I submitted the material to the Chairwoman, wishful thinking. As for the new Chief of Police for Washington, D.C., I will be bringing this yet again to her office. Will she investigate this thoroughly, or is that simply wishful thinking? Thank you for allowing me to go over.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Next, we'll hear from Nina Murphy-Martin, 4th District Citizens Advisory Council.
Good afternoon and greetings, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the Judiciary Committee, Chief Pamela Smith, who will be watching, I'm sure, members of the Metropolitan Police Department, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, our CAC colleagues, ANCs, and all residents and businesses of the 4th District and our citywide DC government. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak and coordinating on this honor day. My name is Nina Murphy-Martin. I'm a resident of the 4th District and the 4D CAC Committee Chairperson. I submit this testimony on the nomination of Pamela A. Smith to become the next Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department on behalf of the 4th District Citizens Advisory Council, who last night, on Tuesday, September 26, voted unanimously on making her our full support of being our next Chief of Police. I'd also like to share that I had the privilege of meeting Chief Smith for the first time back in March of this year when our 3rd District CAC Chair hosted a women's event for Metropolitan Police Department Leadership, Women in Leadership. This was an amazing opportunity because I had just left a conference that spoke on DEIA initiatives, and to be able to meet Chief Smith at that event was just right on time. She talked about equity with her excitement as we met before the event began, and I just knew at that moment, someone who was bold enough to talk about equity in a time when everyone didn't really want to hear about it was priceless to me. I also met Chief Smith before that on one of the panels that we had in our 4th District ANC meetings and also on our 4th District CAC meetings before. Then that night, I also learned that Chief Smith was a member of the Finer Women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, in which I am a daughter of that sorority. I am humbled to know that she's an also humbling person. Not only that she immediately embraced the questions that I personally had for her, she immediately made me feel warm and welcome no matter what reason why I came. A lot of people were confused. You came all the way over to 3rd District to have a chat? Of course. There's many women in leadership in MPD who I wanted to make sure that we got to see. I was able to meet her also during the time when she became the Chief of Police for Park Service while we both worked under the U.S. Department of the Interior. At that time, I was just another employee, government employee, cheering her on, as this was a remarkable inroad for the United States Department of the Interior. One of her commitments to re-engaging the communities by implementing the 1 walk a week for 52 weeks for all 7 districts for 364 walks a year was just impeccable to me. She said that the walks was a key and critical way to let communities know she is serious about engagement. During her meeting update on the August 17, 2023 Public Safety Situation discussion, she discussed many upcoming initiatives in a whole government approach, which showed me that she is willing to work in a collaborative environment. The 4D CAC EC again voted yesterday, as I shared earlier, and for her to be our next chief of police, it shows that she is experienced. We've looked at her resume. We don't have to go over it again. She's very humble. Every time we meet her or cross paths with her, she takes the time no matter what, as many have already testified before. We are thankful for Chief Smith's leadership, and we look forward to working with her, attending our 4D CAC initiatives in collaboration with our 4D outreach police officers. And some of our community members left a few questions for Chief Smith. One of the questions were, about a month ago, there was a discussion about the upcoming 211 initiatives that will be able to help navigating social services such as mental health issues and mental health services, and help MPD officers to just pick up the phone and call 211, or even citizens to be able to call 211. We would like to know whether her plans for MPD to help those navigate those 211 services if they're unknown to MPD 4th District members. Also, another question that was asked amongst our membership was, what kind of programs is Chief of Police thinking about to help our sworn officers get the help they need to take the test for promotions? How do they look at promoting from within? What training opportunities does MPD have to help officers with taking the test to make them rank for promotions? With the understaffing, the next question, with the understaffing of MPD, what types of mentorship and mentee programs does MPD have and or consider implementing for sworn officers, cadets, and professional staff members? Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. Appreciate your testimony and all of your testimony today and all of the opportunities for engagement that you have already had with Acting Chief Smith. It was really great to hear. Mr. Sullivan, I just want to acknowledge your concerns. I absolutely agree with you that we have to have an accountable police department, and that's really a central aim of the Office of Police Complaints and the expanding of that office. And we're going to do everything we can next year to make sure all of those reforms and provisions are fully funded as well. I'm sorry for your experience with the U.S. Attorney's Office in pursuing some of these cases, because that is what their function is in making sure that there's accountability and that they're followed up on. So thank you for being here and bringing those to light again. I want to ask both of our pastors about the specific role the faith community does have now, but can play more of a part in partnership with MPD and our next chief. We talk a lot about community building and starting with the family, starting with our faith leaders, but how do you envision we can leverage the relationships and the perspective of our faith leaders, people of faith, with MPD specifically?
Thank you, Council Chair Pinto. One of the things that I think with regard to faith leaders and MPD in terms of its connection is what Acting Chief Smith has already sort of started, and that's open, honest dialogue. And I think it begins there. She knows how to show herself friendly. And in showing herself friendly, she's showing up, she's meeting us at breakfasts, she's meeting us at coffee, she's meeting us at a variety of different places so that we can begin to strategize about how we get closer. A world that would include the houses of worship, or the church in particular for me, would start to look like more and more pastors being able to actually counsel and talk to officers, having going through challenging situations. It would look like pastors and officers working together to help young people with regard to safe passages. I see a lot of partnership opportunities with this. It's not just the engagement and the dialogue, that's first, but it's then the action and the specific projects that we can begin to do together that will help make a difference. One of the things that we will look at is things like Faith in Blue. What does that really mean, and how does that really move us forward? Another thing that we could begin to look at are having discussions in town halls that allow residents to come together with faith leaders and with MPD and have intimate discussion.
Mr. Rieland.
Very briefly, the other piece I think is very critical is as we build, we being the faith community and specifically pastors and leaders, as we build relationship with the chief and the brass of the Metropolitan Police Department, we can then demystify some of the perceptions that our congregants, and we have the opportunity to serve hundreds at a time. If our message is that these are not the boogeymen and women of our district, if we can have that message, then it will then just permeate throughout the community, and we have a different level of conversation between faith-based communities and the police department.
Thank you so much. I think that's such an important part of how we move forward. And just like it took a lot of different things to get us into this crisis, it's going to take a lot of strategies to get us out. Appreciate that. Appreciate you all. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for any questions they may have. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I want to thank our witnesses. I think the role of the faith community, and Pastor Curry and I have worked together on various things over the years, is critical here. The support that you are offering to the acting chief is really important to me, and so thank you for your testimony today. I also will say that the testimony regarding accountability is really important testimony, and so thank you for coming forward with that. We need to support our officers in as many ways as we can, but where there is serious misconduct, if we want to have the confidence of the community, we need to take action to respond to that and show willingness to police ourselves in a sense. So thank you for all of the testimony, and I look forward to hearing from witnesses throughout the day.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you all to our public witnesses for being here today. I appreciate it. As a reminder, if folks missed the time they were called for their panel but then arrived in person, if you can please let Akima know on my team, and we'll make sure we get you in on a panel. All right, we are now going to call our next panel of public witnesses. Daryl K. White, public witness. Kevin Reagy, public witness. Kathy Henderson, ANC Commissioner, FD06 and 5D Court Watch. And you can give it right to Kate. Thank you. Okay. Hi. Okay. Christine Warnicki, public witness. Karen Gall, 3rd District MPD Citizens Advisory Council. All right, welcome. Kevin Reagy, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto, members and staff of the committee. I'm Kevin Reagy. My family and I reside in the Palisades neighborhood in Ward 3. Both I and my wife Elizabeth have been district residents for almost 25 years. I'm here today to testify in support of the nomination of Pamela Smith to the position of Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Acting Chief Smith has more than 25 years of law enforcement experience, including serving as a Chief of Police for the United States Park Police. As you noted in your opening remarks, Council Member, she began her career with the U.S. Park Police in 1998, rising through the ranks as Sergeant, Lieutenant, Captain, Major, and Deputy Chief until she was ultimately promoted to Chief of Police, becoming the agency's first African-American female chief in the agency's 230-year history. Smith joined the MPD in May 22 as the Chief Equity Officer, where she has made a significant impact in a brief period, leading to her promotion in April 2023 to Assistant Chief of Police, Homeland Security Bureau. I believe the acting chief is eminently qualified to serve as our next Chief of Police, and I strongly recommend that she be confirmed to that position at the earliest practical juncture. I should stipulate that I do not have a public law enforcement or public safety background. I am testifying today in my individual capacity, not on behalf of any organization. My family and I love this city, and as longtime residents, we are deeply committed to its future, which we believe is bright. But we worry of late about the increasingly challenging local and regional public safety environment, most especially the impact of crime on our most vulnerable residents in neighborhoods that are contending with acute public safety challenges on a daily basis. All those who live and work here, perhaps most especially the women and men who proudly serve in the MPD, deserve the opportunity to be served by exceptional law enforcement leadership. I believe that Acting Chief Pamela A. Smith is ideally suited to now take on that crucial leadership role. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reggie. Kathy Henderson, ANC 5D06 and 5D Court Watch.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Councilmember Pinto. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and staff. I am Kathy Henderson. I'm serving my 11th term as an effective advisory neighborhood commissioner, and I created 5D Court Watch to close the revolving door on crime. And I will commence to read my testimony into the record. I began the practice of community walks with the mayor, chief of police, and agency representatives during my first term in office to address violence and disorder in my new community. I created the Landlord Roundtable initiative to hold negligent property owners, including the DC Housing Authority, accountable for problem tenants. I created 5D Court Watch in 2008, as I just stated, in response to escalating crime caused mostly by repeat offenders that drain police resources. These initiatives, underscoring working with district and federal government partners, including the U.S. Attorney and Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, proved successful. The resulting 64% reduction in crime is what we are fighting to hold on to in my community as the city faces a violent reality. I initially had 199 homicides from the written stats, and I ran into the former city administrator, Rashad Young, on my way to this hearing, and he informed me that wasn't correct. It's now 209. I come here today to urge you to prioritize getting our city, the nation's capital, back on track by putting public safety first. Put our residents and visitors first and protect us. The first order of business is confirming Chief Pamela A. Smith as the next police chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Chief Smith comes to MPD prepared, underscoring her 25-plus years of experience, rising through police ranks to ultimately lead the U.S. Park Police as chief and serving as our interim police chief. Chief Smith has begun managing her human resources within the department to better respond to rising crime while managing the reality of a shrinking police force. Chief Smith is educated, has professional experience, life experience, emotional intelligence, and a firm spiritual foundation, which equip her with the necessary tools to lead MPD. She has the tools to lead us out of the mire of violence, fueled in part by disenfranchisement and self-hatred, and she wants the job. Chief Smith stands in the face of a languishing but continuing defund the police campaign and steadfastly says she wants to be our police chief and she wants to improve our public safety for every DC resident and visitor. I urge the council to vote to confirm Chief Smith and to work to reverse the legislative barriers that are helping to embolden persons who are killing, robbing, creating havoc with seeming impunity. The council and the Office of the Attorney General need to reconsider funding unproven initiatives that have done nothing to improve public safety. These groups have been directed to communities that have some record of public safety challenges, and they are recreating public safety problems, drug trafficking, shooting people, engaging in criminal activity in an attempt to establish accountability. We deserve credible and accountable policing, which is proven to advance public safety. Let us support Pamela A. Smith as the District of Columbia's next Chief of Police, and let us do the work to get back on track, including utilizing credible support such as the National Guard, the 38 other law enforcement agencies in the District of Columbia, and a government-wide approach that Chief Smith is activating. I'm happy to be joined by members of her sorority and that are part of the Blue and White family. I would urge every member of Phi Beta Sigma Incorporated who are members of MPD and throughout our government to get behind, and all of MPD, to support Chief Smith in protecting this community, and I urge this council to take the necessary action to do what is necessary to put us back on track. And finally, when I sat in this very seat back in June, the homicide rate was 112. I implored you then, as I implore you now, to activate, put political considerations aside, activate the National Guard to stand with us on every corner to help patrol our city and to get us back on track. We cannot allow people who are lawbreakers to continue to be emboldened. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Henderson. Next up, Christine Warnicki, Public Witness.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for allowing me to testify on the nomination of Pamela A. Smith, Chief of Police for the District of Columbia. My name is Christine Warnicki, and I had the distinct trust given to me by both former Mayor Anthony Williams and the late Mayor Marion Barry to chair the D.C. Commission for Women over a decade. This opportunity today has a special meaning for me because I already understand the steps Nominee Chief Smith has been taking to confront domestic violence, abuses of our children, our domestic partners, and our seniors. Domestic violence in the home becomes the root of what eventually happens on our streets. I support Pamela Smith's appointment, for throughout her illustrious career, she has seen how these actions impact our children, our schools, and our community. As I mentioned earlier, and under the leadership of Mayor Anthony Williams and the late Mayor Marion Barry, I had the great honor, of course, of serving as chair of the D.C. Commission for Women at a time when we had no budget, no money, but we persevered and we organized. Part of my role, and that of my fellow commissioners, was to focus on underserved women who were suffering from welfare, support loss, abandonment, and domestic violence. One of my commissioners who spoke today, Charita Whiting, helped us organize a D.C. Commission for Women symposium with Kathy Lanier and the D.C. Commission on Domestic Violence. The symposium had such an emotional impact on everyone who attended because the issue of domestic violence could not have been more poignant than the keynote speaker, Mildred Muhammad's appearance and remarks. As the estranged wife of sniper John Allen Muhammad, she had experienced domestic violence on a level that no one could fathom, given that her husband was gunning down innocent people in an attempt to scare, to find her, and to kill her. She was a survivor of domestic violence, and now she is an international crusader. I feel confident that nominee Pamela Smith will do everything in her power to serve as our own crusader and elevate the issue to those most vulnerable, giving them the strength to act and know that she and her team have their back. While the symposium happened over 20 years ago, I was so impressed with the words of Kathy Lanier, who at the time spearheaded the Domestic Violence Division for the Metropolitan Police Department, because the community residents also knew someone cared and they could become survivors with the support she showed that day and thereafter. This, as I understand, is what Nominee Chief Smith is doing, and her actions already are not going unnoticed. Even in a few months, she has been serving our DC government and our city. For this reason and many other reasons, I am proud to lend my support and become part of her mission to make the residents of DC feel secure in their own homes, on their streets, and back in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warnicki. Karen Gall, 3rd District MPD Citizens Advisory Council.
Good morning, well, actually, good afternoon, honorable members of the DC City Council and the Judiciary and Safety Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair Pinto, for taking the time to hold this very important hearing. My name is Karen Gall, and I'm here to provide my professional community service as the council member of the Chief of Police Citizens Advisory Council and also as the chairwoman of the 3rd District MPD Citizens Advisory Council of Washington, D.C., a neighborhood watch community leader, and I have all of the work highlights under www.3dcac.org. I am also providing my additional civic service as a native Washingtonian and a lifelong Ward 1 resident. My service leadership is in community engagement, public safety, social betterment, emergency management preparedness, disability rights, community program management, zoning and planning, education, alcoholic beverage and cannabis regulation, and business and economic development. 3DCAC supports the 3rd District Washington Metropolitan Police Department in social betterment, public safety, youth and community outreach programs, as well as officer morale initiatives. We believe that the benefits of an advanced, sustainable, comprehensive approach to public safety is possible in the District of Columbia with citywide environmental changes, conflict resolution programming that has long-term funding, and supportive legislation and accountability. We actively engage in the community on levels by putting policies into practice, working with all levels of the district government through building relationships, finding common ground with public safety leadership, and modeling innovative programs and initiatives for the diverse population of the MPD 3rd District. We was asked for our input during the competitive selection process for MPD Chief. When Chief Smith was appointed by our distinguished Mayor Muriel Bowser to lead the Metropolitan Police Department, our CAC membership was quite pleased. We need a police chief that has the full support of the mayor, MPD, DC City Council, and the DC residents. Chief Pamela Smith has an outstanding record of being focused and dedicated to law enforcement. We support Chief Pamela A. Smith because she is working on an advanced comprehensive approach for violence prevention and reduction in the District of Columbia. We need innovative ideas and actions and to end the communal gun violence, homicides, carjackings, and many crimes in Washington, D.C. Chief Smith has provided an innovative approach and leadership, such as mandating that the executive command staff actively provide on-the-ground response in the street with the other MPD officers. With this approach, we have witnessed within the first week of Chief Smith's mandate, and after suffering 4 consecutive months of audacious crime, we witnessed that DC finally had some release of at least 7% in the reports in August. Last year, 3DCAC piloted a monthly interactive community walk with MPD. This community walk was consistent with block-by-block services. Chief Pamela Smith came out to our community and she listened and she reviewed how we were doing the walk, and she participated, and she made sure that the community now has a weekly effort in the District of Columbia. This type of response is critically important, and it also helps everyone to understand the police and in the community, and it allows us to have much more productive interactions with the police. We feel that we can attain critical strides in public safety with this type of process. We feel that we need an active, coordinated public safety plan, and we need oversight in all public safety plans. We really feel that the police should be involved in the community in a way that the police know you and you know the police. And Chief Smith has demonstrated this by developing a collaborative and holistic approach with government, community, and faith-based leaders to combat the violence and provide a space for positive influences among the youth in our community. We support Chief Smith because we believe that building bridges of communication, dignity, and safety is paramount for all residents in the District of Columbia, regardless of the ward that you live in. It is with this knowledge that the men and women of the 3rd District MPD Citizens Advisory Council support Chief Pamela A. Smith as the next Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department, and we respectfully request that the DC City Council confirm her nomination so that she may continue to pursue and ensuring that the nation's capital is safe for the citizens, businesses, and visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gall, and thank you all for your testimony and leadership in sharing some of these ideas and what you do every day. I want to ask you, Commissioner Henderson, about this idea around the National Guard and how you envision that being most effective and helpful as we think about a nomination of police chief and possible partners for her to do her work most effectively.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for the question. First, the National Guard are here to help. They help to put out forest fires. I've seen their work up close and personal back in 1991 when we had an unfortunate riot and horrible attack on our police up in the Mount Pleasant community. The National Guard came in, they assisted, they didn't fire one shot. They assisted MPD. I'm glad that Sharon Pratt Kelly, then Mayor Sharon Pratt Kelly, took the step. It was unpopular then, as it is now, but she said she had to use every available resources, and she had the guts to do that. She called in the National Guard. They came in. I lived in that community. They implemented a curfew. They assisted our MPD officers. We had individuals who threw rocks, bottles at the police. They overturned a police car. They set a police car on fire. And it's very similar, to the horrific levels of violence that we are being subjected to now as a city. They came in, again, they didn't shoot, they didn't fire one shot, but they assisted in patrolling, and it worked. And we need every available, credible law enforcement effort to patrol alongside with our officers who are working a tremendous amount of overtime and shifts, and a lot of the officers that I've spoken to, they support the assistance. So we need to move past any political fear or embarrassment. We are the nation's capital. We deserve to be safe, and we need to do everything to involve our partners to help us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Gall, when you talk about the ways that MPD can partner with the community and bring the community together, are there specific voices or groups that you think are either missing from the conversation now or need to be kind of bolstered in that partnership to bring them along as we seek to improve public safety?
Yes, ma'am. We have a city filled with counselors. As the pastors indicated, they are counselors. But what we need to have is a community effort that really pulls together all of the counselors in the city with a great curriculum, not one of those things where we have the youth and young adults come in and just get pizza. There needs to be a very constructive programming that is allotted for that type of service. We also need to make sure that that there are spaces that are being provided safe spaces for children and young adults who have been consistently cycled through the criminal justice system. It's really clear there's only a small number. Those families, they need to have help. And then the areas where families are consistently in that type of crisis mode, the city really needs to come in and embrace those families to make sure that they have consistent help. One of the things that I did ask Chief Smith if she can ask the mayor to have the DYRS program operate 24 hours a day so that MPD does not have their officers acting as babysitters. We need to make sure that the government agencies that are in place are really critically involved. And then also, it takes a village. As you know, we consistently say that phrase, not only on our website, but in general, because it really does take a village. We were blessed to have the village to help us, but we think that the village needs to be embracing the rest of the children and young adults because they have this really antisocial understanding of society, and we need to come through and love them on that. And I think MPD can work with in partnership with those type of groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's so powerfully said, and clearly your advocacy worked because that is a big basis of the curfew program now, is to make sure that kids who are out too late and violating the curfew aren't waiting, police officers aren't waiting there with them all night, that we can use DYRS as a place to connect people with, first and foremost, their family, hopefully, and if not their family, then with other child support organizations and
they have awesome
agencies.
wraparound services already in their programming,
right.
And I think that needs to be funded fully and utilized.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all very much, and really appreciate, Ms. Warnicki, as well, your focus on domestic violence. That is in addition to reducing and eliminating the gun violence that we're seeing in the city, another one of the committee's top priorities, and appreciate your effort there, and is so important as we think about who the best avenue is to intervene early. We're seeing over 10%, over 11% of our homicide cases are domestic violence related, and I think it's actually broader than that when you think about broader intimate partner violence or issues that arise based on a relationship. Right. And if we get those interventions right, I think we can really drive down the homicides we're seeing as well. Exactly. Thank you all very much for being here. Before you get up, I'm going to turn to my colleagues for a round of questions, in case we still have them. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker.
And thank you all for your testimony. And thank you in particular to Commissioner Henderson for your work in Ward 5. One of the things I plan to ask Acting Chief Smith later is about her approach to handling misconduct on the force. During her predecessor's tenure, the Office of Police Complaints sustained 41 complaints for violations of the law or internal policies. However, only 7 of these cases were resulted in a suspension. And I wanted to ask you all of how might, through community partnerships or community engagement, we ensure that we have an MPD force that is taking police misconduct seriously. So that's a general question. I'll open it up to anyone. What recommendations might you have for Acting Chief Smith to ensure that we have a force that takes police misconduct seriously?
Would you like to go first? Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. I'd like to jump right in here. I've done the work that I've done in partnership with the police department. And initially, when I moved to my community in 1998, no one wanted to talk to the police openly. No one wanted to partner with them. No one even cared. But they did want to make sure that the community was safe. Over the years, we have worked very closely to build partnerships by safety walks, cookouts, dialogues, the PSA meetings, where they've always been very well attended in my community. And we should continue that. I would ask this council to hold regular roundtable meetings just to listen to the public and to allow members of the public to address any concerns that they have regarding what's working with MPD and what needs improvement. You can have both. You can support the police and still support accountability and moving forward. The Justice Department came in around 2005 made a number of recommendations which MPD implemented, which improved the department, and we still need some improvement. And I would certainly like to see some work done with the Office of Police Complaints to make it more effective.
Thank you for that. In my last 40 seconds, anyone else want to share?
I would like to share. I am a product of Washington, D.C.'s Officer Friendly program. When I grew up, I was little, and we had Officer Friendly come to our school. That's the first level of police engagement. You have to start at a young age where the children do not fear the police because the police are not doing fearful things, because they immediately are empathetic with children. And they get to know our communities, they get to know the families from that level. Then we also have, consistent monthly 3D CAC meetings that we hold on the last Thursday of the month, and we just created an offering where we have it on Wednesday and Thursday. We have the Wednesday meeting so that the police can get in touch with our Latino community. It's Spanish speaking only on Wednesdays. And then we have on Thursdays, we have the entire, all of it, the 3rd District, it covers Ward 1, Ward 2, and parts of Ward 5, your ward, and portions of Ward 6. And then that's over 108,000 residents. And then we have 12 ANC advisory commissions within that space. But what we need to do is just to have that constant connection. We make sure that we have open dialogue every meeting. We make sure that we network with all the DC agencies. The public safety walks, which we started after the pandemic to make sure that people reconnected with the communities and that the ANCs and police officers knew who the actual community's members was. Because you know, most people go from their phone to the metro and they completely are oblivious. We made sure that that people can be responsible as elected officials and the MPD can be responsible as members who's supposed to protect and serve. They have to come out block by block and meet with our community. That's what I discussed with Chief Pamela Smith, and she was happy. Sorry, I see your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm over time. Thank you for those recommendations.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
May I just, Chair, may I
Ms.
just
Warnock.
add one last thing if I could?
Sure. No.
Years ago, I was working on a program called the Coban Youth Safe Haven After School Program, and in fact, it was so successful at Carver Terrace. And unfortunately, it was funded through the Edward Byrne, I think, grants through the Department of Justice. But that's where the MPPD gave a police officer throughout the whole school year to be part of those dialogues after school, and that's where it needs to begin. And I totally agree with
the officer-friendly program.
Officer-friendly program,
Yes.
because that changed the whole dynamic. And this was started actually in Japan, called Koban, K-O-B-A-N. But I'd be more than happy to work with you on that.
And I participated in the community engagement academy where MPD.
Thank you all.
Yeah. No.
It was really, really helpful. And they had it in Spanish and they also had it in English. So that
Okay.
really helped.
Thank you so much. No, I think that's a great idea and definitely an area that MPD has been trying to get back to and that we should really lean into to building more of those relationships. So thank you all. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Just, again, thank you to the witnesses. Great to see you, Kevin, Christine, Karen. Karen and I were together in the Community Engagement Academy this summer. It was very educational and very helpful for me. I want to echo some of the things that I thought I heard in this testimony and others, which is the idea that accountability and support for the police might be in tension. I don't think the two things are in tension. I think one really important way for us to support our officers is to have strong mechanisms for accountability, because the bad actions of a few officers can work against trust in the whole corps of officers. And if we're going to be effective on the ground, we need to make sure that we're holding folks accountable for inappropriate behavior. And so Looking forward to working together with the witnesses and with the department on that issue, and I'll be curious to hear what the chief has to say on the subject. Thank you.
Got a lot more witnesses to get to. Very brief.
Yes, it's a small comment. I agree with Councilmember Fruman in regards to accountability. There's a lot of underlying unreporting that is not happening within the MPD. A lot of the officers have complaints about where they're being bullied. They're not able. They don't really have a chance to really talk as openly as they would like to, and sometimes they don't feel as though they're being heard. And so if that's the way they feel in the police department sometimes, and this is what I did notice since Chief Smith came on board, it has been a huge shift. You can really tell the difference in the vibe where it seems like, okay, you know, whatever it was that was fostering and keeping that bad behavior going, it seemed like it changed, and I noticed it. Now, personally, because I interact a lot with the officers all the time,
Right.
especially with the 3rd District and other districts.
Well, thank you so much for noting that. I think it's really important as we try to tackle the mental health crisis that we're experiencing in the city in so many different communities and populations. We also have to support the healthy mental health of our police officers. And I think that that's too often missing from the conversation. So thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you to all of you for being here today. Appreciate it. We are now going to move on to our next panel of in-person public witnesses. Again, if you can sit kind of in order of being called. Laura Wilson, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, Incorporated District of Columbia. Joyce Robinson Paul, public witness. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. ANC Commissioner. And where are you an ANC Commissioner? Well, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for being here, Commissioner. I'm sorry for the inaccurate designation. Jay Brown, Community Shoulders. Are there any other of our witnesses who moved to in-person that have not been called yet? Okay. This will be our last panel of in-person public witnesses.
Good afternoon, members of the council, committee, and Chair Pinto. My name is Laura Wilson, and I'm currently the DC State Director of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. It is with great pride and pleasure that I sit before you in my individual support of the confirmation of Metropolitan Police Department, Acting Chief of Police, and my sorority sister, Pamela Smith. As a concerned citizen and member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, District of Columbia, who is dedicated to serving the communities in the district, I believe that Acting Chief Smith is exceptionally qualified for this important position, and her dedication to public safety is evident in her track record and achievements. Acting Chief Pamela Smith has demonstrated exemplary leadership throughout her career in law enforcement. Her commitment to community policing principles and building strong relationships between police force and the community it serves is truly commendable. Under her leadership, the Metropolitan Police Department is beginning to see improvements in transparency, accountability, and community engagement. One of Acting Chief Smith's most significant accomplishments thus far has been her emphasis on training, diversity, and inclusivity within the department. Her efforts to create a more diverse and culturally competent police force reflect a commitment to ensuring that all citizens are treated with fairness and respect, regardless of their background or circumstances. This approach not only enhances the effectiveness of the police force, but also builds trust within the community. Furthermore, Acting Chief Smith's dedication to modernizing law enforcement practices, embracing innovative technologies has helped improve the department's overall efficiency, effectiveness in crime prevention and public safety. Acting Chief Smith took time to meet with the District of Columbia sorors of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated recently. She reassured us of her commitment to reduce the rise in crime we have all been witnessing recently, and expressed her happiness and comfort that her SOARs would continue to provide support and programming that will hopefully aid in alleviating the needs for individuals who commit these crimes. I wholeheartedly urge the committee to confirm Acting Chief Pamela Smith as Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. Her qualifications, dedication, and proven leadership make her an excellent choice for this crucial position, and I have every confidence that she will continue to serve our community with integrity and distinction. I'm hopeful that you will make the decision to confirm Acting Chief Smith, who undoubtedly is the right person to lead our city's police force into a safer and more secure future. So those are my prepared remarks, but I did want to speak to some of the comments I think I heard from some of the other witnesses before. You know, I agree that there is a war and a crisis right now in the District of Columbia, but before you go into war, you actually have to build your army. And the Army does not just simply involve the police force. So we've had some community members, we've had organizations testify, and I'm sure that there are more to come. And I would like to think that we are a part of that Army in helping to fight crime in the district. So one of my hopes is that there is a part of the strategy for Acting Police Chief Smith that there'll be more engagement with all of these community partners. I think as a leader myself, I'm going to go back and reevaluate how we can be more effective in some of the programs that we put on in the District of Columbia. Some of the things that I thought about as we were talking, I feel like right now the officer's duties is obviously to enforce the laws and enforce order. But you also have to have empathy when you're working with the community. So a lot of the officers may or may not be persons, and I think training people on how to engage with the community might be one of the priorities that we put in regards to training for the officers. Additionally, I would love to see for there to be more mentoring programs within the community, and that could involve, we talked about using some of the fraternities, we can involve them in getting some of the youth, the male youth. And additionally, just training officers on building their soft skills in general. So I'm sure a lot of them are quite capable of doing their technical skills in terms of policing, but those soft skills are important. And in terms of attracting more talent to the police force, we have to build a brand for the police department that people want to be a part of. And so that's not an easy task to rebuild or redo a brand for the Metropolitan Police Department. But again, I think the theme throughout everybody's comments is rebuilding trust. And so I believe once we begin to have the officers out in the community, rebuild the trust, show the new branding that we want to portray, we will be able to attract more officers to the police department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Commissioner Joyce Robinson Paul from 5E01.
Good afternoon. As the ANC Commissioner at 5E01, many of my constituents would like to go on record supporting the nominee, Pamela A. Smith, as Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. First of all, Pamela Smith was one of the many ANC commissioners who worked free of charge tirelessly to make a difference in Washington, D.C. Chairman of the 5th District Citizens Advisory Council and Chairman of the D.C. Federation of Civic Associations. All positions were served free of charge. We are proud that Pamela Smith has been nominated to serve as our Chief of Police, and we support this move. Pamela Smith acquired the expertise, experience, and knowledge to execute an excellent program that moves to change things. Our previous Chief of Police cited that he would like to see boots on the street. That means to me, out the police cars, walking, talking, and engaging citizens on a regular basis. Community policing and officer-friendly is the hallmark of what our youth grew up under. The cameras help, but getting to know the constituents that police work with is more important. So I also would like to say, this morning, I was asked by many to go up the street to Dunbar to speak on the young man that was killed. I really was so saddened by it that I did not talk to anyone in reference to that and said that I needed to get down here by 11 to speak on the public safety. Public safety is crucial in our neighborhoods, and it's not happening. I just sat in on my ANC meeting the third Tuesday of the month when they basically said that they want to take 18 parking spaces from my neighborhood on P Street. And they said this was public safety. I don't think this is public safety. I think the organizations, the government needs to get together as a group and decide what public safety is. You know, because I had senior citizens, about 20 of them say, please don't take our parking spaces away. But the eventual move was to do so. We had some businesses. We had about 10 businesses that said, please don't take our customers' parking spaces away. But DDOT said we have to do it for school safety. Well, school safety and public safety and all kind of safety, it's the same thing. Stop thinking that you have to do one and hurt the others in your public safety. We really need a very good definition of what public safety is in this city. But we want to make sure, like next week, while I was here, I stopped at the mayor's office and I said, okay, I've heard from the council and they're doing things what they would like to see in our neighborhood, but let's take y'all on a trip on this block where there are drug pushers falling down with a 24/7 store, taking drugs, laying on the ground with the children watching, taking over the seats for the bus stop, where the bus stop will now not stop at that stop. I have Ramada checking on that, why the bus stop is leaving my seniors and my students and going to the next stop, which is 2 blocks away. We are not in sync with public safety. Public safety means everyone. Public safety means let's take care of this public safety. And we are hoping, and we know after talking with a new acting chief of police, that coming on board, she will listen a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Jay Brown from Community Shoulders.
Good morning. My name is Jay Brown. My organization is Community Shoulders. I want to start first by saying, Mayor Bowser, you appointed Pamela Smith to this position. Lindsay Apaya, Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, you are in close contact with Pamela Smith in this position. We may not always agree with policies and procedures that are in place. We may not have the same titles, but we must agree that 209 murders is not acceptable in our community. This is my formal invitation to you, Lindsay Apaya, Pintos, Nadeau, and everybody else on the council. If we want to really address public safety, we got to get away from divisive titles in this community, because this is a title-driven community. We need to focus on public safety. We need to center public safety. The reality is having Pamela Smith or Joe Blow appointed as chief is not going to solve our crimes. We're in a culture that is not built right now for addressing public safety. The crime crisis that we're in didn't start in July when Pamela Smith got into office. It's been here. The things that she needs to do, the things that she needs to implement, we'll see that in time. The things that she's speaking of, focusing on, the things that she's trying to accomplish, working with organizations that would normally be opposed, we embrace that. Public safety doesn't start with Pamela Smith. Public safety starts with me. It starts with the next citizen. It starts with all 700,000 citizens that we have in Washington, D.C. We are all a part of that system. And every single day, I have to look in the mirror and ask myself, what did I do to contribute to public safety? And I encourage every resident in this community, in this city, to do the exact same thing. We have community members that are responding to the oppressive conditions that they live in our community, just like you all are responding to the results of those oppressive conditions that they live in. So we need to reconsider our approach. I was going to read something, but I think I'll just come straight from the heart. I'm going to run through it. In this title-driven city, our quality of life issues and concerns often go unaddressed, unheard, or in fact under a rock. The city culture of elitist and divisive approaches to public safety has distracted us from the goal of creating and sustaining peace for all. The tough on crime rhetoric is the 2023 version of the war on drugs that targeted Black and brown Americans. Those policies and pipeline to prison efforts did not and will not result in any meaningful reduction in the deterioration of peace in our community. Where there is a desire for peace, it has to also be a commitment to peace. That's from all of us. Peace has to be centered, not compromised or exploited. Peace has to be shared, embraced, and protected. Before any of that, peace has to be gained, and it cannot be gained by engaging in or participating in the violence of not investing in people and the lives of certain community. There's a lack of coping skills to deal with those lack of investments. And there are individuals who have to deal with those residual fears, anxiety, and hunger of that violence, and it has developed into a culture of kill first, eat now, and I'm going to die anyway mentality in our city. It's not just senseless, as Conti once said. We're talking about Conti. Conti said it was senseless at one time. It's not senseless. Unfortunately, this is the reality for some and perception that has to be responded to by others. The solution to this problem is getting to those stories beforehand in order to help people with how they respond to those realities and perceptions before they act on them. Simply just relying on MPD is foolish. Simply relying on me is foolish. Simply relying on you is foolish. We're all in this together. We all have a responsibility. The answers will be community-driven initiatives that center sustainable, empowering, and inclusive action plans. That's my time.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Thank you to all of you for that really powerful testimony. And I'm really moved by this idea of all of us needing to come together on this. Sometimes we think about, I'll speak in first person, sometimes I think about government and our responsibility to serve residents and to improve public safety, but I think you are exactly right. In this circumstance, it's going to require every single one of us to think about how we can be part of the solution. And as we talked about with the previous panel, not one thing got us into this current situation of violence, and not one strategy is going to get us out of it. How do you think we should start in having that conversation and really leading the message forward and consistently with all of us? We all talk to different people every day around the city to take that responsibility seriously and go back to what the commissioner was talking about how are we defining public safety? Where do we start?
We have to start by listening. Regardless of what position we hold in life, what position we hold in government, what position we hold in community. We have a lot of divisiveness and elitist mentality in this community. We come from different walks of life, so normally we would administer justice according to those walks of life. Well, our goal is to keep our children alive. Our goal is to keep our women alive. Our goal is to keep our men alive, right? So we have to focus and center peace. However and whoever decides to join that fight, we have to center peace. And that's where we start at, centering peace, not centering MPD, not centering community shoulders, not centering this person, center peace. And I think that we as resilient residents have a lot to bring to the table when it comes to center peace. So if we just get away from pushing and forcing and top down and sideways politics, we can get this done. And I have, if you want to talk to me, anybody want to talk to me, anybody want to reach out to me, anybody who has interest in peace, I have some sustainable solutions. I have things already written up that we can implement from my perspective, from my part. These are things that I want to contribute. And like I said, Mayor Bowers, I know you're listening, so I'm extending this out to you, Lindsay Apaya, and anybody else who wants to listen. So I don't want to hear anything in the future about these people oppose us and they don't want to work with us. Here we are at the table. We got 209 deaths. We need to do something different.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Recently, Councilman Zachary Parker set up a meeting where we would take a walk in the community. Found out later that the principal of the school said, no, she has to work within the building and she is not coming out in the community. So that's a no-no. You know, you have to work with the community when you are part of a full school. But that was the response that we got, and she said, I'm an educator, and I'm gonna stay an educator, and I'm not coming out the building. Well, that's not good. Well, so we didn't have that walk that day. She came on Zoom and she talked about that. We have got to stop playing like this is just a school problem. It is not just a school problem. The students in my neighborhood are smoking drugs 1 block away, in the alley, down the street, up the street, next door, across the street, and I have reported it to the school. And they said, until they come in the building, we are not responsible. So as he said, it's too many fractions where people are saying, that's not my call.
Right.
That's not what I should be doing.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, I work with some of the organizations already that were here, but I would love to see where we could have a town hall session or something similar with a lot of the ANC commissioners, get all of these different organizations in a room, hear from the ANCs what the people are actually wanting and needing, and coming up with an actual tangible list of things that we can do and commit to address some things immediately. And there are enough organizations in Washington, D.C. that we can have an impact and make something happen quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all this, and I think the consistency, whether it's a title or an organization or a vantage point that sometimes gets so projected as though it's so stark and singular, or if you're an educator or a faith leader or government, we all have to be in this together. And I really, really appreciate those messages and look forward to working with all of you on carrying forward that mission. I'm now going to turn to my colleagues for any questions they may have. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker.
I really appreciated the panel's testimony. I want to also thank Commissioner Joyce Robinson Paul for her many years of dedication to Ward 5 and her community. I also want to underscore, Mr. Brown, your comments around it requires all of us pitching in to turn things around here in the city. I couldn't agree more. And I would reiterate that we need a comprehensive public safety strategy. And I would argue we don't have one. And if there is one that is being implemented behind the scenes within MPD, it's not one that the public knows. And to your point, it's not one where everyday residents could say they are playing a part in advancing. And so I have less of a question, but more so just reiterating what I heard from this panel. I will say that we're at a time of urgency here in the city as violence is continuing. And what I heard from you, especially Commissioner Robinson Paul, is this continuous claim that I hear from residents that they are reporting, that they are trying to do their part. They're going to ANC meetings, they're joining walks, but they're continuing to run into dead ends. And my hope is that with new leadership at MPD, and hopefully soon with a comprehensive public safety strategy that we'll hear less of that as we move ahead. So again, thank you to this panel, and Chairperson Pinto, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairperson Pinto. I too want to thank the panel for their testimony. I don't have any questions, but I'm very grateful for the testimony and the spirit of all working together to tackle this public safety, enormous public safety challenge that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you being here. All right, that concludes our in-person public witnesses. We're now going to turn to our next several panels of virtual public witnesses before turning to our nominee. Brenda Lee Richardson, PSA 702 Outreach Committee, Deborah Steiner, Public Witness, Monica Hopkins, ACLU of the District of Columbia, Sandra Seegers, Concerned Residents Against Violence, Cora Masters-Berry, Akusua Ali, NAACP, Patrick Burke, Washington, D.C. Police Foundation, and Monica Ray, Congress Heights Partnership. And excuse me, for the order, we're going to start with Cora Masters-Berry. Give you all a moment to join the Zoom. All right, Cora Masters-Berry, Public Witness, please begin whenever you're ready. Ms. Berry, if you can hear us, your video and sound is still off. Okay, we're going to move on to Brenda Lee Richardson, PSA 702 Outreach Committee. We'll come back to you.
Good day, Chairman Pinto and other distinguished council members. My name is Brenda Lee Richardson. I am a Ward 8 resident and the facilitator of PSA 702 Outreach Committee. I am honored to support the confirmation hearing for Pamela Smith as the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Although Ward 8 is ravaged with crime and violence, our PSA is taking a more proactive approach to addressing the issue of gun violence, and it is indeed a daunting endeavor. The MPD community outreach team organized an incredible paint and sip for 80 children in our PSA from Garfield Hills, Woodland Terrace, Langston Lane, and Emmanuel Baptist Church Summer Camp. It was one of the most awe-inspiring events I have ever seen. The highlight of the momentous occasion was watching Chief Smith and Commander Makel of 7D play football with the children. We were blessed to see our new police chief on her third day on the job. I was impressed because she took the time to greet us, acknowledge us, and it was not just a photo op. I am not interested in deploying the National Guard to save Ward 8 from the plunge into more devastating trauma, grief, and incarceration as a result of the growing gun violence. However, I do believe that we owe MPD a huge refund. When we defunded the police, we gave criminals more liberties than law-abiding citizens, especially those of us that live in disfavored communities and continue to live in an occupied state with these miscreants who unlawfully descend on our defenseless neighborhoods. This is quite disturbing. Chief Smith has a tough job ahead of her, but with her experience at the U.S. Park Police and serving as an ordained minister, she is uniquely qualified to turn the tide that binds us with the uptick in gun violence and carjackings. Chief Smith will not be able to conquer this battle alone with MPD. She needs troops from the health department, behavioral health, 911, recreation, DDOT, and of course the people. The people must be forthcoming and report the truth about what they see without fear of retribution from the assailant. The 911 operators must be kind to those of us who live in disfavored neighborhoods, so we will report what we see more often anonymously rather than being judged for making the call. Loud music is a military tactic for prisoners of war. The loud music in residential areas cripples our mental well-being and is the impetus for pop-up parties that elicit behavior by criminals who do not even live in our neighborhoods. We need more police on the street to protect us. I will end with this note. As I wholeheartedly support the confirmation hearing for Pamela Smith as the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, the Constitution says, "We the people," not the rich people or poor people, not the Black people or white people, but we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, not a divided union, but a more perfect union, establish justice, not crime, violence, or insurrection, but justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common deference, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. And in closing, Chairman Pinto, I would like to extend an invitation to you and the members of your committee to come to my house on a Friday or Saturday night at 9 o'clock for tea to see what we are exposed to on the streets of Ward 8. It is shameful, and I don't want to be sitting here 10 years from now having this same conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson, and I'll take you up on that. I'd be happy to come over for tea. Next, we will turn to Cora Masters-Berry, public witness.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the stuff with me not being able to turn the camera on, but I'm here. My name is Cora Masters-Berry. As you can tell, I have a little slight cold. I am the former First Lady of the District of Columbia, and I'm the founder and the CEO of the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center and the Recreation Wish List Committee, where we work to change the trajectory of the lives of youth we serve in the Ward 8 community. We have been open since 2001, and we've served over 10,000 young people. We operate in a community that many of the young people that you see getting in trouble come out of. And before I go into my testimony, I just want to make this statement because I don't want to forget it. Obviously, we have a problem with crime, and obviously we have a problem with crime and young people. But the one thing that really bothers me, and I just want to make a record of it, I think Sharita Whiting may have made a reference to it, where there are young people who are troubled and getting in trouble. For every one of those, there's 10 in Ward 8 going to school, not getting in trouble. Kids can live in a home on one side of the street and get up in the morning and go to school and do everything they're supposed to do. And maybe the house across the street is the opposite. So the overall generalization, the stereotype that the children in Ward 8 are running wild and they're all criminals bothers me. We have kids on national scholarship list. We have kids going to college on scholarships. We have kids doing great things. Now, that being said, we also have children that come from homes, whereas Ms. Whiting said, and I agree with her, that we need to do something about the homes and the parents. And in some cases, it may even be, and I want to talk to the police and anyone else to talk about how we can come up with a system or some kind of a program where we can counsel not just the kids, but the parents. We have a lot of young parents who don't know how to, they don't know how to parent. And so the kids end up being supervised and raised by children. And that's when you have a young man who died at 11 years old from hijacking a car or stealing a car, gets killed. and his mother comes on TV the next day and says he was the man of the house. That is what we have to work on, because when you have somebody at 11 years old, the man of the house, that only means one thing, that you're coming in that house with things that you have no capacity to buy, and you're letting that happen. So now when something bad happens to them, you blame the police. I think people need to put a mirror in front of themselves and start talking. And I say that, and I can say it with judiciaries, I can say it with any kind of authority, because I have watched these kids come in my building for 22 years. I know who they are. I know the difference in the kids who are being parenting well and kids who are pretty much on their own. So that being said, I'll get back. At SETLC, we focus on the advancement and well-being of our children through a host of disciplines supporting a sound mind, body, and spirit. The existence of nurturing, stable, and safe communities in which our children can live and play are essential to their development and future success. That is why I am so delighted to speak on behalf of Acting Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith, who I call Chief Pam, becoming the next Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Chief Pam is a truly inspirational and informative and transformative leader. She will be the change our community and this city needs. She will work and to create the environment in which our children can thrive and grow and we can be safe. As a longtime resident of the city, it is comforting to talk with someone like Chief Smith, who understands profoundly the social and economic challenges faced by too many of our residents and the resulting psyche that has been reinforced over time. Yet she does not let these realizations cloud her perspective or vision on what residents need to feel safe and secure. Chief Pam don't play about crime. I've had many conversations with her. She has the insight and she has the compassion and she understands the community, but she does not play when it comes to crime. And I love that about her. Chief Smith is without a doubt a compassionate person, but she is relentless in her commitment and sense of duty to eliminate the scourge of crime activity that has permeated our city. With Chief Pam, I'm sorry, my voice, I felt heard, I felt protected, I felt understood.
And Ms. Berry, I'm just going to ask, since you're a bit over time, if you can try to summarize.
Okay, well, in summary, I commend Mayor Bowser on her superb nomination. I urge the council to vote affirmatively for this nomination so we as a city can embrace this new era and lead our support in collaborating with her and be about the business of change. But I want to add, because I am representing an organization, Southeast Tennyson Learning Center, I do want to add also, in addition to her understanding of the community and her decision and her, her determination to fight crime, she is also a person who understands policing. I have seen half a dozen police, and then I'll go sitting in cars up and down the avenue in different places, even in front of my house. They take naps in front of my house. Since she has been here, I have seen police out of those cars, on those streets. They talk to people, but they also supervise. And for the lady who spoke, I don't know her name, that the police should be more authoritarian and not be community oriented. She lives in a different community, so she should speak to that in her community. But in our community, the connection between the police and the parents and the children in the community is essential, so that when they come, they can feel like they're there to help us and we don't see them as an enemy. So let's give her a chance and see what she does. And thank you, Council Member, for allowing me to do this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masters-Berry, and thank you for all that you have done to support young people in our city, and thanks for highlighting the very important truth that the vast majority of young people in our city are doing wonderful things. Less than 1% of our young people are engaged in these types of crimes and activities, and appreciate you highlighting that, and hope you recover soon from your cold.
Thank you.
Deborah Steiner, public witness. Monica Hopkins, ACLU of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee and council. I'm Monica Hopkins, Executive Director of the ACLU of DC, and I'm here on behalf of our over 14,000 members across all 8 wards. Our complete written testimony has been submitted, but today I will focus on 2 important issues facing a new MPD chief, specifically MPD's role in a comprehensive public safety system and officer accountability. We have seen significant shifts this year towards dealing with our public safety challenges through legislative carceral approaches that could adversely affect people's civil rights and civil liberties. Many of these approaches rest on the idea that MPD will continue to be at the center of responding to public safety issues. We are deeply concerned about this false equivalency of MPD as an agency with a comprehensive public safety system. This false equivalency is reinforced by the very scope of this committee, Judiciary and Public Safety, a committee centered on criminal justice and carceral responses when public safety system must include all agencies in the city. Equating MPD with public safety creates an over-reliance on policing, stretching police resources thin, makes recruiting and retaining officers difficult, and leads to unnecessary traumatizing interactions between police and district residents. This is why it's so important that as we try to confront our public safety challenges, we focus on standing up public safety interventions that don't solely rely on police and position MPD as one tool among many in addressing public safety needs, reducing burdens on the department, and more importantly, contribute to safer communities. Our written testimony—
And Ms. Hopkins, I'm so sorry to interrupt. If I can ask everybody to make sure you're on mute if you're not testifying. Ms. Masters-Berry, you are off mute. Go ahead, Ms. Hopkins.
Thank you. Our written testimony highlights specific measures that we, along with coalition partners, have supported to date. We urge the committee to support a more comprehensive approach to public safety, asking Acting Chief Smith about how she sees MPD within a broader system of public safety, how she plans to work with agency partners to help create and implement a broad vision of public safety, and her plans to support a comprehensive public safety approach, both as the permanent chief of MPD and as an agency director among a broader coalition of executive agencies needing to address public safety needs in a wider variety of ways. Where police continue to play a major role in public safety, it's important the new chief prioritizes officer accountability for problematic interactions with community members. When the public perceives MPD leadership not prioritizing accountability, it erodes community members' trust in police and undermines the law enforcement's legitimacy. Without this, police lose their ability and authority to function. Consistent and meaningful accountability for misconduct builds community trust, and with it strengthens the trust and cooperation between harmed communities and the police. However, as our written testimony highlights, prior leadership of MPD issued low levels of discipline for violations of MPD policy or district law. In 21 and 22, the Office of Police Complaints found MPD officers to have abused their power by verbally harassing and using unnecessary force against the public, including children, making false reports, and failing to follow department procedures. Specifically, OPC Executive Director Michael Tobin noted in a letter to Chief Conti, particularly with citizen complaints, MPD has demonstrated on repeated occasions over many years and several police chiefs that the department is not willing or able to provide accountability. Because accountability and public trust is so important to community safety, we urge the committee to ask Acting Chief Smith for actionable goals for ensuring accountability, particularly for handling serious misconduct cases that harm members of the community. It should also be noted this lack of accountability has a huge financial cost to the city, the taxpayers, a cost of financial resources that then depletes other agencies within the public safety system to ensure MPD stays funded. The committee should ask Acting Chief Smith how she plans to approach accountability and disciplinary issues differently. And we look forward to hearing Acting Chief Smith's answer to these questions about MPD's role in a public safety system and our plan for officer accountability to increase the department's legitimacy and build community trust. And we look forward to partnering with the council and all agencies in building a truly comprehensive public safety system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hopkins. Next, we will turn to Sandra Seegers, Concerned Citizens Against Violence, or CRAVE.
Good afternoon. I am Sandra S.S. Seegers, Ward 8 resident and co-founder and convener of CRAVE, which stands for Concerned Residents Against Violence. CRAVE consists of 7 members who are well established in the community: Darrell Gaston, Reverend Anthony Motley, Anthony Muhammad, S.V. Williams, Pastor David Venable, and Linwood Johnson. CRAVE is in support of the nomination of Pamela Smith for the next police chief of MPD. The Council's Committee on Public Safety and Justice is to ensure safety for all citizens within the boundary of the District of Columbia. In an effort to make it safe, this committee must enact laws to do so. The first line of making it safe is the police department. For the police department to be effective, it needs capable leaders, and it needs a capable leader. Hence, we believe the nomination of Pamela Smith is recognized to be that. CRAVE believes the police department's goal is to protect citizens from criminal activities. In this role of protection, it is supposed to remove anyone in violation of this premise. The police are not supposed to be babysitters of criminals nor coddling them. Their role is to arrest criminals. Somewhere along the way in DC, we have gotten away from that and are putting duties on the police that should be executed by other agencies who focus on the following: education, behavioral health, family issues, lack of proper food, housing, etc. In supporting Pamela Smith, my advice to her is to arrest criminals and let other agencies deal with issues that are not actually under the MPD's purview. The chief of police department, the chief of any police department should never say, "We cannot arrest our way out of crime," when the main duty of the police is to arrest. When others say we cannot arrest our way out of crime, it is just a play on words to discourage the police from doing their job. At any time a police officer says that, they do not need to be an officer because the police are hired to arrest criminals. To the council members, until you stop hamstringing that the police department, it's going to be a problem getting new officers. And Chief Smith should not be blamed for that because it is something that she has inherited. For the mayor to choose Pamela Smith, formerly with the United States Parker Police for 24 years, is a sign that her tenure there has given her qualifications that would be in line with the MPD needs. Now, I ended there, but I want to add a couple of things. Listening to some of the council members, I do not believe my ears. The very same ones who are crying about the condition and we are in, the very same ones crying about the condition we are in now and that we need more police coverage are the exact same ones who put us to where we are now, led by Councilmember Charles Allen with knee-jerk reactions after George Floyd's murder and a few yelling citizens posing as Black Lives Matter. I found myself repeating this catchphrase: the chickens have come home to roost. This council, when led by Allen, acted as if police officers in DC murdered George Floyd, which was extremely wrong. Now we are attempting to recircle the wagon, which is not going to happen overnight. The question was asked today, what does success look like? Success looks like a council that supports the police department by writing laws that are enforceable, stopping the criminalization of crimes, holding MPD officers liable for what they actually do wrong, and not putting the burden on them because of what officers did in another jurisdiction. So there's my statement. I say, CRAVE says, and I say, please vote yes on Pamela Smith. That ends my statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seegers. Next, we will turn to Okosua Ali, NAACP.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, good evening, everyone. Greetings, Chairman Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the nomination of Pam Smith to the position of Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. My name is Akoshua Ali. I am the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch, and I am a Ward 7 resident. The NAACP supports the nomination and confirmation of Pam Smith as Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. For over 114 years, the NAACP has championed the fight for racial justice, humane treatment, and equality as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization since we were founded in 1909. Today, we continue to be a fierce advocate for criminal justice, public safety, and policing reform, ensuring all lives, particularly Black lives, have the opportunity to live in safe, healthy communities, free of gun violence and free of abusive policing tactics with failed accountability. In particular, the NAACP DC branch has been on the record advocating for legislation and budget actions in support of health solutions for nonviolent mental health, domestic violence, and drug-related offenses. We are on the record for increasing behavioral health care, social work, violence interrupters, and crisis intervention support. We are on the record advocating MPD's EEO department to be moved from under MPD into a separate independent agency for oversight, final determination, and adjudication. We are also on the record advocating for MPD's International Affairs Bureau to also be moved to a separate independent non-enforcement agency for the purpose of oversight, final determination, and adjudication, ensuring that special positions charged with overseeing IAB are unbiased and qualified to independently investigate and make determinations based on corruption and misconduct. The public and MPD employees that serve the public deserve safe communities and safe work environments, free of abusive tactics, retaliation, and corruption without accountability. To reform our justice system, we must ensure that accountability and justice for the public and internal MPD employees reporting misconduct and injustice, that they have safe and sound solutions to ensure that they are also safe and heard. We must ensure the public and MPD employees reporting racial injustice and misconduct are protected. And lastly, we must address the structural inequalities that allow people with lower incomes to be penalized in ways that wealthy people are not. Now, I lift this up because Acting Chief Pamela Smith has made historic strides towards achieving a more balanced police department supporting safer communities with a diverse and inclusive approach to rehabilitation, engagement, and mental health. I would say that Pam Smith's resume and qualifications are unquestionable, but based on some of the comments today, it needs to be reiterated that she has over 25 years of law enforcement experience, and she has served our community from a multiplicity of areas in the law enforcement space. So again, her resume is unquestionable. But to speak to the work that she has done as a leader in this city, she, under her previous role as the Chief Equity Officer, she championed and increased faith-based leaders' presence within the Metropolitan Police Department. She expanded MPD's chaplain corps from 1 to 6 faith leaders to support MPD members. And in her role as Acting Chief now, she has demonstrated a commitment to work with at-risk youth before they are involved in crimes through partnerships with rehabilitation services. In addition, in her leadership now, she has realigned resources within the Youth and Family Engagement Bureau to create the new School Safety and Community Engagement Division, supporting safety strategies in and around our schools. In addition, in her leadership now, she has initiated LGBTQIA+ trainings to ensure that MPD officers and employees are better equipped to deal with the sensitivities of that community. In her leadership now, she continues to build upon Chief Conti's work and efforts to support mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being of MPD officers through destigmatizing mental health and increasing access to support resources for MPD officers overall. And lastly, Pam Smith has worked to create increased opportunities for the recruitment and promotion of Black women within MPD, which is necessary to ensure that we holistically address the complexities of policing in our communities. In closing, policing is a hard job, and the role of Chief of Police is a monumentous challenge, but the NAACP is committed to being a partner to support Chief Smith in this role. We acknowledge the hard work and sacrifice of the Metropolitan Police Department, and we want to particularly lift up the importance to ensure that we as community organizations and partners provide wraparound support, because a holistic approach is needed to ensure that we yield successful outcomes. On behalf of the Washington, D.C. NAACP branch, we strongly urge your confirmation of Pam Smith as the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. This history in the making, as we advance the first Black woman Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department to be confirmed, is an opportunity for us to advance what is very necessary at this time. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and the NAACP stands with her in our commitment to support her leadership towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sully. Next, we will turn to Debbie Steiner, public witness and former ANC commissioner. Thank you for being with us, Commissioner. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Oh, hey, Patrick. Okay. First, I've been prayerful over this whole situation, and I'm not trying to be aggressive. I'm assertive. I'm very passionate. I've always worked with MPD since 1996. Patrick is here to confirm that. And I've always worked inside with the chief of police, except for the last one, Conti, who was not qualified as he had got demoted when he was underneath Newsham. And that's why we're going through what we're going through. It has been placed on my heart to remind you and everyone else the situation that we have gone through with the Trump era and Hillary Rodham Clinton era, and how they moved her out to put him in, and he was incompetent. So with that being said, the DC Council needs to do more delving into people's who are coming before you for confirmation and their background. Now, I did submit my testimony, and I just want to say this, a part of my testimony, because I didn't want to. I had to say that because God placed that on my heart. According to published reports, Pamela Smith's resume, and this is in disapproval of Chief Smith. According to published reports, Pamela Smith's resume.
Ms. Steiner?
Yes.
I think you may be covering the speaker maybe with your hand, because you got
I'm sorry.
muzzled.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, this is much better. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. According to published reports, Pamela Smith's resume states she was employed with the U.S. Park Police from 1998 until her promotion to chief in 2021 until 2022, leaving involuntarily because of her leadership issues, internal disputes with personnel, including the poor state of the Park Police Dispatch Center. In 2022, Smith accepted a position within MPD as the first equity officer, and then she was promoted this past April to Assistant Chief of Homeland Security, to then be immediately tapped for the Chief of Police for MPD. Qualifications and experience are needed now more than ever. Holding job titles for a few months does not qualify you for a position of this type. Pamela Smith was sworn in by the mayor in July of this year to assume the helm of MPD's acting chief of police. And from then to now is the only experience she has received as a bona fide law enforcement officer, as Smith admittedly stated when asked by reporter Martin Ostermuel. It takes longer than 2 months to understand the staff and staffing levels, crime stats, criminal justice, paroling, budget management within MPD DC. Agencies to be efficient with governance and policing, especially when you have no knowledge of the operation. Currently, DC logs more than 208 homicides before October 1st of this year and counting. The highest in 26 years. Yet almost every ward in DC has experienced at least one killing and almost as many children, teenagers, have been slain so far this year, all in 2022. I will not take away any accolades given to Ms. Smith about her life, passion, and intent about wanting to do a great job. Although if she was honestly interested in law enforcement in DC, the opportunity to apply for the force and to be hired has been numerous. During this time, when Congress is trying to repeal home rule and constantly pointing at crime statistics of violence while DC residents are fleeing, we need to hire a chief of police who has the stellar qualifications for this high-profile job. Profoundly and unacceptable is how Mayor Bowser is constantly doing a disservice to residents with her agency hires, to include 3 directors who are voluntarily
Ms. Steiner,
leaving.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You're well over time. If I can ask you to summarize and wrap up.
Okay. There will never be DC statehood under these conditions. DC Council needs to make up its mind if they're going to go along to get along, or are they supportive of the needs of the nation's capital's constituency who want and deserve better to lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will turn to Patrick Burke from the Washington, D.C. Police Foundation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Burke, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Police Foundation. Great to see so many friends with us today. The mission of the foundation is to bring together business, professional, civic, nonprofits, and individual citizens to promote public safety by providing financial and in-kind resources to the Chief of Police and the Metropolitan Police Department. Our goal is to make Washington, D.C. a safer place to live, work, and visit for everyone. Before I start my testimony, Council Member, I'd like to address some disparaging comments made by our first witness regarding the U.S. Park Police. I've personally had the pleasure of working with U.S. Park Police officers throughout my career, and they're some of the finest and most committed officers I've ever worked with, and I appreciate the dedication and sacrifices they make on a daily basis. They've always been and will continue to be one of MPD's most trusted partners. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you with respect to the nomination of Pamela Smith as the Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. As a retired Assistant Chief for the MPD and the former U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia, I've served the citizens of the district in a law enforcement capacity for over half my life. I am honored to work with Chief Smith in our community in striving to achieve a safer city in which I live and have raised my 4 children. Chief Smith has demonstrated a commitment to the vision for a safer city, and her many years of service had prepared her well for this Herculean endeavor. She's worked in a variety of positions that have equipped her with a unique perspective to handle the many complexities of policing in our nation's capital. Our foundation works hand in hand with the chief and her team to keep our youth out of the criminal justice system and to support our officers who are frequently overworked. Our membership has been particularly concerned with the reduction in officers and the impact this has had on our department. Fewer officers impact response times, time spent with victims, time spent on interventions, and caseload numbers for detectives. As the DC Police Foundation also works with MPD on myriad youth initiatives to include the Police Athletic League, this also affects the amount of time that officers can have in positive interactions with their young people, both on and off duty. Beyond the attrition of officers through retirement, I'm extremely concerned about the resignation numbers. We spend a significant amount of money to recruit and train our police officers. We need to do a better job of keeping our best and brightest here at MPD. I'm happy to see that Chief Smith shares our priorities and is working hard to support and retain our heroes. Many of our efforts at the foundation integrate MPD officers to help at-risk youth develop self-esteem, self-advocacy, and team-building skills. And as a result, youth have been successful in navigating higher education programs as well as advancing through MPD's cadet program, leading to MPD's Police Academy. In addition to their partnership with the foundation, MPD demonstrates their commitment to the communities in which they serve by having a dedicated Youth and Family Service Division to deal with at-risk youth and families in need. Many of MPD's proactive youth and community programs have been in operation for 15 years or more. We know that the investment that Chief Smith makes in dedicating MPD personnel to youth mentoring has greatly furthered the foundation's goal of making Washington, D.C. a safer place. In order for MPD to continue their longstanding youth and community outreach work, the chief realizes is that at the heart of their work are the men and women in blue. We need to ensure that they have adequate staffing to continue these programs. After a number of years that have seen less funding for police agencies, not only here, but nationwide, I'm pleased to see the administration countering this narrative. President Biden has expressed admiration for those who serve, thanking them for, quote, putting their lives on the line every single day to keep our communities safe. He also called for enhanced tools, training, and funding for police nationwide, repeating his stance that the answer is not to defund the police. I agree with that stance and support Mayor Bowser's efforts to do the same. Chief Smith has shown throughout her career that she can balance the needs of the community with those of her officers and elevate the quality of our police service. Given the proper tools and support, we firmly believe that she is the right person for this job. Thank you, Council Member, for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Next and last on this panel, Monica Ray, Congress Heights Partnership.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto, committee members Allen, Bonds, Gray, Henderson, and other members of the council. I am Monica Ray. I serve as president of the Congress Heights Community Association, the Congress Heights Partnership, and I'm a proud Congress Heights resident and business owner. For each of these roles, I am tasked with catalyzing community development, maintaining clean and safe commercial corridors, supporting small businesses to scale, and advocating for this vulnerable community. These tasks are made all the more difficult as our community is plagued with crime. When asked what my community needs from a police chief, I reduced it to a few short qualities: transparency, accountability, community engagement, cultural competency, proactive advocacy, compassion and empathy, inclusivity, conflict resolution, progressive policies, data-driven decision-making, accessibility, training and education, long-term vision, collaboration, adaptability, and proximity to community. After opportunities to speak with the chief, hear her speak, and observe her interactions with other community stakeholders, I see my evidence of my list already. And I'm here to enthusiastically support Ms. Pamela Smith for police chief. Her outstanding qualifications, cultural competency, extensive experience, and unwavering commitment to community policing and youth engagement make her an exemplary choice to lead our police force. Her extensive background in law enforcement, social work, lived experiences demonstrates her exceptional qualifications for this role. Her dedication to upholding the highest standards of policy, public safety, and justice has been discussed with stakeholders in my community, and I believe that Chief Smith is the chief that we need at this time. She inherits a flawed system, a city plagued by violent crime, and a city sharply divided by economics and access, but she checks all 16 of my items. Beyond my list of qualifications, her commitment to youth engagement and crime prevention is commendable. She's demonstrated her plans to actively engage our city's youth through initiatives that will create a youth advisory council to hear from the youth directly impacted by crime, empower them with opportunities and resources to steer their lives away from crime, and to strengthen the relationships between MPD and our residents. Dedication to investing in our city's youth not only prevents crime, but also paves the way for a brighter and safer community for our community. Chief Smith's philosophy on community policing aligns perfectly with our community's values. She understands that public safety is a collective effort, and that involves building strong relationships between law enforcement and the community. Her approach prioritizes communication, transparency, and collaboration, fostering mutual respect and understanding between officers and the public. Moreover, Ms. Smith is deeply committed to strengthening the relationship between the police department and our community. She deserves this opportunity to bring our police force closer to the people it serves, resulting in a safer and more harmonious community. In conclusion, I believe Pamela A. Smith is an outstanding candidate for the position of Chief of Police. Her qualifications, cultural competence, commitment to youth engagement, and dedication to community policing make her the ideal choice to lead our police force into the future. I wholeheartedly support Mayor Bowser in this nomination and believe that she will bring positive and transformative change to our community. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I urge you to consider her candidacy with the utmost seriousness, as her leadership would undoubtedly contribute to the betterment of our city and the well-being of our residents as well. And if confirmed, work with MPD to adequately resource the strategies that treat crime as the public health crisis that it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ray, and thank you to all of our panelists on this panel. Really appreciate your testimony and the concerns that you highlighted and support that you highlighted. And I want to start with you, Ms. Ali, in furtherance of your enthusiasm for the effort that Acting Chief Smith has already undertaken for equity and inclusion, and what you'd like that to look like going forward as we think about accountability and building a police department that is trusted in all communities across the district.
Absolutely. So thank you for the question. So again, we acknowledge that policing is a very, very hard job. So this role of Chief of Police it's a monumentous challenge, and also acknowledging the sacrifice of the men and women on the police force. It's hard work. So we know that we can never out-police our ways out of crime and violence that happens within our communities. So we really have to take a holistic, comprehensive community and law enforcement partnership approach that will require intentional collaboration, and that requires all of us to play a part in that. So it's up to us as a community, up to community leaders, faith-based leaders, business owners across the city to support and work collaboratively to ensure that we have safer communities, because policing alone is not a unilateral solution to address public safety.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. And Mr. Burke, in all of your kind of conversations and leadership at the foundation, as we think about what we can do to ensure that the next chief of police is providing the type of leadership that really empowers our officers and makes sure that changes and concerns that people are seeing on the street every day and on the beat are really implemented through policy within the department, what types of things do you think would set her up for success in that realm?
I think she's going to have some conversations, if she hasn't already, with the council about some legislative needs that can help empower her. But I think really the biggest challenge we have is the staffing issue. You know, and one of the things I really feel bad for the chief is she's coming in not down 7 officers or 70 officers, but close to 700 officers, which is kind of like, you know, fighting a fight with one hand tied behind your back. So when you think of all the great things we talk about, you know, and I appreciate Ali and Monica, and I agree with everybody on the panel that the police can't do everything, and other agencies need to step up and do their part as well. When police officers are trying to, you know, spend time with the community, have positive interactions, but you know what? There's 20 calls for service backed up on the radio, and you've gotta, you know, you're angry when you called in for a burglary at your house and the police took half an hour to get there. So we're always, you know, answering to the radio, and response times are off, response times are slower. So I think while the officers would like more time to engage with young people, to engage with families, to handle their caseloads as detectives and spend more time with people, you're always answering to the clock and the radio. And when we talk about, you know, even looking back to the Police Reform Act, when we think about police officers making good decisions, we're working our officers too hard. When you go in for checkoff and you're being held over for another 6 hours on a regular basis, that disrupts your family. If you're tired, you're more likely to make bad decisions under stress and duress. So that is our number one concern. So I appreciate everything we're doing now to try to get us back up to speed. But when you click off the hiring for 1 year, it sets us back multiple years, and you can't just turn on the switch and have us back to full staffing.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, and appreciate that additional context of many of the ways in which our staffing undermines operations. It's not just about numbers, but overtime and speed and all these things that are so important. So thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to my colleagues for any questions they may have for this panel. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I want to start with Ms. Steiner and acknowledging the many years you've dedicated to the district and Ward 5. If you're there, I'm not seeing you on the camera, you question Acting Chief Smith's tenure with the force. Is there a set amount of time that would make you comfortable or that you think should be the benchmark of someone serving on the force before being nominated as chief?
Can you hear? I'm sorry, Councilmember Parker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with my phone. You know, these new iPhone 15s don't get it. Okay, just don't. But anyway, in order to be an effective leader, you have to know a lot of the components in your operation in order to have them to blend in that will help you to determine what is needed and what's not needed when you're dealing with community policing. Unfortunately, I mean, she has the police, acting chief of police, has a beautiful personality. She's saying the same thing that Conti said. But when it comes down to actually having the knowledge, the wherewithal, I don't see it. But it could be 2-3 years. We'll see.
That's helpful. That's helpful. I did want to come to others. Ms. Seegers, thank you for referencing the question earlier around bolstering MPD's performance. That's something I look forward to asking Acting Chief Smith about. I will turn that question back to this panel. What are some recommendations of indicators that we should be looking for as a city, as a council, for improving MPD performance? Ms. Ali, I'll come to you first.
Well, so first I want to address the allegations regarding her experience. Just to reiterate, she has over 25 years of law enforcement experience and a decorated career, numerous commendations and awards. So when we look at her record speaks for itself. And in addition to that, she has the wherewithal and the community engagement competencies to be able to connect with the average person, right? The brother or sister on the street. Like, she can get down and connect with people and talk to people like a person, right? So even though she has on the uniform, it's important that we point out her ability to be able to pivot and engage with the community. Some of the specific—
And I only have 10 seconds left.
Okay, so to your question, definitely the diversity and inclusive pieces, the LGBTQIA+ elements, and really ensuring that officers are trained within those competency areas, and then the community engagement pieces of it, which are fundamentally the additional areas she already has. Coupled with her experience, she is beyond qualified for this position.
Thank you. That is my time. Thank you to all of you for testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I want to thank the panel for their testimony. I'm going to be curious to hear what these legislative initiatives that the chief may have on her mind. I may ask those questions later today if I have the opportunity to. Many folks who have deep connections and commitments to the city testifying in this round. Thank you for that, and let's work together to make us all safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you to all of you on this panel. Really appreciate you being here and the really excellent ideas shared. We are going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. I believe this is our last panel, but we have some folks who weren't here earlier who've rejoined, so we're going to try to add you onto this panel, and we'll see how this goes. Derek Davis, Retirees for Accountability. Robbie Woodland, ANC 8C06. Robert Pittman, 1st District Police Citizens Advisory Council. Patrick O'Keefe, Public Witness. Paula Edwards, ANC 4A01. JP Simkowitz, ANC 3D07. Gregory Pemberton, DC Police Union. Leroy Swain, Public Witness. Not all of those people are here, so we'll give you a moment to join the panel. Fritz Mulhauser. Wendell Kwan. And Stephanie Campbell. If you are here and have not been called, please send a message to our committee through the Zoom. There's a way you can type a message to the committee and let us know that you're here. Okay, and again, those last couple names are Fritz Mulhauser, Wendell Kwan, and Stephanie Campbell. All right. Derek Davis, I do not think is here. Robbie Woodland, ANC 8C06. Robert Pittman, 1st District Police Citizens Advisory Council.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto, members of the Judiciary Committee, to my fellow CAC members, also the other members of the council, and to the Metropolitan Police Department, and everyone who's watching. I'm Robert Pittman. I'm here representing the 1st District Police Citizens Advisory Council. But first, I'm so proud of my CAC members. Robert Branham, who testified earlier, our newbie, Nina Murphy Martin, representing 4D CAC, did a fantastic job. And the newbie before her, Karen Gall, representing 3D. So I just wanted to point them out. My testimony is too long to read, but there are some things that I did want to point out. And so I'm going to do my best not to talk too fast, as I'm told that I sometimes do, and talk a little bit about Pam Smith. I met Pam Smith when she became the Chief of Police of the United States Park Police. And after that, I invited her to be a part of National Night Out in the 1st District at Lincoln Park, which she did. She engaged the hundreds of people that were there. We had a wonderful time. After that, we would go on to re-engage when she became the Chief Equity Officer. And you've heard from others in terms of what she's done in that role. So I'm just gonna jump to the point that she'll make an excellent chief. She is capable of thinking on her feet, and you've heard all of the other things. But there's some other things that we need to talk about. If anyone is expecting anybody who gets nominated and becomes Chief of Police to solve all of our crime problems, then we need to continue our discussions. It's going to take a whole community, as others have said, to bring this together. We're at war, and the other agencies need to be online with their emergency response teams, as I've said before, working from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. That's when things are happening, when most people are asleep. In addition to that, we need to also ensure that as the community bears a responsibility to deter crime as well, not just our police forces that are here. Our Part 1 and our Part 2 offenses, those non-felony offenses, community has to play their role in ensuring that we don't tolerate that behavior block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood. We also, what I'm going to want to see from this chief and working with the administration and with the council is we're gonna have to support our rank and file and let the remaining sworn members know that we have their backs. Most police out there day and night doing what we want them to do for safety, security, and fair justice in arrest. We have to ensure that our police stations get renovated and that we build new facilities that meet code and have building certificates. Elevators must operate and toilets must flush. We have to make sure that the facilities are comfortably air conditioned when needed and comfortably heated when needed. That prisoners that are housed in those facilities are also not in situations that are intolerable that you might find somewhere like Bogota. The body, I want the council to go back and look at some things that you did in the past. I know we move on, but we gotta go back, take a look at the body worn camera footage legislation and the fact that you don't allow, if you still don't allow police officers to look at that BWC when they've made an arrest, you need that information and it's important. I want you to go back and look at chokeholds. I understand, we all understand the dangers of a chokehold, but I also need you to understand what it takes to make an arrest. And I know Pat Burke can talk more about that. Officers get hurt. I've got officers in Chinatown right now who are coming back from performance of duty injuries because of making arrests. We have to think about the number of officers that you actually need in the Metropolitan Police Department. I developed the 4,200 number back in 1997, but it's time to get a higher number. The city is much larger. We have more entertainment venues online. There's so many things happening. We really need to look at a number like 5,000. Why? Because you have to backfill. You have to train officers. Everybody says that they want training. Well, how can we train 20 people or 200 people if there's nobody to replace them in the units? So as my time runs out and I can't say all the things that I want to say, let me end with the fact that you all saw what we did with Beat the Streets this year. We had some problems, but one DCAC was able to help fund it until we could get MPD to come in and save us, and also for the Police Foundation to come in and save the program. We touched more than 13,000 people. And I want the council to consider a line item budget of $40,000, which would give us 15 events. So I'll stop there. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Next, we will turn to Patrick O'Keefe, Public Witness.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Patrick O'Keefe. I am a resident of Ward 8. I live in historic Anacostia. I've been a district resident for more than 11 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak during the roundtable this afternoon. I'm providing this written and oral testimony in support of the nomination of Pamela A. Smith to the position of Chief of Police for the DC Metropolitan Department. In August, Acting Chief Smith took time out of her schedule to attend a community safety conversation hosted in my backyard following a horrific triple homicide behind my home the previous week. After Chief Smith and her team, Acting Chief Smith and her team came prepared to discuss pressing concerns from neighbors, including violent crime, the lack of loitering laws, and engagement between MPD and the community. In addition to thanking Acting Chief Smith for participating in the event, I wanted to express my thanks to the continued engagement by 7D's Captain Michael Hamlin. During this discussion at my home, exasperated neighbors expressed their extreme frustration with the lack of enforcement of laws at the intersection of 16th and U Street Southeast. Violations range from drug sales, public urination, public intoxication, to trespassing on private property, among many other things, occur daily on this block. MPD, council members, and other government officials are aware of the deep-seated challenges leading to constant criminal activity at this intersection, and yet no progress has been made in addressing concerns from the community. Since hosting Acting Chief Smith in my home just last month, there have been 2 additional homicides within 2 blocks of my residence. Dozens of shootings and at least 6 homicides have occurred within 3 blocks of my home in the 5.5 years that I've been on this corner. We urgently need a comprehensive approach to addressing crime in the city, and MPD must play a major part in developing this approach. More attention needs to be paid to enforcing existing laws consistently and responsibly, or we'll continue to see minor offenders turn into major criminals. MPD is not solely responsible for addressing the challenges that I mentioned earlier in my testimony. There really needs to be a coordinated approach among council and multiple government agencies focused on addressing the needs of at-risk community members, including those with behavioral health challenges, residents suffering from substance abuse disorders, and those experiencing homelessness. These long-standing complex challenges will not be addressed overnight, but residents cannot be expected to continue sitting in the crossfire while decision makers consider creative solutions. They need to address the violence now through enforcement of existing laws while also collaborating on long-term solutions. I believe that Acting Chief Smith will bring a fresh approach to community engagement and coordination among key stakeholders across the district that is needed at this time, and I support her nomination for the position of Chief of Police. And in closing, following the example of Ms. Brenda Richardson, who testified earlier, I'd also like to extend an invitation to you, Chairperson Pinto, and committee members to join me and community members for coffee at my home so that you can witness directly what is going on at this intersection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you very much. Happy to set that up. We will now hear from Paula Edwards, ANC 4A01.
Hello, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Paula Edwards, native Washingtonian who grew up in Shepherd Park, and I'm an ANC Commissioner for ANC 4A01. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. And thanks also to Ms. Akima Benjamin, who was so helpful in enabling me to register and receive the link. I do not have sufficient information to speak in support of or in opposition to the confirmation of Acting Chief Smith, although I believe that her experience in the federal government should portend well for cooperation between jurisdictional authorities. Her lack of leadership experience in DC MPD can be both a deficit and a benefit. A deficit in requiring more time to become familiar with MPD protocols and personnel, and a benefit in giving her the ability to come into the department without baggage and with fresh eyes. Through her nomination and acceptance of the nomination, both she and the mayor have confidence that she can handle the job. I urge the council to vet Acting Chief Smith thoroughly and to spare no effort in deciding whether or not she is a good fit for this role. Don't confirm her because you like her backstory, she is personable, because she says the right things or checks the right boxes. Confirm her because you feel she has the leadership ability to be successful. If she is confirmed, I hope the council will step back and let her and her team do their jobs without trying to micromanage them through overly restrictive and punitive legislation. DC must have one of the most difficult policing jobs in the world, where the department can go from responding to local shoplifting to guarding world leaders in the same shift, from sharing enforcement and other duties with a variety of federal agencies in 2 adjacent states. The icing on the cake is that MPD has to work with both a locally elected and a federally appointed prosecutor to bring cases to trial. Finally, frequent congressional bullying adds a level of stress that no other police chief has to tolerate. In confirming the nominee, the council should accept her expertise, respect it, and not try to supersede her judgment. The council's oversight role is essential to maintaining the integrity of the DC MPD, and it should be exercised assiduously. But there is a difference between oversight and interference. The tightrope that the council must walk is to work cooperatively with MPD while still holding it accountable. Although I believe that all of our leaders love this city and want the best for its residents, I see a lack of consistent leadership at all levels as a big contributor to our current crime situation. To paraphrase a previous witness, we are title heavy and leadership poor. Leadership is not sniping at other branches of government in public, acting and talking tough, repeating this is intolerable, we are disgusted, the violence must stop for the millionth time, refusing to admit to mistakes, not speaking to or meeting with other city, federal, state leaders, telling only the parts of the truth that agree with our ideology or make us look good, not sharing information transparently with other agencies in the community. Leadership is working cooperatively with the community and other agencies, working with people you don't like to solve a problem, subordinating political ambitions and personal interests to the good of residents, owning mistakes, and not being afraid to share information transparently. Finally, I urge my fellow residents to become part of the solution. Work with organizations that help those in need. Attend ANC, MPD, and other community meetings. Get to know your neighbors and the issues in your jurisdictions and give your input. Elect leaders, not seat fillers. Don't vote for people because you like them. They sound good. They say what you want to hear, or they are friends, church members, sorors, club members. Vote for leaders who will tell you the truth, even if you don't want to hear it, who listen rather than preach, who are willing and able to do the arduous work that leadership requires, and who will work with everyone to solve our problems. With the escalating loss of lives and property to crime, we cannot afford politics as usual. And since everybody's having a coffee date, I offer you the same opportunity. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Edwards. I'm going to be overly caffeinated, but that would be good. That would be great. Okay, Commissioner JP Simkowitz from ANC 3D07. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is JP Simkowitz. I'm a fifth generation resident of the District of Columbia. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 3D07, which encompasses the Foxhall area of the district. I testify here today in my own capacity as an individual ANC Commissioner and not on behalf of the entire Commission. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for providing me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you and my councilperson, Councilmember Fruman, for your leadership on this issue. I strongly support Mayor Bowser's nomination of Pamela Smith to become the new Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department and commend the Mayor for her decision. Since there are many people that have testified today, I want to highlight just a few issues that lead to the inescapable conclusion that Ms. Smith is the right person for this important job. The District of Columbia is unique in American localities as it houses both regular citizens and the government of the District of Columbia. Therefore, it's essential for any police chief to have extensive experience dealing with federal bureaucracy, since the Metropolitan Police Department has to work closely with our federal partners in protecting the United States Capitol, the White House, federal offices, and foreign embassies. As the former chief of the United States Park Police in the District of Columbia, and as a senior instructor in the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, Ms. Smith has the experience in dealing with this bureaucracy that is essential to her new job. Another aspect of Ms. Smith's background that makes her an excellent candidate for this role is that she has served at all levels of a police department, from sergeant to lieutenant to captain to major to deputy chief and finally to chief. This background will allow her to relate to all of the officers under her command. Finally, as MPD's Chief Equity Officer, Ms. Smith knows firsthand how our policing must balance the civil rights of suspects with the needs of our victims, and how important it is to treat everyone who comes in contact with police officers with respect and dignity. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Simkowitz. Gregory Pemberton, DC Police Union. I don't see Mr. Pemberton. I also want to remind everybody that this is our last panel of public witnesses. So if you missed your panel earlier and you still want to testify, make sure to let our team know because this is going to be our last panel today. Leroy Swain, public witness.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Pinto, and members of the City Council. Before I read my testimony, I would like to also just thank you, Councilman Pinto, for your recent legislation that you enacted, and I truly hope that it is passed by the council. And I have to admit that I have watched this city, and I think over the last 3 to 4 years, we have moved too much from the, as we used to say, from the center to the left, to the point where laws and responsibility no longer matter. And I was deeply troubled by that. I was deeply troubled by when we rushed to remove resource officers from the public schools. I mean, all the action that we've recently taken, I believe, has enabled many of the criminal elements in our city to believe that they were untouchable. This attitude needs to change, and I hope with your recent legislation and the nominee of Pamela A. Smith, we will see a change in direction when it comes to criminal justice in this city. My presentation, as a lifelong resident of Washington, D.C., and the brother-in-law of the late Chief of Police, Maurice Turner, I'm extremely proud to come before you today in support of the confirmation of Pamela A. Smith to become the next Chief of Police. Today, Washington, D.C. is facing unprecedented challenges concerning public safety. A serious increase in crime, i.e. murder, carjacking, robbery, has forced a serious introspection by all citizens to answer the question of what can be done. My response to that question is to immediately confirm Pamela A. Smith as Chief of Police. Since her appointment in July, Acting Chief Smith has treated her responsibilities more than just another job in the police department. I have observed Chief Smith's personal characteristics of integrity, fairness, honesty, and ability to be stern when necessary. Furthermore, as a liaison to the public for the police department, Chief Smith has been accessible and open-minded. She has been on hand at public meetings throughout every quadrant of the city and has made citizens feel comfortable approaching the police chief with any issue or concerns. Over the last 4 months that Acting Chief Smith has been on the job, she has emphasized the importance of promoting diversity in the workplace to include cultural diversity and diversity in thought processes, which will allow for creativity and innovation in policing. Additionally, Chief Smith has embraced social justice and policing reforms. At a meet and greet that I held this summer, my neighbors heard her speak on how she would develop policies and training practices focused on de-escalation and the application of force only when necessary. Afterwards, everyone in my backyard stood up and praised her. In closing, I'm totally convinced that Acting Chief Pamela A. Smith possesses the ability to establish trust and confidence, create and sustain an ethical police culture, enforce the laws fairly and impartially, apply critical thinking to problem solving, exercise good judgment in decision making, and will strategically develop effective community relationships that will enable all citizens to feel safe again. I'm asking the members of the District of Columbia City Council to confirm Pamela A. Smith appointment as Chief of Police. And with that, I'm going to end. And again,
thank you so much.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Swain.
for your assistance to keeping in touch with me so that I could speak this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much for being here. Next, we are going to turn to Derek Davis, Combat Veterans Alumni Group and Retirees for Accountability.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was having some connection problems. I'm trying to get off this. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me? Oh Lord. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Okay, great. Mr. Davis, go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Councilmember Pinto, Chair, Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, and members of the committee. My name is Derek Davis, Army Captain, retired, a combat veteran, and a graduate of Anacostia Senior High School. I also serve as chair of the PSA 706-708 over 20-something years. I am an educator and entrepreneur. I presently serve as the spokesperson for the Retirees for Accountability, a nonpartisan group of retirees comprised of former members of MPD, military, disabled veterans, clergy, community activists, both federal and local government retirees. In 2018, Retires for Accountability convened at the IHOP on Alabama Avenue Southeast to discuss matters of concerns about public safety and policing. During that meeting, which included then chief and 2 assistant chiefs, it was decided that we would continue to provide our observations and critiques regarding public safety and policing in the District of Columbia. Recently, members of our group met with Acting Chief Pamela Smith. We had a very productive conversation with her and look forward to continuing our relationship with her. Afterwards, it was the consensus of our members that we would support the confirmation of Acting Chief Pamela Smith to become the next Washington, D.C. Chief of the Metropolitan Police. In closing, we would like to challenge the council and the mayor to provide our next chief with the full supportive efforts in policing and community engagement. Furthermore, we suggest that once
Mr. Davis, we're losing your internet connection. Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but I think we've lost your connection, but thank you so much for being here. And please make sure to submit any testimony you have in writing to our committee for our records. Next, we're going to turn to Robbie Woodland, ANC Commissioner from 8C06.
Thank you, and thank you all for having me here today, Councilwoman Pinto, and all the others that sit with her today. I am thrilled to provide this testimony regarding our new police chief and the importance of her commitment to being tough on crime. As a concerned citizen and member of our community, I believe that effective law enforcement is the backbone of a safe and secure society. With our new police chief at the helm, I'm genuinely excited about the direction in which our police department is headed. In conclusion, I have full confidence that under her guidance, our community will become an even safer and more vibrant place to live and work. I was present, Chief Smith, at the shooting at 2500 Arteria Road Northwest, where not one, but 3 brothers were gunned down and died, one after the other. And I appreciate not only your professionalism and concern on the scene, but also your care in handling the bodies of those who passed away. I would also like to say that for those who feel that she needed to do a whole lot more, you do have to understand that what you're asking her to do is a very unrealistic expectation in the short amount of time that she's been acting police chief. This has been happening in our city for over 30 years, and it's not going to be corrected overnight. What you should be upset about is that you do have council members that you have elected year after year after year that have the power to put the legislation in place that we need. And I thank you so much, Ms. Pinto, that you have jumped out there and went ahead and started.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Woodland, we seem to have lost connection with you.
This legislation and agreed to. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you now. As
Okay.
odd as it's going to sound, we stopped hearing you as you started thanking us for the legislation moving forward.
Okay, yes, Ms. Pinto, thank you again for the legislation, the emergency legislation that you did create, because that's the beginning. And we need you all to do more, though. We need these laws to be implemented and in place for us to be safe and stable. I watched those 3 brothers, 2 parents lost all 3 of their children, one after another in the same night. And we were there rendering aid. And this police chief, she didn't know who I was when I was out there trying to help. But I do appreciate the way she moved and how she handled the situation. So please put her in as chief of police for Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Woodland. We have now been rejoined by Gregory Pemberton, head of the DC Police Union. Please go ahead, Mr. Pemberton, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. When Chief Conti announced his retirement from the MPD several months ago, our membership immediately gravitated to then Assistant Chief Pamela Smith as the ideal replacement. While Chief Smith did not begin her career with the Metropolitan Police Department, she has an illustrious tenure as a law enforcement officer with the United States Park Police. While serving with the Park Police, Chief Smith served in major city field offices across the United States, including San Francisco, New York, and Washington, D.C., rising through the ranks to become Chief of Police of the United States Park Police in 2021. This robust resume gives Chief Smith the depth and experience needed to lead an organization like the MPD. Over her decades of experience, Chief Smith has developed an effective style of leadership that shows a genuine ability to listen to and hear the rank and file members. Chief Smith has already shown that she's able to find meaningful discourse in the labor management relationship. She also possesses the ability to engage the public in a productive manner and build relationships within the community to reduce crime and develop trust while ensuring the safety and well-being of our members. The union believes that Chief Smith possesses the leadership skills to successfully manage the many difficult issues facing the MPD and the city in a way that will bring safety and prosperity to all communities in the district. One of the most important aspects of the labor management relationship is to enable the agency to hire and retain the best possible employees while combating attrition. A well-trained workforce is the key to providing the best customer service while also policing communities responsibly. Even though there are many voices in the current debate on policing in society, I believe there's one thing most would agree on. We need to focus on improving our police department. We can only do that with the best candidates and the best employees. The union is highly optimistic that our relationship with Chief Smith will result in positive outcomes for the department and our city, particularly in our most vulnerable neighborhoods. The DC Police Union expresses support for Chief Pamela Smith to assume the position of Chief of Police, and we support her confirmation without reservation. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to provide additional information at the committee's request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pemberton. We've also been rejoined by Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, I think you had about 30 seconds to a minute left in your testimony, so if you'd like to finish up, please go ahead. Mr. Davis, you're still on mute. Mr. Davis, you're still on mute. It should be at the bottom left of the screen. I can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear you. Okay, unfortunately, I don't know if it's a technical issue, but we're unable to hear you. So if you can submit your testimony to the committee, we'll make sure to review it in full. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're now moving on to Fritz Mulhauser from DC Open Government Coalition.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chairman Pinto, Chairperson Pinto, and the members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify regarding the nomination of Pamela Smith to be the next police chief. I'm a member of the board of directors of the coalition. DC Open Government Coalition advocates for public access to government information and records. And that's based on an idea, very basic, that an informed public will take part in useful ways in government, and that connection of good government information to citizen involvement needs constant advocacy and refreshment. You've heard a great deal about strategies of combating crime today. Let us provide a rather different perspective. We want to talk to you about the unfortunate MPD culture and concerted efforts under the past three chiefs to avoid accountability to the district residents for officers' mistakes, bad acts of individual officers, ineffective policies, and the like. Secrecy and lack of accountability contribute to what many have spoken about, community distrust of the department. We hope that you'll talk later today with the interim chief about specific steps she'll take to ensure that MPD follows the DC transparency laws, related court decisions, and Office of Open Government advice about what transparency means in the police context. Ask how she'll tear down the culture of secrecy that's grown up in MPD, and we hope you will demand a commitment that under her leadership, the department will in fact become more transparent. The advocacy for transparency in the policing goes back many years, but you may have heard of the conflict around the beginning of body-worn camera usage 6 or 7 years ago. The council has enacted legislation about the release of video, and the department doesn't carry it out. It redacts, it fuzzes out great many parts of videos. That wasn't what you intended. The council recently overcame the resistance in the permanent legislation on police reform, which required the disclosure of names of officers involved in serious misconduct, use of force, and release of recordings of officers. It's in your report. And the Reform Act also required making disciplinary records accessible so that researchers and with those with the ability to use voluminous records could see that misconduct is attended to. But MPD frustrated that with broad-based, not lawfully supported views of the law of privacy. And that frustrates requesters, although the present rationale is that they lack the budget to do it. But it was their mistake in the first place to over-exempt records on privacy grounds. And the idea that they now don't have the resources to do what they should have been doing all along is quite troublesome. We hope that the funding shortfall is corrected in this coming year. In these privacy protective cultural stances of the department, the agency resorts to sky-high cost estimates with regard to releasing records. Video redaction at thousands of dollars an hour. The most recent lawsuit bringing this to light said that the agency asked for $860,000 for one request from a nonprofit, very skillful in regard to analyzing police data. So the privacy legal rationales, the high cost estimates, these are simply disappointing exhibits of a culture of secrecy, even where the Court of Appeals recently said there's a growing consensus of the circuit courts that there's a First Amendment right to record police and negates officers' privacy expectations. And the most dramatic lawsuit in a long time, which is still pending, tells the story with sworn information from a police department FOIA officer that high officials told her to slow walk and interfere with requests for information from critics.
Mr. Mulhauser, you're a bit over time. If I could ask you to summarize and wrap up.
The following sentences, thank you so much. The culture of secrecy is pervasive. It's been there for many years. We ask you to look most closely with the nominee at what she can do. The culture changes from the top, and we hope with your influence, she can embrace a new era of real transparency. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulhauser. We will now turn to Wendell Kwan, destination Congress Heights. Wendell, I can see you on the screen, but the video and sound is off. All right, we are going to turn to our next and last witness. Wendell, if you come back, you're free to go at the end. Stephanie Campbell, Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation.
Hello all. Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Campbell. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation. I come to you today to provide my testimony in support of Pamela Smith, who has dedicated over 25 years of her life to serving the community through law enforcement and leadership. Chief Smith, in just a short period of time, quickly demonstrated a deep commitment to upholding the law, maintaining public safety, and serving our community with integrity. She is already going above and beyond to make sure our communities are safe, as she is intentional about combating youth crime in the area and putting officers back on the street. Further, Chief Smith has been committed to the community outreach and engagement. She has initiated and participated in numerous programs here in Congress Heights. She continues to show up to community meetings over here. At our new facility at Sycamore Oak, she continues to be a part. She makes sure that officers are vigilant there and that she continues to show up. These efforts have played a significant role in strengthening trust and cooperation between our police force and the citizens that they protect and serve. In conclusion, I recommend and wholeheartedly support Pamela Smith for Chief of Police for Metropolitan Police Department. I'm going to end here with a quote from one of her last interviews. She said, "I will be visible as a chief and conduct safety walks, and folks will see me showing up in places and spaces, not because other chiefs have not, but because I live here and it is important to me that members in my community feel safe." And I agree with that. I support that. And as we said, and many people who testify have said, it takes a village to raise a child, and it's going to take a village to combat the crime in our areas, specifically Ward 8 and the District of Columbia. And so it is all of our jobs to support Chief Smith, and I strongly recommend that the council does confirm her today. Again, I'm Stephanie Campbell, COO for the Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Davis, I think I saw you here. If you are reconnected, you can have about 30 seconds to summarize and conclude your testimony.
Again, thank you, council member, for being so respectful and reconnecting me. I would just like to say on behalf of the retirees for accountability, again, we are in support of Acting Chief Smith, and hopefully that she will be confirmed by the council and the mayor. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. And sorry about those difficulties, but glad you were able to be
I
here. And
submitted
thanks
a written
for
testimony. Thank you.
fantastic. Thanks for having your support on the record. Thank you so much to all on this panel. I think there was a lot of really important testimony here. We heard from Mr. Pittman and Commissioner Simkowitz and some others about some of the kind of conditions that our officers are operating in. And Mr. Pemberton, if you're still here, would appreciate your insights on two things. If you could turn your video on so I know you're still here, that would be great, Mr. Pemberton. Okay, we'll come back to you if you come back. So Commissioner Woodland, I appreciate your comments about the support that MPD needs in the community, and curious from your perspective as a commissioner, what you're hearing from residents about the ways that our community can partner with and support the work of MPD.
Well, I'm not really hearing too much of that. What I'm hearing more of is about the lack of stronger laws, right? Because we know that we can't ask anyone to change their mentalities, but we know that unfortunately mentalities can be forced if we have be forced to be changed if we have stronger laws, and that's what we need. We're operating underneath laws that are not fit for our current way of life. They haven't been adjusted or changed really since 1901. And that should take precedence. It needs to happen as soon as possible.
Okay.
We would like to see more police present, but unfortunately, we don't have that. We would like to see more done about where the residents do report that these issues lie. Congress Park is a huge problem over here in
Commissioner,
Ward.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm going to have to move on to another question, but I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Pemberton, I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying earlier, but we heard from some folks on this panel about the kind of conditions that officers are experiencing right now. And curious from your perspective, two things. One, how the department can support the union, and if there are ways that you're planning to work more closely with leadership on those issues. And second, Mr. Pittman was talking about the difficulty of making an arrest and kind of incidents of making an arrest. And if you can highlight that, would be helpful for the committee.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and I'll try to answer them both as briefly as possible. The conditions for police officers out here, the main problems that we're seeing is that right now we're short about 500 police officers from where we were just 3 years ago. And I don't even think that the numbers where we were 3 years ago are adequate. So as you stated in your intro, I think we're at 3,300 police officers, which is a significant loss. And the way that the department is making up for the gap is through 1.1 million hours of overtime every year. And that most of that overtime is mandatory overtime. And it just coincidentally translates to about 500 full-time equivalents. And that's really what we're struggling with, is that officers here are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week in order to keep up with the demand, the 911 calls, the reports that need to be taken, the scenes that need to be responded to, the accidents that need reporting. And it burns people out. And I think especially younger generations who come in here and they find out that they really don't have any work-life balance, they just immediately resign. And I'm sure you've seen the staffing reports, which, we're still losing 25, 30 people a month, and half of those are resignations. So really the main problem that we have, I could give you a whole laundry list of problems, but they all come back to one issue, is that we don't have enough police officers. And what I would say about fixing that problem and working with leadership and working with the council is that I think we've made our position clear, which is that there are aspects of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act that make this just an absolutely impossible job to do. I think we've highlighted those for most of the council members throughout this dispute. And we would like to see some open-minded addressing of those issues. As far as the difficulty in making arrests, this is true. I think that what happens on the street is that there's many people that when they become under scrutiny by a police officer, think that challenging the police officer, both verbally and physically, is the best way for them to get out of that situation. And so what we see is sort of an increase in the number of incidents between officers and subjects as those incidents increase, because crime is growing. So, obviously I'll sum up here. I know we don't have a lot of time, but the conditions on the street, the conditions to work as a Metropolitan Police officer are so onerous and so difficult right now that it's impossible to hire or retain employees. And I think something needs to happen very drastically in the very short term in order for us to try to turn the ship around. But I thank you for the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pemberton. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for any questions they have for this panel. Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you all for your testimony, and especially Mr. Swain. It's great to see you, and I really appreciate you underscoring the importance of school safety. Just to note that there is work underway to advance legislation I introduced earlier this year to implement school safety directors in our schools. There is much more that we need to do, but I appreciate you lifting that up as a concern. I don't have many questions. I did just want to ask Mr. Pemberton, what involvement, if any, did the police union have in the nomination of Acting Chief Smith? Or the selection, rather?
The union, I don't think had much to say about that at all. We met with the mayor's office, multiple times about sort of, what we're looking for in someone to fill that position. But I don't think that the union carried much weight on the specific nomination of any specific person.
Did the union or you provide a list of names? And I'm not going to ask whether or not Acting Chief Smith was on that list, but just curious about process.
The discussions we had with the mayor's office were more general about kind of what type of people we're looking for and what we needed to see from a leadership perspective to solve some of the problems the MPD is facing, but I don't recall at any time having a list of names.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to everyone on this panel.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for this panel. Thank you very much for your testimony and looking forward to hearing from Acting Chief Smith.
Thank you, Councilmember. That concludes public witnesses. We are going to take a very brief recess and then turn to the chief.
All right. Well, I want to thank all of our public witnesses again for sharing your perspectives, sharing your concerns, ideas, and being here today. It's a very important part of this process to hear from the public and keep moving forward in a manner that includes many, many voices across the district. And so I really appreciate all of those of you who came in person today, those of you who testified virtually, and look forward to our continued partnership to improve public safety across the district. We are going to turn to our nominee, who I will now call up to the table, Acting Chief Pamela Smith. Welcome. And as you may know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So I will ask that you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. I would now like to invite our nominee, Acting Chief Pamela Smith, to make any opening statement that you may have.
Is it on? Okay, great. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members and staff of the committee, other council members, and everyone in our great city watching on today. I am Pamela A. Smith, Acting Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department, and I am truly humbled and honored to be here today to testify before you as Mayor Muriel Bowser's nominee to be the next Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. I want to extend my appreciation to Mayor Bowser for her ongoing support. I approach this assignment with commitment and a strong sense of responsibility for leading the men and women of our great police department. I would like to thank the members of the council, all of whom made time to meet with me in August. I am confident that we will be able to work together to support public safety in the District of Columbia. Although we may not always immediately agree on the path, we share the same goal of a city for all, a safe city for all. Before I begin talking about the district and MPD, please allow me to start our conversation by sharing more about my journey that has led me to this point of my career. I am a native of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, where I spent my formative years as a young person. My experiences gave me an unwavering drive to push through and excel. As a 9-year-old, although I had no vision beyond the city limits of Pine Bluff, I noted in my diary that I wanted to be a police chief. I'm not sure I understood the magnitude of that journey, that journal entry at such a young age, but I have no doubt it planted a seed, giving me hope in the promise of dreams coming true and ultimately believing that all things are possible. I grew up in an environment where my father was addicted to drugs and my mother gave birth to her first child as a 16-year-old married teenager. By the time she was 21, she was divorced and left to raise 3 young children by herself. She was challenged with many issues that she experienced from her childhood, which made it difficult for her at times to create a household filled with love or compassion. As a child, I didn't quite understand how to protect myself or my siblings from some of the physical abuse, but as a teenager, I found solace in attending church. I invited my siblings to attend with me, and it was the one place we looked forward to going to weekly to find a place of refuge. It was where I had the opportunity to be of service to others and to not remain focused on the circumstances in my household. Maybe that's why law enforcement was so appealing to me, as I carry that same protective spirit with me today as your acting chief of police. I realized later that Pine Bluff at that time did not have a system to assist single mothers, so my mother did not have many options of support. Due to her addiction, the Arkansas Department of Human Services eventually removed us from her care and placed us into a foster home. Despite the fact that my mother was dealing with her own challenges, I would have preferred being home rather than in a foster care system that was not focused on the reunification of our family. Nevertheless, one of my greatest moments of elation in my young life was having a loving family who saw something special in me and gave me a second chance at life. Another chance to find hope in what seemed to me was a hopeless situation, a chance to prove to myself that I could overcome the adversities of life and fulfill those dreams that resonated in my mind. I will forever be thankful for the Thomas family who took me in and adopted me during my last years of high school and helped to provide a sense of normalcy and love in a home I craved for so long. That instilled in me a pay-it-forward gratitude that I apply in all that I do today. Why? Because they took a chance on me. One of the highlights of my high school career was joining the track team. I was coached by the late, great Andrew Butler at Pine Bluff High School. Coach Butler helped shape me into the strategic thinker that I have been most of my adult life. He reassured me that despite what I was going through, running would help me win in life. I didn't receive a trophy if I didn't win the race, but I was encouraged to train more, study harder, and to look within if I was trying to win. He would always tell me not to let others get inside my head in order to accomplish my goals, but to always look within myself. I adopted his coaching style through my journey in college at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, where I was a member and still am a member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and I was also a member of the track and field and served as a 3-time All-American in track and field. I have used these same techniques when approaching tasks that are very personal to me. As I look back on those days, I gained many life lessons: how to find the positive in negative situations, how to face my fears, how to push through adversity and find a way to maintain emotional peace and some sense of normalcy in life despite the things that I could not control. I'm also grateful that as an adult, I became more accepting of my birth parents. As I grew in my ministry, the Bible scripture to honor your parents convinced me to do just that. I'm grateful I was allowed many years to spend time with my mom and dad to reconcile our relationship before they passed away. Although they are no longer here today, I am confident they would be very proud of all of their children and how we embraced our circumstances to become productive people in today's society. These experiences have shaped and molded me into the woman that you see in front of you today. So much of what happened in my life is what's happening in many homes across the country today. As I have had the opportunity to visit with many young people here in the District of Columbia over the last 2 months, I have seen that some of them are living stories similar to mine. I empathize with them, and I want to help them as others helped me as a young person. Everyone deserves a chance, and I want to be able to bring that compassion and spirit to my work as the Chief of Police. Before committing myself to the profession of law enforcement, I spent time as a National Park Service seasonal ranger. a social worker who passionately focused on keeping kids out of the foster care system, a New York City probation officer, and a Federal Bureau of Prisons correction officer before joining the ranks of the United States Park Police in 1998. Through service and law enforcement, I believe I found my passion due to the strong desire to serve and help others guide others in the right direction. While working for the U.S. Park Police, I had the opportunity to serve in 4 jurisdictions: the District of Columbia, New York, Atlanta, and San Francisco. I worked with local crime-fighting strategies in each of those jurisdictions. I rose through the ranks within the U.S. Park Police until I retired in 2022 as the first African-American woman to serve as Chief of Police in the agency's then 230-year history. I'm proud and appreciative to have served 25 years in law enforcement with a decorated career. I achieved numerous commendations and awards, and I am humbled and honored to have the opportunity to continue this path forward, if confirmed, to lead MPD as the next Chief of Police. I joined MPD in 2022 as the first Chief Equity Officer and was able to focus on learning and examining MPD's culture, building relationships across the department, and driving meaningful change, ensuring that diversity, equity, and inclusion remained a priority. While I passionately and thoroughly enjoyed the DE&I work, I was proud to answer the call and promotion to the Assistant Chief of Police in our Homeland Security Bureau, where I led the operational and administrative functions of the Special Operations Division, Joint Strategic and Tactical Analysis Command Center, and the Office of Intelligence. This was a great opportunity for me to reconnect with so many of the local, state, and federal partners I had previously collaborated with while at U.S. Park Police, and an even more meaningful way to continue to strengthen those professional relationships. My past experience has led me to this great honor of being nominated to serve the District of Columbia as your next Chief of Police. It was a privilege to join MPD in 2022 to work with its dedicated team of sworn officers and civilian professionals in once again serving this great city. I come to this position ready to work with members of the community and our partners in nonprofits, businesses, and government to help create a safer city for all that fulfills the promise and values of equity and inclusion. And my fundamental perspective is that in this position, my role is not to jettison the ongoing good work in the department, the government, and our neighborhoods, but to build upon it and to continue the progress, or to bring a new perspective that can help us to move to the next level together. Over the past 2 months, I have worked with the talented team at MPD to identify top priorities, launch new initiatives, and develop a strategic plan that is now available on our website at mpdc.gov, mpddc.dc.gov. I am pleased to highlight some of these priorities and initiatives today. And council members, I've provided each one of you with a copy. I recognize that I have begun my tenure as DC Acting Chief during some of our most critical public safety challenging times. But that also means that there is an opportunity to have a significant impact in our community and the department. The most pressing concern that I've heard from community members is the increase in robberies and carjackings and the fear that this creates. Homicides and shootings are also up this year, leading to a 36% increase in DC Code Index violent crimes so far this year. Much of this was driven by a sharp increase this summer. While we have a lot of work to do to overcome the violence we have seen in our community this year, I believe the initiatives that I will brief you on today are helping to interrupt this cycle and make our city safer. Looking at the past 30 days compared to the prior 30 days, homicides are down 37%, carjackings are down 27%, and robberies are down 23%. In 2023, we have seen too many groups of youth and young adults committing strings of carjackings and robbery. From my first day as the Acting Chief of Police, I have been working with the MPD team and our partners to develop and deploy tactics that will help us to interrupt these patterns and make our streets safer for everyone in Washington, D.C. The week after my nomination, I launched the Violent Crime Suppression Initiative, originally focused just on just robberies and carjackings, the initiative focuses additional resources in the areas and at times when our robberies, carjackings, and shootings occur. To ensure a high level of citywide coordination, each operation is led by a designated incident commander and the Joint Operations Command Center is activated. This facilitates communications across police districts, ensuring that officers operating in one district have current information about emerging crime patterns in other districts. As with many MPD initiatives, our public safety partners are also involved and support this effort. During the operational period, MPD coordinates with federal law enforcement agencies, local university police department, Metro Transit Police, and agencies from surrounding jurisdictions. This partnership is critical to MPD's ability to impact violent crime and increase safety for our communities. In 2023, almost 2/3 of all arrests for carjackings have been youth under 18 years of age. 3/4 of the carjackings have been and are committed while armed with a gun, increasing the risk to the community substantially. While the overwhelming majority of youth in the district have no involvement with crime, when some children as young as 12 are engaging in carjackings and other dangerous crimes, victimizing individuals and communities while increasing their own risk for later criminal involvement or victimization, it is clear that the current strategies are not an effective deterrent. MPD has continued to arrest juveniles for crimes when appropriate, and the council and prosecutors have taken recent steps to address this concerning trend. In July, the council enacted legislation to ensure that youth engaged in the most serious crimes may be detained pending trial, where they can receive appropriate supportive and rehabilitative services. A month ago, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia reinforced that when a 16 or 17-year-old is charged in a spree or pattern of armed robberies, prosecutors should strongly encourage prosecuting that juvenile as an adult. So far, in 2023, the USAO has charged 9 juveniles as adults for armed robberies, including armed carjackings. While these steps may be necessary, our preference is to work with youth to deter this kind of at-risk behavior. As I highlighted earlier, my commitment to working with at-risk youth comes in part from my childhood, and also from my early professional career when I served as a social worker in New York. I know that we need to support our at-risk youth and their families, both before they get involved in delinquent or criminal behavior, as well as after any involvement in the justice system. In a new step to help reach some of the youth before they are involved in crime, earlier this month, we partnered with the Department of Youth and Rehabilitative Services to address youth who are violating DC's juvenile curfew laws. DYRS is operating a curfew center so that when police pick up a youth violating curfew who cannot be immediately turned over to their parent or guardian, the youth and their families can be assessed for services and support. This is critical when we are seeing groups of youth staying out late in specific areas where we have also seen patterns of robberies and carjackings. To be clear, curfew violators are not arrested and do not have an arrest record. Our goal is to get youth off the street to reduce their risk of becoming a victim or getting involved in violent crime. This month, MPD has picked up 28 youth violating curfew, of which half have been taken to DYRS. I am committed to working with families and neighborhoods and community and government partners to engage with youth to keep them safe and deter them from becoming involved with crime. To support this focus, I have realigned our resources within the Youth and Family Engagement Bureau to create the new School Safety and Community Engagement Division. The new division supports a safety strategy in and around our schools, as well as community events and outreach initiatives designed for both youth and adults. The division will work to assist district families through meaningful engagement, facilitating connections to essential services and accessible resources, and extending community outreach efforts. We are also bringing Officer Friendly, a positive symbol of MPD for generations of Washingtonians, back to our schools and our neighborhoods. Of course, having a community engagement division does not change the fact that our patrol officers are engaging with the community every day in every neighborhood. We know that we must be intentional in our efforts to build relationships and trust. Residents want to see not just see officers, not just at events, but they also want to see our officers in the street. That is why I have directed our patrol districts to conduct at least one scheduled community walk each week, providing an opportunity for patrol leaders to hear directly from a variety of community members and to see neighborhood streets through their eyes. Agency partners are also frequently joining our walks so they can follow up on issues needing attention such as lighting, trees, and trash. This focus does not stop with community walks. Patrol district leaders are working to spend more time in the neighborhoods with the community. Not only does this build relationship, but it also reinforces to our officers the behavior and policing we want to see. About a quarter of our sworn officers have been on the department for less than 6 years. Their perspective and experience has been shaped by COVID and large demonstration, by online meetings and January 6th. On the positive side, they have seen firsthand why MPD must always be prepared to support the city through major changes and emergencies. However, we must also ensure these officers see and understand the foundation in law enforcement, such as good community policing. To help address communities facing more entrenched issues relating to narcotics and disorder, we have launched the Multi-Agency Police and Community Together, or IMPACT. IMPACT is a 3-phase effort where first MPD conducts enforcement initiatives and partnerships with other law enforcement and criminal justice agencies. The second phase is engagement, which exemplifies the whole of government approach by bringing resources and services directly to the community. This second phase is critical to the sustainability of the effort. Lastly is a celebration through which the community can enjoy their neighborhood with their neighbors and public servants. These efforts have taken place around the city, including Shaw, Minnesota Avenue, and Gallery Place, Chinatown. I also want to announce that just this morning, we have begun the installation of 22 new CCTV cameras. They will be installed over the next few weeks in all police districts. Ward council members either have been or will be notified of final locations by their district commanders. 28 additional cameras will be coming later this fall. Community members have raised concerns about safer streets from speeding and reckless driving. To help address this, MPD is conducting traffic safety compliance checkpoints throughout the city at least twice a month. The high visibility checkpoints focus on promoting safe driving, providing education, traffic violation enforcement, along with taking suspected impaired drivers and unsafe drivers off the road. During these checkpoints, MPD has stopped 800 vehicles, issued nearly 600 traffic tickets, and 400 warning tickets. We've made 35 arrests and given away 23 child car seats. While these are concerns raised in many community meetings in the past 2 months, it is important to recognize that there is great diversity in our communities. Diversity in demographics, national origin, sexual orientation, ability, and others can contribute to a diversity of concerns and priorities. We are continually working to make sure that the needs of all of our community members are met. For instance, in August and September, we were pleased to host 60 residents in a community engagement academy conducted entirely in Spanish. Each week during these periodic academies, participants can learn about a different aspect of MPD's work, including recruit training, patrol services, common policing scenarios, and use of force. To help serve our community members with limited English proficiency, this month, we also launched a new process to ensure that parties involved in a police incident or traffic crash can request a translated report. And in 2022, we will develop refresher training on issues of importance to the LGBTQ+ community to be delivered in 2025 to ensure our members are well prepared to welcome and support the large numbers of visitors expected to travel to DC as we host World Pride 2025. We are also committed to working to meet the needs of community members facing chronic or crisis behavioral health challenges. MPD is an active partner with the Department of Behavioral Health, DBH, Fire and EMS, and the Office of Unified Communications and local hospitals to reduce criminal involvement and unnecessary emergency room visits for these individuals. I have already met with Dr. Bazaran to discuss our ongoing partnership with DBH. We are particularly looking forward to the launch of the DC Sobering and Stabilization Center and new DBH behavioral health professionals who will be joining our co-response team, all expected to launch this fall. Just this morning, we learned that MPD has been granted an award by the Department of Justice that will also allow us to expand the co-response pilot in our 7th district. We are also wrapping up our 2-year project to ensure all members have been trained in either mental health first aid or as crisis intervention officers. We recognize that all of these efforts, while comprehensive, may not be sufficient to reverse longer trends in violent crimes, traffic safety, and community relations. However, they illustrate how a willingness to continually work together to assess and try new approaches will be successful in the long run. That is what I am committed to bringing to MPD and our communities. In addition to focusing on pressing community needs, it is critical that MPD continue to address employee well-being. These are good investments by the city because public servants who are healthy and well can better serve and support the community. As you know, I came to MPD as the first Chief Equity Officer. I was able to listen to the voices throughout the department, sworn and civilian, of every rank and grade. Our work in the diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI space continues, and we are making important strides forward. In that role, I recommended a fundamental restructuring of how the department handles equal employment opportunity, or EEO, issues. While all allegations are initially handled by the EEO office for intake and preliminary assessment of whether or not the allegation is an EEO issue, the investigation, if merited, will now be handled by the Internal Affairs Division, a team that is experienced in thorough investigation. This change, which was implemented this summer, will help to ensure that every employee with concerns is heard and respected. In addition, ahead of my successful track record at Park Police in expanding the diversity in promotions and sworn professional leaderships, I will be examining ways to enhance this at MPD. The department is also focused on both the physical and mental health and wellness of our employees. My experience in New York on 9/11 and its aftermath reinforced me the importance of helping law enforcement to cope with the challenging social issues they see every day. Shortly after January 6th, then Chief Robert Conti conducted a public debrief with Dr. Beverly Anderson, the head of our Employee Assistance Program, to help destigmatize seeking support for mental wellness and encourage our members to do so as well. In October, I will host my own conversation with Dr. Anderson that will be broadcast live for MPD members. This reinforces the discussion I have consistently had with members about the importance of paying attention to their own wellness and mental health. In addition, under my leadership as the Chief Equity Officer, we expanded the department's Chaplain Corps program from 1 to 6 faith leaders from our communities volunteering to serve and support our members. We are also working to establish a peer support program. These internal initiatives align with the assessment of MPD organizational culture by the Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF. Upon the request of then Chief Conti, PERF identified opportunities for improvements and suggested options to help address these issues raised. PERF recommended working to strengthen inclusivity in our organization, support the well-being of our members, and enhance our internal communications, which align with my priorities as well. I know that these efforts will make MPD a better place for our employees to work and thrive. This is vital as we face the lowest staffing levels in 50 years, with challenges in both recruiting and retention, mirroring trends in law enforcement and the labor market generally across the nation. At Park Police, I was able to successfully expand recruitment by mobilizing a sworn recruitment team, which I am putting in place at MPD. Well, I stand corrected. We put in place effective this Sunday. We need to reinvigorate recruiting efforts that have been pivoted to marketing and virtual platforms during the pandemic. I have added sworn members back to the recruiting team to support in-person engagement with prospective recruits and to help with more specialized recruiting. We have also increased employee bonuses for referring individuals who successfully complete the cadet program, $2,000, or recruit training, $5,000. Direct recruitment by dedicated MPD employees is certainly one of the most effective ways to attract energized and committed new officers. Efforts this year are paying off. with attrition to date down 16% compared to last fiscal year, and 21 new officers starting this Monday, the largest class in more than a year. This gives reason for some optimism in this critical area. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I am passionate about serving the city and the department so that the district will be a safe and vibrant city for all residents and visitors. With my experiences both within and outside MPD, I bring a fresh perspective and energy to this work. I appreciate your consideration of my nomination, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Chief Smith, for your leadership of the agency thus far in your acting capacity and for sharing that testimony. I think it is really powerful to hear about your experiences as a child, how they kind of inform your work today, a lot of the initiatives that you've already been leading on, from our curfews to our crime intervention initiatives, the work around supporting mental health for our officers, which I think is really important, and leaning on the partnership with some of our other agencies for work that we need effective partnership on. I hope you had an opportunity today to hear some of the public testimony, and I was really moved by the consistency that we heard from so many folks who have had the opportunity to work with you already, feel really empowered, feel really heard, feel really inspired, from our faith leaders to our citizens advisory councils, to other commissioners, to other residents and community leaders. And so I hope you had a chance to hear some of that and the work going on. So for colleagues' benefit, so you all know we're going to do 10-minute rounds. Our order thus far, so people can keep track for themselves, is myself, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Gray, Councilmember Allen, as members of the committee, and then Councilmembers McDuffie, Nadeau, Parker, Fruman, Lewis George. And anyone else who joins will go after Councilmember Lewis George. All right, so I'd like to start by asking you about plans to address crime in the district. As you know, last night we surpassed the terrible, grim milestone of 209 homicides in the district this year. We spoke about the teenage boy who lost his life to gun violence right outside of his high school. And under your leadership over the last 2 months, MPD has announced, and some of which we heard about in your opening remarks, a number of initiatives aimed at reducing violent crime, including a violent crime suppression initiative, carjacking task force. And I'd like to ask you to speak to two things on this. First, what has been the impact of those initiatives to date? And as you hopefully work to scale up those initiatives, what is the plan to make sure that they're sustainable and that we can continue to measure impact?
Okay. Well, thank you for the question, and certainly appreciate your support in this space as I've had an opportunity to meet with you and attend some of the public safety committees that you've hosted as well. So yeah, again, when it comes to the violent crime suppression initiatives and the armed carjacking task force, what we'd like to do is remain in that same posture. What we're finding is that during certain periods of time during the week, we've looked at data, evidence-based data that has led us to believe when crime is occurring at a certain period of time throughout the week and overnight. And what we will do is continue to enforce, drive our resources to those areas. The interesting thing about when you talk about violent crime and when we talk about homicides, it's a lot more than just moving resources around the city to address some of these concerns, which is why we initiated the public safety walk, so that we can really strengthen our relationships with the community so that they can provide information to us with regards to where some of this violent crime is taking place. When we look at the patterns and trends and how we're doing in that space over the last 30 to 60 days since we've launched the initiative, we've seen a decrease in most of those areas. We've seen a decrease in the last 30 to 60 days since we've launched the initiatives in our homicides. We have not seen a decrease in our assault with deadly weapons. That's still up. We've also seen decreases in our robberies and decreases in our armed carjackings. During that time period,
increases in the areas that you've had the focus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We initially had the robbery suppression initiative in one area of the district. What I did when I came on as the nominee, I spent some time looking at a lot of the data and some of the evidence and realized that we really needed to take a citywide approach to addressing some of these crimes, because there were crimes happening. Armed carjackings was not limited to one area. It was actually occurring across the District of Columbia, which is why we stood up the violent crime suppression initiatives, which is again really tied to resources, which is our personnel, during that time period of when we see crime really increasing across the district. And what we found is that it's really between Thursdays and early Monday mornings. And we've also activated our joint Operation Command Center. And what that does is that we have an inspector that oversees that joint Operation Command Center, and it allows us to be able to have all districts engaged in any crime that's happening across the District of Columbia. And that particular commander or inspector can move those resources around the district in order to support those efforts.
Okay. And can we expect to see data posted publicly about the efficacy of those initiatives?
Yes, ma'am. We can certainly, we have the data. I track it every single morning when we get up between Thursday and Monday morning. And we will certainly be able to provide that for you as well, ma'am.
Okay. And one of the things I assume is kind of embedded in your comments about needing a citywide approach is I have a concern, and others have a concern, that if you have an intervention in one area, are we just moving crime around to a different block if we're not seeing the reductions in violent crime across the city in the whole numbers that we're looking at?
Which is why we have the citywide approach. I think sometimes when you only focus on one concentrated area, it has the tendency to push crime in different areas, which is why having the Joint Operation Command Center to really help us address crime in real time gives us the opportunity to manage, if you will, if something's happening in the first district, we know there's a robbery that's taking place, there's a major thoroughfare that takes them through the second district, we can posture those resources to really interrupt and detect that crime that may be happening in another area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned on a number of occasions in your written responses to our pre-hearing questions that there's a strategic plan that you'll be unveiling soon to address a wide range of issues. Beyond what you've already talked about today, can you go into more detail about some of the specific initiatives that this broader plan will incorporate, and when we can expect it to be implemented, and what you're hoping to achieve?
So this is the strategic plan that I provided to everyone. It's also on our mpddc.dc.gov website, and it talks about primarily three areas that I would like to focus on. It's a vision for safer communities. It is prevention and intervention, sustainability, and accountability. And so in this plan, we talk about pretty much a citywide approach in order to determine how we will continue to address, have safer communities across the District of Columbia. And it starts with our people. And I think one of the things that I kept hearing over and over and over again from the residents across the district was that, they did not see themselves in this plan. And so what I wanted to make sure was that in this strategic update, because it is an update, because there are some great things that we were already doing at MPD, so there was no real reason to change those. But what we wanted to do was strengthen that and build upon those other initiatives that were already in place. And so what we wanted to do was focus on people and places. We wanted to focus on how we deploy, if you will. We don't like the terminology deploy or reassign our resources. We want to also focus on keeping our youth safe. That is really, really critical. And that also encompasses us having this all-of-government approach, working with DCPS, working with DYRS, working with our Deputy Mayor, Public Safety and Justice in these spaces. And also looking at, when we talk about accountability, looking at how we conduct our investigations, looking at the many partnerships that we have with federal, local, and state agencies. And then the sustainability part for me is being able to invest in our membership. Working with our officers, enhancing our workforce, which once again includes our recruitment and retention piece. We are also talking about leveraging technology. One of the key things right now are the CCTV cameras. We've heard from members of the council who also stated that that would be something beneficial that they would like to have in their respective districts. And then strengthening trust and our relationships within the community. I believe that relationship-based policing is a way for us to really strengthen the trust in our communities. Residents, businesses continue to say over and over again that they would like to see a police presence, and clearly being down almost 500 officers is a lot. I mean, in comparison to the number of officers that we have in each district, that's almost one district of officers that we have a decrease in personnel. And so what we want to do is, with the officers that we have, in order for us to ensure that they are present in those spaces, is the main reason why we conducted those community safety walks. And then there are other opportunities for our officers to be impactful in that space by being present for the residents.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing the strategic plan. At your opening introductory press conference, you talked about, as you're talking about a little bit today, this whole of government approach to public safety, and you indicated that you really want to take a lead on that. What does that mean to you? What specific agencies does that include, and how do you envision taking a lead on this whole of government approach to public safety?
Well, I appreciate you for asking that, and that is really, really critical in this space and time where we are as it relates to public safety. You know, not having enough officers, numbers where we would like to be, and having our public safety partners to be really intricate in that space. As we think about our youth, the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Oh, thank you. Your mic, if you could. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know, hard to
Forgive
get
me.
used to.
It's easy to get lost in the shuffle. You know, having this all of government approach is really critical as we address public safety, because I've heard others say it, and I truly believe it, you know, like where we are as it relates to crime, you know, we can't police our way out of this. We're going to have the support of some of the other agencies that are in DC government. And I will say, they've been very supportive. I've met with, if not all, just about all of the directors or interim directors of our DC agencies, and all of them have been willing to come to the table to support us in this space. I'll go over Department of Behavioral Health with Dr. Bazran. You know, we're getting ready to launch a couple of initiatives with her, and we've been working very closely with her. That's really important to me, where we have officers who come in contact with unsheltered individuals or folks who are dealing with mental crises and challenges. It's really important to me that our officers know how to approach those individuals in the streets. When we talk about Department of Parks and Recreation, I think about the work that Director Freeman is doing in that space at a lot of our parks. We have Hype Night, where we as the Metropolitan Police Department are heavily engaged in the efforts around making sure that our kids have a safe space to go overnight, right? When I think about DGS, I heard some conversations earlier about our facilities, right? Working with Director Hunter in that space to ensure that we can provide him with some of those critical things that are in our that our officers are dealing with inside of our facilities, and make sure some of these work contracts. And so when I think of all of government approach, I think of DYRS, DCPS, all of those entities supporting us in this effort, and they have been.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to try to model good behavior and turn to my next colleague for a round of questions. At-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, and member of the committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and good afternoon, Chief Smith.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to try to center my questions in sort of three different topic areas, but the first I want to talk a little bit about drugs. You and I talked about this when we met, in terms of when I map the areas where we have opioid overdose calls with the areas where we have high rates of crime. Not surprisingly, we definitely see a correlation between the two. And while I'm certainly not blaming people who have addiction for, you know, what is happening on the streets, I do feel like part of this does have to do with the dealers who are out there putting drugs on our streets, are contributing to some of the crime pieces that we are seeing. And so I'm curious, what is your philosophy around drug-related arrest? There used to be a time where officers would say, oh, well, you know, they might have fentanyl on them, but they also have cannabis. And, you know, I don't think the jury is going to convict, and therefore we're not going to sort of engage. What is your philosophy around how the districts and officers should be engaging when they see drug-related crimes happening in an area?
Well, certainly, thank you for that question, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you back in August. It was very refreshing, and to learn some of the things that you're really focused on with respect to your constituents. My philosophy is that we should be enforcing those types of crimes, right? If they're drug-related incidents, our officers should be enforcing it. We really shouldn't be concerned about how the courts are going to deal with it. If they have illegal drugs in their possession, we should be addressing that. One of the things that as an agency, we work very closely with the DEA when it comes to, we have these opioid and fentanyl. For me, there is the investigative piece, right? But then there's the piece that DEA Drug and Enforcement Administration works very closely with us when we come in contact with residents or citizens who have a significant amount or any amount of fentanyl in their possession. And the key for me, and I think our executive team, is really to find out where it's coming from, right? How do we have an opportunity to determine how these drugs are coming into the District of Columbia? And clearly that comes through our investigative piece after the enforcement.
Okay. I mean, I agree. I think we need to sort of get down to, what is they call it? The corner boys, for instance, are not necessarily the main attraction here, but rather who is at the top of the food chain, who is directing some of these things. And we've had a similar conversation, and I've had this conversation with the U.S. Attorney Matt Graves about when it comes to carjackings. Mm-hmm. You mentioned in your testimony, I think a stat that we should be paying attention to, which is that 2/3 of the carjackings are being done by youth under the age of 18. To what extent, your predecessor used to often talk about the need for accountability and how we sort of manage the two around understanding your youthfulness, but also you need to be accountable and there should be some sort of level of consequences for the actions that you have done against the community. How do you approach this, especially given your background as a social worker, your background under your childhood? What is your understanding in terms of how we deal with youth? Because to me, like 2/3 being under 18, there's something else going on here. A 16-year-old is certainly not leading a carjacking ring in our city.
And so first, thank you for that. And my approach is the same as former Chief Robert J. Conte. Look, there has to be some accountability, which is why in my conversations, and I've had some conversations with my colleagues, my executive team with regards to how we approach dealing with young people in this space. And I've said it to many of the residents, listen, we want to prevent as best we can for our youth here in the District of Columbia being in a space or place where they end up in the system. However, if we find that there are young people out there committing these crimes, carjackings with guns, with weapons, the expectation is that they will be held accountable. And again, what I've talked about with regards to our violent crime suppression initiatives, we found that there were a lot of juveniles not only arrested for some of the carjackings, but a lot of them were charged at least 10, 11, 12 times for different carjackings that have occurred across the city. That's a problem for us. And it's even more of a problem when we have young people out after hours robbing people of their personal property, where people are working very hard day in and day out, and to have a young person as young as 12 years old to approach them with a weapon in their hand, absolutely there needs to be accountability in that space. And we have sent this message to our workforce with respect to, and I'll say this, with respect to the reason why we're trying to really enhance this curfew pilot program, because there are some youth that are out there that just have no idea what's happening in their homes. Some of them don't want to go to homes, and if we have an opportunity as MPD to really take possession of some of these young people and provide and assist them with DYRS and provide them with the resources and benefits that their family need, we can certainly help in reducing some of this type of crime and activity.
Let's talk a little bit about that for a second. I think, a couple of months ago, there was an article in the Washington Post that was talking about an 11-year-old who had been arrested for several armed robberies. And essentially the parent was like, I have lost control of the situation here. Are we trying to fight this with one hand behind our back because we're not engaging parents in the accountability framework?
That's a good question. And so I think that would be outside of my purview, but I'm certainly engaged. I would certainly be, but I would be engaged in having those conversations, because in one of either a press conference or a conversation that I had with the residents is that, listen, parents, there's some accountability somewhere, but if a parent can't do anything else with their child, that's where the resources should be availed to them to provide some type of support for that mother or that father who's really having a difficult time with these some of these incorrigible youth.
Okay. I did not mean for that to be a landmine of a question.
That's okay.
I think it is, I feel like sometimes we're talking around these issues, but when I think of, I think it's one thing, and if I'm talking about a 17 or 18-year-old young person, when I'm talking about a 10-year-old or 11-year-old or 12-year-old who has access to weapons, then I have to wonder, where did the weapons come from? And then, what parts all of those play. In terms of, I appreciate your testimony around how you all want to work to I think you talked a little bit about officer friendly and some of those things. One of the things that I hear from community members often is that they will walk past a police car, but the officer's in the car, or they walk past the scene, the officer's there. I think one thing that, and we could talk about this later, but because we're going to have to talk about this as we talk about some of these court cases for the January 6th things, but I turn on TV and I see 50 MPD officers standing in front of a federal courthouse not doing anything, but protecting, right? But in our neighborhoods where we need folks, how do we think about deployment in this way, but also making sure, yes, you have enough officers that you need at a specific scene or situation, but that it doesn't seem like there are just 20 people who are there when perhaps 5 could have gotten the job done?
Right, and that also depends on, the nature of what's occurring in that particular area at that time, or if we have a specific protectee or protectees in that space where you may see an increase of officers in that space. But that is something that we do on a regular basis with our command staff and our leadership, is look at how we reassign or deploy resources for either large-scale events, or as you state, as we're protecting a particular area. One of the things that none of us as law enforcement leaders across the country want to ever engage in is having a large group or crowds converge in a particular area and not be able to have the law enforcement support that we need to manage those crowds.
I totally understand. Yeah. I do think, though, there should be some nimbleness for us to recognize if there are more officers than there are protesters or journalists or anyone else, then perhaps it's okay. You, and you, we're going to move you on to some other part of the city. And that's not just with, events like I'm talking about at a federal courthouse, but even, after a particular incident has occurred, whether it be an accident or something to that effect. I think that just sort of leads into people feeling as though, yeah, we have a lot of police officers, but are they actively doing proactive work around prevention of crime? But I'm well over my time. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. Now I'm going to turn to our Ward 6 colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen, for a round of questions, and also we'll add a couple minutes to the clock to make sure you have time for opening statement.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Chair Pinto, for organizing and holding today's hearing. And to Chief, thank you very much for putting your hand up to be able to take on this really big responsibility. And to the sworn and civilian leadership that's there with you and getting your back, good to see you all as well, so thank you. Obviously, public safety is our #1 pressing issue affecting our city. You've already gone through the stats. Violent crime compared to last year, 37% up, and yesterday, as we have sadly noted many times, we crossed a very grim milestone. And it's awful to reach that milestone, but especially when we talk about late September. and too many families have lost a loved one, too many neighbors are afraid of gun violence. If we look back to last year, efforts that went on across the district led to a decrease in homicides, and 2022 closed out with about a 4% drop in violent crime and a nearly 10% reduction in murder, and notably about a 25% drop in homicides for the second half of the year compared to the first half of the year. But the reversal of those trends and the increase in violent crime this year has erased that progress and added more violence on top of it. And when compared to other cities across the country, the district's out of step. It is trending in the opposite direction, and all of us care deeply about that and want to see that changed. I do think there's several reasons for all of that, all of which stem from an incoherent design and current state of the district's criminal justice system. We have the U.S. Attorney's Office is overstretched and has for years had a higher rate of no papering than comparable cities' prosecutors. We have a Department of Forensic Sciences that has not been accredited to process crime scene evidence for more than 2 years, forcing prosecutors to have to outsource evidence at additional expense and time. We still have cases, we don't know how many have been or will be dismissed, stemming from misconduct within the crime suppression team, being placed on administrative leave for misconduct, but that's put dozens of people who carry guns back out onto the street since last November, and is directly tied to new incidents of violence, including homicide. We've got a criminal code that is more than a century old, and it's too vague to be able to help juries and judges hand down accountability. We've got incredibly big shoes to fill at the Office of Gun Violence Prevention since the tragic passing of Linda Harley Harper, attempting to bring that whole of government approach to gun violence. Our 911 call center is seriously understaffed and it's stretched to its limits. I get regular complaints from residents they're put on hold or they never reach somebody when they need help. Our violence interruption programs at the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement are underfunded and they need stronger direction. DC residents convicted of crime serve time in federal prison far from the district where we cannot provide some of those interventions and rehabilitation that we want during their incarceration. And then the Federal Bureau of Prisons returns those residents home with little to no notice to the district and without plans or support for their successful return home. Our criminal justice system is a coalition of many agencies, both local and federal, that are all connected and they share a common mission. And when one agency is not performing at the level we need it to be, it negatively impacts and it's felt by the entire system. In short, I think our public safety system is a mess. It's also why we're here today, because people are suffering from it. Now you notice most of what I outlined did not include our Acting Chief Smith and her department. Much of this falls beyond the reach of anyone in DC government, and until the federal government returns the district all of its functions, we want that. But MPD is obviously one of the most central departments in our public safety cluster. Over 80% of our 911 calls made in the district are dispatched to MPD, meaning that for a vast majority of cases, we're sending someone in uniform to handle it. Our current system asks MPD officers to be mental health counselors, as to behavioral health specialists, social workers, homeless service providers, teachers, mentors. Oh, and on top of that, make an arrest, close the case, and bring accountability to those who want to do harm to our communities. That's not fair, either to the community or to those officers that are responding themselves. And I think it's also distorted our view and led us to see MPD as the one and only agency in charge of ensuring public safety. We all want gun violence to end. This is our shared focus. MPD is an important and crucial component of that. But we also need to stress, it's not the only one, and it's unfair to put the entire system's failures and its expectations on our officers. A whole of government response to gun violence and crime sounds good, but actions have to meet those words, and I'm very glad to hear you echo that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The district needs a comprehensive strategy to combat gun violence, and other parts of our government and sister agencies have got to step up. I have a question about that I'm looking forward to asking you. It's going to require collaboration and shared vision. Because of that, I hope we all want Chief Smith to be successful. And I look forward to hearing from you today about your vision for public safety, how MPD fits into that vision, and how MPD is going to work with all those sister agencies to meet the shared goals. So let me jump straight into my questions. You talked about this a little bit, and I know when you and I met earlier in August as well, and thank you very much for taking the time to do that. You outlined a lot about what you see successes you want to build on that your predecessors in MPD has been working on, but also ways that you want to I don't know if depart is the right word, but the way that you would change something, and you outlined some of those initiatives. One of the ones I wanted to ask about is you talked a little bit about using data to help track trends. I think you noted something about identifying a trend around a Thursday and then helping shape and shift resources there. And I want to see if you could kind of add a little bit more about that and kind of how you're using that strategy, because intelligence-led policing is something we have been doing. We all want that, right? Use the data to help inform our actions. Can you talk about, is that something new? Is there a new effort that's been launched within that, or is there a different way you're trying to add resources into that type of intelligence-led policing?
Right. So Thank you so much for that. And I appreciate you also for taking the time to spend with me and learn a little bit about who I am in this space as the acting chief. So it's not different. We've always used data as part of intelligence-led policing. But one of the things that we needed to do from a public safety perspective, when we see a particular increase in any type of crime, we have to reevaluate our data, look at it to see exactly where the crime trends and patterns are happening, and that's what we tasked our commanders to do and our chiefs to do, and also some of our crime analysts. We had them to really create a density map for me, so that we can see where these armed carjackings, robberies, and shooting sprees were occurring across the district, which allowed us to determine that we needed to enhance our resources in certain areas during a certain period of time, during a certain time period of the week, to provide resources in those areas. One of the things that I said to the team is that oftentimes, and I've heard you say it and I've heard other folks say it as well, may not have been you, council member, but making sure our officers that are in those areas, that they're present, right? And that creates deterrence, and it also interrupts. And I believe it interrupts an incident or a situation from occurring. And so the only thing we did in that space, it's not anything any different. We just reassessed how we are utilizing our resources when it comes to fighting crime in those particular areas and that particular time frame where we were seeing an increase in violent crime.
Okay. Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate it. I think it was a response you had to Chair Pinto earlier about that whole of government response. Mm-hmm. And I really appreciate you recognizing how important that is. And I have been very critical of the other agencies. They got to step up. They got to step up. And one of the comments that you made, so you said most of them said yes when you said buying into this whole of government. Who said no?
So when I said most of them, for clarification, I haven't met with everyone.
Okay.
So I do offer the opportunity for the others to come to the table and join me when I can find time on my schedule.
They have to.
And they will.
And we're counting on you to also tell us who says no. And no should not be in there.
Yeah, I tell you, Councilmember Allen, everyone has been really supportive. And I will tell you, Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, she hosts a public safety meeting with all of the directors on a monthly basis, and that's the opportunity for us to really iron out and talk about some of the support that not just MPD needs, or what other agencies are going to do to support us in the public safety space. And I think in the 2 months that I've been here, it has really been a collaborative effort.
Good. That's good to hear.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to touch on another item. You talked about, and I think one of the efforts you're trying to do is obviously make sure that visibility is out there, that community engagement is there. I love the fact that on page 21, Commander Hall joined me for one of my public safety walks, and you got that in there.
Yes, sir.
And I do think we got some really great commanders on the force. One of the things I hear when I'm talking with officers on a lot of these safety walks is the frustration and frankly the hit to morale it takes when they make an arrest, they believe they've made a really good case, and USAO doesn't pay for that. They also never find out why. Almost every officer I know wants to do their job better tomorrow than they did it today.
Yeah.
So they want that feedback.
Yes.
If something didn't quite go right, they want to know because they want to do their job better the very next time. But every time I ask them, did you ever find out why that case was no papered? They say, I never found out. I've got a situation, 8th and H Northeast. MPD, the 1st District, has made an arrest for somebody. Possession with intent to distribute. Crack cocaine, I believe it had a firearm. Commander tells me, got no papered. A month later, officers make the exact same arrest of the exact same person at the exact same intersection with the exact same charges. It was no papered. How do you plan to work with the USAO, both to make sure that papering decisions are moving forward, but also in the event that they had to make a choice to say, you know what, I couldn't move that forward because. Tell us what the because was. And how do we help get that to our officers? How do you want to work with USAO to help improve that?
Well, that's a very good question. We are already working with Matt Graves and his team. I will tell you, That was a concern that I heard when I was as Chief Equity Officer and we were conducting some of the Voices tours and officers wanting to know exactly what was the reason why. We have tasked our detectives that are assigned to all of those districts to ensure that we're providing them with an update. But going back to Matt Graves, AUSA Matt Graves and his team, they have been providing training to our executive level team first, so that number one, we make sure we understand why some of the cases may not be papered. If there are things that we need to do within our own agency as far as our report writing and making sure that there are not any significant issues with our reports. And that's critical to us because we want to make sure that we provide the AUSA with the reporting document to ensure that there is a way where some of these cases can be papered. And we've been very fortunate in the 2 months that I can say that I've been here. We've been having face-to-face meetings on a monthly basis with Matt Graves and his team, but they've also taken an additional step they will be going out to and not Matt himself, but members of his team will be going out to our roll calls to train some of our officers as well. Okay. And I think that's a big step towards making sure that there is a collaborative effort around either why a case was not papered and or how, when you write your reports, that cases can be papered. And I'm not saying that the reports are wrong, but I think it's really important that the officers need to know the why behind it.
I completely agree. I'm glad to hear that conversation is going on. And I think it's got to get down to that individual officer level.
Absolutely.
Because that's where I hear just the demoralization of like, I feel like the action I'm taking isn't getting what it needs to happen.
Right.
I know time's going to run out in just a moment, so let me get one last question in if I can. I heard my at-large colleague kind of talking about some deployment decisions that you're looking at. And one of the things that we've seen in recent months, I think there's been greater public scrutiny with respect to how the department chooses to deploy its officers. Some members of the community are concerned that officers are disproportionately deployed to more affluent corridors instead of being stationed in areas experiencing the highest rates of violence. Mm-hmm. Similarly, concerns that senior officers who have some of the best experience are being deployed to other parts of the city that are experiencing lower levels of crime. What are the factors that you're going to be looking at as you determine what's the optimal deployment across the city, especially recognizing the length of service and experience that you might have with some of your more senior officers?
Well, I think, certainly thank you for that question, and I had been hearing that as well. And I think that what we do is, all officers that graduate from our police academy are assigned to our patrol districts. And one of the things that we always want to make sure is that we have our assignments are not necessarily driven by demographics and other things that people might assume, but it's really, we have calls for service in some areas that are much more higher. In different wards across the district, and we want to make sure we have enough personnel assigned to those areas to address that. And certainly there's going to be the opportunity for me to reevaluate and reassess how we've done it in the past to see if there's a need for us to do something different going forward in the future. But I support the way we assign, and I know people say redeploy, but assign our officers out of the academy to our 6th and 7th district. And I recognize that some people find those officers to be new officers, but they have the appropriate training out of the academy. We have additional field training officers, actually the highest number of field training officers in our 6th and 7th district to ensure that they have quality training in that space. We also recognize that there's an opportunity for officers to really come out and do great work all across our district. I don't believe since I've been here that our officers are disproportionately assigned. I think we are strategic about making sure that in areas where we have low numbers of officers, we want to raise those numbers in that space.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the answer. Yes. I appreciate and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Parker.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being here today, Acting Chief Smith. I'm really excited to dig into your report, and I'm glad that you made that public for everyone. I wanted to first start before going deeper into your vision just around the difficulties you're anticipating being the new chief of MPD, and what you think might stand in the way of you actually realizing the visions that you've laid out in your strategic plan.
So, what do I find to be challenging? Obviously, is the significant number of homicides and the guns that are coming in the city, and also the guns that end up in illegal guns and some ghost guns that ends up in the hands of some of our young people. I think that's going to be a challenge for us, but I think that with the relationships that we have with our federal partners, specifically ATF, and some of the other agencies, we will be able to address that. It's going to take some time. I think that what I would like to say and want to say, and I stand firm on this, is that as we continue to come up with different ways and strategies to deal with crime based on evidence and data, it's going to take some time. We didn't get here overnight. So we're going to have to really be strategic in our approach with working with other agencies, but also looking within our own within our own department to determine what other avenues or approaches we need to take in order to drive down crime. And that's my biggest challenge. I think my biggest challenge, but I think that we have a very dedicated and committed members in our leadership team and our executive team who are willing to take on the task to move to move the efforts around safer communities and driving crime down. I think they're ready and poised to do that work.
I echo your concerns around influx of guns into our city and how they are just rapidly exchanging hands on our streets. And I'm calling on our colleagues down the street to enact common sense gun regulations. And so thank you for that. I want to go and start digging into your strategic plan. As one of the top pillars of your plan is around prevention and intervention. Can you speak to the work that you want or that MPD is pursuing to strengthen the network of violence interruption programs across the city as an avenue of intervention and prevention?
I think one of the things that we've been working in that space with some of our DC government agencies in order to prevent. I think that there are certainly other avenues that we can take, and one, of course, when you speak about the strategic plan, is really looking at a way how we can really prevent some of the crime that our youth are engaged in. And I say our youth because the youth are engaged in violent crime. It has to start young, and when I say it has to start young, we have to start dealing with our young people at a much earlier age, and that also extends to some of our colleagues in DC government to assist us in that space, which is why we have the curfew pilot program. One of the other things that I plan to do specific to my strategic plan is host the Chief's Advisory Youth Council, where we will work with, or I will have the opportunity to sit down with youth who are recommended by DCPH school counselors, DCPH charter schools, as well as some of our school resource officers, to really talk with some of our youth about emerging trends and things that they're seeing in the school. Then the other aspect of working with the prevention piece is having the opportunity to host what I would like to call Blue Table Talks. Jada Pinkett, I'm sure you know who she is, had the Red Table Talk. I'd like to host the Blue Table Talk where we can talk with at-risk youth, some of those kids who are already in the system, and really having an opportunity to be impactful in their lives. And that's the prevention piece around the significant violence. When I think about the prevention piece around gun trafficking, there are some things that I think we can do internally within our agency as far as establishing. We have not done this yet, but looking at maybe establishing a gun trafficking unit within the Metropolitan Police Department to do a couple of different things. Number one, when we have the opportunity to take the guns off the street, we need to really do some tracking and following up on where the guns are coming from, and really having a team that may be strategically focused on dealing with gun trafficking. And it has not been launched yet. This is just a strategy that I'm working with in my head, and I think we had a couple of items presented in the strategic plan specifically related to gun trafficking investigations.
I also appreciate you wanting to talk to our young people. There are so many people that are talking about youth in the city and too few people that are willing to engage them directly and talk to them. Related to that, in the strategic plan under your school zone, traffic enforcement and education, the plan lays out that in these school safe zones, there will be at least one MPD officer deployed to ensure that young people can get to and from school safely. Are these school safety zones identified and made public, or is this something that MPD is planning to launch in the future?
I think that, well, you know, again, you know, being present for our young people is really important to me. We will make those public, council member, if they are not already. I've kind of allowed my team to take the lead on that, but I can certainly ensure that if it's not public, we'll make sure we have my team follow up with you and present those areas where they are.
I really appreciate that. And I bring that up on the heels of the shooting just yesterday involving a Dunbar High School student that was coming from school. And that is, while a very tragic situation, mirrors so many of our young people that are having to traverse so many different dangerous communities traveling to and from school. And so that would be helpful to have that information. It would also be helpful to allow those school safety zones to be more dynamic in nature. One of the criticisms I've had of our safe passage work is that once things are locked in through the budget, those are usually the safe passage zones for the year. And as you know, violence and safety are matters that are pretty dynamic, and things shift and change throughout the course of the school year. And I would just put in a plug that we have serious needs in Ward 5, and I would really be interested in working with you to beef up school safety zones across the ward. I wanted to come back and to a question I asked of several public witnesses today. As you're working to bolster MPD performance, and there are many things that people are looking to define whether or not MPD is successful. Obviously, the violence in the city, the homicide rate, but it is more expansive than that, including MPD culture, community relations, and the list goes on. Can you talk about some of the benchmarks of success you've laid out for your team in the near future and how you're working towards them and making sure that you're making progress?
So a couple of things. So one of the things that I've heard the leadership team as well as some of our members across the workforce talk about is the communication or the lack of communication. And so one of the things that I've implemented is executive leadership meetings weekly with the executive team. I find that we also need to ensure that we're creating one message across the workforce, and that's internal to the organization, but also external to our stakeholders. And so on a weekly basis, I lead the executive leadership briefings. And then on a bi-weekly basis, the executive team, along with myself, spend time with sharing those new initiatives, ideas, with our directors, inspectors, lieutenants, and captains, our mid-level leadership team across the workforce. And the expectation there is for them to share that information with the rest of their subordinates in various areas of the organization. Then I take another step on a quarterly basis. I meet individually with our captains and our lieutenants. And that's critical to me when you talk about how I am different things that we're doing with our membership, because they are the ones that are actually within the districts on an everyday basis working with our officers and our sergeants. And I find that it's very, very important that they hear from me as well as the leadership team from time to time on things that may be happening at their level that we can also address so that it doesn't become a major issue within the organization.
I am coming up on time. I do have more questions, but I'll wait.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker, and we'll come back for another round. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto, and thank you, Acting Chief Smith. I'll join in thanking you for taking the time to talk and to preview some of your priorities and your approach over the summer. Really encouraged by many of the things that you've been talking about and the energy that you bring. I think lots of people are impressed by that energy, and I think it in itself probably makes a difference in changing the way that we feel about the public safety landscape. I'm going to touch on a set of issues that came up a lot with the public witnesses. You're doing a lot to try to reach out to the community, and you've identified the challenge of building trust in the community. And I applaud you for all of the outreach and availability that you've made of yourself and of your team. Another side of that is accountability when there is police misconduct. And that's been a source of a fair amount of controversy for some time. And where there isn't accountability for police misconduct, that erodes confidence in the community. So it's part of that community outreach. And I'm curious how you see that issue, what kinds of approaches you expect to take in order to ensure that that your officers are living up to the standard that you want to set for them.
Well, thank you for that question. And also, I appreciate you for attending our Community Engagement Academy last month. I think it was this month, just to kind of get an idea of what we do within the Metropolitan Police Department as it relates to use of force and how we conduct traffic and so forth. So thank you so much for attending that CEA. And so when it comes to accountability, clearly that is certainly built in the fabric of how the community and the residents see us, holding our officers accountable whenever there's misconduct. I believe that what we have in place to date is certainly sustainable. I will continue to work with community members. I'll also continue to work with the council members as well and the mayor's office on issues specifically related to misconduct within the Metropolitan Police Department. We have two avenues for anyone to report misconducts. We have the Office of Police Complaints, Office of Police, OPC, where they can report any misconduct, and we also have our own Internal Affairs Bureau, which handles all of the misconduct investigations across the force. What I've also found is that when officers have, the members from the community have initiated complaints through OPC, it's usually sent back to the to the MPD to investigate based on the nature of the allegation. And I find that just based off of the data that I've had the opportunity to review, that we hold our officers accountable probably quite significantly.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, we do hear, and you might have heard from the public testimonies, there are some who feel that, many of the complaints come back and are identified as unsubstantiated. Maybe they're unsubstantiated, and sometimes there had been a policy that there would just be, even where there was something that might appear to the outside to be something very serious, that there might just be a letter that went into the file. And do you have any concern about lack of confidence in the approaches of accountability that may have built up in recent years, or do you think that things are going smoothly? Is this going to be an area that you focus on?
It certainly will always be an area that we focus on when we talk about misconduct in any police agency, and specifically the Metropolitan Police Department. But I am not concerned about how we investigate, how our Internal Affairs Bureau proposes discipline when it comes to any form of misconduct, whether it's a letter of counseling. If the violation, if you will, or misconduct permits that, then and it's appropriate, then I will support that.
So a flip side of this, and it was really great to participate in the Community Engagement Academy, which was an 8-week program, and really I thought allowed me to be exposed to lots of dimensions of the department's work, and really a great program that you offer. And I commend it to anybody out there who's interested in learning more about MPD's operations. One of the things that I heard, fairly frequently actually, was a concern that there may be some requirements that are out there that make it difficult for officers to do their job. A thing that came up over and over again there and in other kinds of conversations is concerns about, for example, the chokehold prohibitions and the way that some officers believe that very innocent contact to the wrong place on the body could expose them to liability. And I wonder if you could speak to that. I mean, it goes to this sense that some officers have that they're not being supported and they're being held responsible for things that that are out of their control and arise in very difficult situations. But is that a thing that you've heard about, concerns about unduly stringent requirements that may capture what is not malicious intent, but innocent behavior in a difficult setting?
Yes, that is something that we've heard, and we're certainly working with Councilmember Pinto and others on that particular legislation to support the officers in the space of where they are being charged, if you will, for use of force when it comes to that particular language that's currently in legislation. So we're working with the mayor's office and the Councilmember Pinto on that legislation.
So that's interesting. There had been, one of the public witnesses said that he thought that you were working on different kinds of legislation and we might be seeing it sometime soon, and that might be one area. It sounds like you might be exploring tweaks along the lines of what was done on the rules around pursuit to try to recalibrate recent legislation. And there's always a need to recalibrate, so it wouldn't be surprising that, take a step back and see how we make sure that a thing is refined. Is that the kind of thing? Is it a recalibration, or are you thinking about something more dramatic in the change of the rules?
Well, I think that, as policing change, we should always have the opportunity to look at our policies to ensure that they're aligned with the law enforcement and public safety strategies that are currently in place. And so I'm certainly open to that at any point throughout my career in law enforcement.
All right, and then one of the things that we all talk about all the time is how much of the work sort of carries you into the space of mental health. And our officers very often are finding themselves in situations where they're dealing with mental health crises that have a safety dimension to them, but they're much more, the required expertise is different than the expertise that they have. And how are you thinking about trying to, in a sense, offload the responsibility to deal with mental health issues, or maybe not at the front line, but so that people with appropriate expertise are dealing with those issues, and officers are not tied up dealing with them for long periods of time, because we have a shortage of officers and we want to use them efficiently, and sometimes they're being called upon to do things that somebody else might be able to do better. How do you see that issue?
Well, I think right now we have trained a significant number of our officers on crisis intervention when it comes to dealing with mental health or disabilities with individuals that they come in contact with. We are certainly working with Department of Behavioral Health in that space by bringing on personnel or having personnel from Department of Behavioral Health assigned with our officers and within our agency to really support us in those efforts of dealing with members that we come in contact with who may be dealing with various forms of disability. I recognize that we are not social workers, which is why it's very, very important to continue strengthening the relationship that we have with DBH.
Well, thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. And to colleagues here, we're going to do one more 10-minute round for anybody who needs additional time. And if that's all right with you. So
yes, ma'am.
I appreciate the conversation you've had with some of our colleagues, and we had a chance to talk earlier about some of the broader kind of whole of government approach that you're taking in partnership with some of the other agencies. And I'd like to talk a little bit about trust in police and learning the lessons that we have over the last several years, whether that be concerns that advocates have raised around jump outs, additional concerns that were addressed in the Police Reform Commission and recommendations to improve community trust with police, especially in communities that are most impacted by crime and in many communities of color across the district. I'm curious kind of your perspective on those reforms and where you intend to be on leading the department in those efforts.
Thank you for that question, or those questions. I mean, I think I stand in the place that we want to always ensure that we are strengthening trust within our communities. If there was ever a time where the trust was broken, I am certainly on the pathway with the department of ensuring that we strengthen those relationships by, number one, ensuring that when I wrote the vision for the updated strategic plan, that we had all of those folks in mind. And when I say all of those folks, members of our community. How do we strengthen trust? A lot of different ways. A lot of our officers and our commanders are engaged in our Citizen Advisory Council meetings on a monthly basis. Our commanders and our supervisors and members of the organization meet with many of the ANCs on a monthly basis. We are also very engaged in making sure that we're meeting with our business partners in various districts across the, in various district, government-wide, citywide. And we're also, I think, when we talk about trust, again, I go back to relationship-based policing, being able to establish those relationships, whether it's in those underprivileged areas, as people speak about, and restoring those relationships, and then being able to utilize some of the resources that we have available that are assigned to some of our district government-like ones, to really rebuild, if you will, those areas like the pathways programs and things like that for those members that are there, and connect them with our law enforcement agencies so that they can help us in that space of building trust or strengthening trust with our communities. I recognize during the George Floyd riots, there was a disconnect with law enforcement across the country. I think that right now we're in a good space and a good place here in the District of Columbia. I've seen it, I've witnessed it myself. I've been out on public walks. I've been in the grocery store, and people are talking all day about wanting to have a relationship with the police. And I'm always going to stand in a space where it is about strengthening those relationships, and we'll continue to do that. And when you talk about where I stand in that space, I stand on continuing to enhance relationships between our police department and the citizens that we serve here in the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about officers in the beat. I appreciate your conversation earlier about officer friendly and some follow-up with Councilmember Henderson. There was a Washington Post article last month about your approach thus far and various conversations that you've had with your department about making sure that folks are in the community responding to crime scenes and being seen walking around the community. Can you talk about what the reaction has been thus far to those new measures and how that's been implemented since that meeting?
Well, since that what? Since that meeting? I think it's been positive. I mean, I've had the opportunity to really be out in the field with the officers. Listen, our police officers are amazing. They are stretched beyond maximum capacity. We've already talked about the reduction of police officers in the within the agency, but they come to work every day with you talk about my passion. I think I heard somebody talk about my passion. They come to work with that same drive and that same passion. But also to that point, leaders within the organization also have to model that behavior, right? So I have a very, very tough schedule. But I think it's important that modeling that behavior starts from the top. I'm out in the field, the executive assistant chiefs out in the field, our assistant chiefs are out in the field. We have to model that behavior in order for the members of our workforce to follow that behavior. And so after that meeting, yes, I was very passionate about the fact that we have to be proactive and not reactive in our response to how we are engaging with our communities. And I've been out in the field. I mean, some of them don't see me. They don't like me out by myself sometimes, and I try not to be. But there are moments when I'm driving and I see our officers and they are doing exactly what we want them to do. I'll even add this so that people understand the type of dedication that we have with our members of the Metropolitan Police Department. When I was the chief executive, when I was the assistant chief of our Homeland Security Bureau, and I was still learning, obviously, the ways of how the Metropolitan Police Department deploy their resources for special events or large-scale events under our Special Operations Division. And I attended a really early morning roll call, and it was full of officers, and there were officers all in the hallway, and I was like, wow, this is really impressive, right? Coming from an agency that was a little smaller, right? I was like, wow, this is really cool. And when the captain concluded giving the assignments, he asked, how many officers do not have an assignment? And there were about 15 to 20 officers who showed up at work that day waiting for an assignment. We didn't ask them to come. They got dressed. They showed up waiting to come in case somebody else didn't come to work. That is dedication and commitment all the way. We, as leaders within the organization, we have to model that behavior, right? We have to show up, we have to be present, we have to be out on the street, because that is what the public expects from us. When I was a private, I enjoyed being out in the street, engaging with the community, right? I think there were some concerns about me being in this space, and folks have talked about, I was with U.S. Park Police, and it was more park-related, didn't deal with residents. Listen, I enjoy people. I love people. I love working and engaging with people. I love strategic thinkers. But in this space of public safety, where we are challenged with limited resources, the best thing we have are our officers. And I will continue to support them in that space. And if there are days where I have to get out there, then I'll do the same thing to show them that the same work that they're doing, I can do the same thing as well. I know I'm not putting it out there that I'm going to do it, but I can if I need to.
Well, I really appreciate that, and I will echo your gratitude to all of our hardworking officers who are doing extremely difficult and important jobs that our city relies on and depends upon every single day, many times at personal sacrifice to themselves or their families. Is that something that you measure in terms of where people are located within a district, and if they're patrolling, if they're actively driving versus walking versus biking?
I don't actively measure that, but I think at our district levels, I mean, obviously they have beat assignments. They have PSAs, public service areas, patrol service areas that they have to patrol, and they are assigned on a daily basis when they come to work. I'm sure our leadership team is measuring that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So hiring and retention, I know this has come up a lot today, is clearly if not the most important challenge facing the department right now in terms of making sure that it can be scaled up in the response that you're looking for to address the crime problems that we have, and also so that our officers aren't so overworked and doing 1 million hours of overtime. Are there other methodologies that you're thinking about employing? I know you talked about the weekly recruiting efforts, you talked about hiring bonuses. but that have to do with either bringing folks back who are retired or additional lateral hiring efforts from our neighboring states or federal agencies?
We do, thank you for that question. We do offer lateral hires. We offer the $25,000 sign-on bonus for members either from other agencies or anyone from other agencies that like to come work with us. But I think the other thing for me also, Councilmember Pinto, is how we retain our officers. You know, one of the things that I am optimistic about, even in as I sit in this seat today, to know that we still have folks who want to be police officers. I mean, to have a class that is the highest number that we've seen in over a year lets me know that we're moving in the right direction as an agency. When you talk about the officers who have the opportunity to retire, right? What we're finding is that at this same time last year, those numbers have dwindled. Folks are staying, right? And then when we talk about officers who do retire and want to come back and serve as senior police officers, in this time period that I've been in this role, I've seen several officers who we have issued them their retirement papers and come back to work for the Metropolitan Police Department, even to a point where a gentleman said, "Hey, Chief, I'm retiring at the end of this month, which is September, but I'd like to come back to work. How do I go about doing that?" Immediately, let me send him to HR so we can make that happen. But I'm optimistic about the fact that there is a positive exchange when it comes to our recruitment efforts, which is why I established the recruitment outreach team so we can conduct in-person recruitment opportunities. There are colleges and universities that are here in the District of Columbia that are rich and thriving with folks who are in the criminal justice programs who want to become members. But I think there's an extra effort in that we need to do in being in person at some of these career fairs and job fairs across the district, and maybe even sometime outside. Because if they what I found is that there are folks in some of our recruit classes who come from New York City. What an amazing opportunity for us. And of course, we would like to hire from residents in the District of Columbia. But I do recognize that in spaces and places where we are with our hiring efforts, we also need to be open-minded and extending beyond the jurisdictional lines.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Yes,
and I'm
ma'am.
happy to hear that phrase. I feel like that's one of the themes of today, of heading in the right direction.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
really, really appreciate it, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
We are going to turn to colleagues for another round. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Chief Smith, I want to go back to talking a little bit about juveniles. In your testimony, you said, in sort of giving statistics about the youth curfew, that you had 28 youth violating curfew this past month, and half went to DYRS. What happened to the other half?
Can you hear me? Make sure this thing is on.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for that. So we typically would reconnect those young people with their families. We have a Youth and Family Engagement Bureau where we have officers that are assigned there that one of their specific tasks is about community engagement, family engagement, and if we're able to connect those young people back to their families, some of our officers in that particular bureau have long-standing relationships with some of these families.
Right.
And so what they will typically do is take them back to their homes because they know them and they have a relationship with them.
Okay, so a young person going to the DYRS center was because you couldn't identify a family member to connect them with?
Yes, ma'am.
Immediately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you all choose the locations for the curfews? You had a number of constituents who were reaching out, concerned that there wasn't a site selected in Northeast, but also kind of knowing how young people are. If they know that, the curfew is enforced in Chinatown, then perhaps they will just move a few blocks to a different area. How are we handling those movements?
And I think the initial intent was to find those areas where we've seen a significant increase of juveniles out during the curfew hours. And I think that was the initial plan. And clearly, we will reevaluate that to determine if there are other areas across the district where we need to also look at being strategic about enforcing in those areas. But right now, I think we looked at those areas where we found that there was a significant increase of youth that are out during the curfew hours.
Okay. And I can appreciate the curfew hour piece. Obviously, having a young person who is out 11:30, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning is not healthy for them, nor for whatever activity that they might be engaging in. But we know from the mayor's crime summit that she had a few months ago, from the data that you all have, is that the hours for which we have some of our highest spikes in incidents are between 3 o'clock and 7 p.m. So how are you thinking about how we deploy officers in those immediate after-school hours to some of these areas, whether it be around Metro, around certain retail businesses, or in high areas where we have a number of different schools having children converge in one particular area?
So again, obviously, we'd have to look at our staffing levels to ensure that we can also meet the needs of that, but more importantly, looking at some of the other district agencies to help support us in that area. It's certainly something that I have not at the moment taken the opportunity to look at, but it is something that I'm willing to do.
Okay, I definitely welcome that conversation. Okay. I know that, the more that we hear about shootings involving teenagers happening at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. These are after school hours, typically taking place not inside a school building or on school property. But if these are peak hours, then waiting to enforce curfews or other types of things until 11 o'clock, like we're missing a key window here in terms of that work. I also want to note, in your testimony, you talked about the CCTV cameras being deployed to the areas, and you stated that the ward council members will be notified of the locations by the district commanders. Can you not forget us at-large members as well, as we also represent constituents in all of these wards? Absolutely. And oftentimes get questions. I think sometimes we get left out.
My apologies, ma'am. We will certainly, council member, we'll certainly do that, and that was my apologies. I'm still learning the whole DC government process.
No, it's okay. It's not just you. There's some folks who've been here for a very long time who do the exact same thing, so it's totally fine. Let's talk about traffic safety. I have appreciated the work that you all have done over the summer to step up traffic enforcement, as it has led to finding of other things. I think I was at an ANC meeting in Ward 8 where one of the officers who was presenting talked about how there was a stop on Georgia Avenue, and you all found essentially a machine gun, like a Uzi, with multiple magazines and also in the car, that you were able to confiscate, that wherever it was going in the city, it did not make it. Is this something that you all plan to continue in terms of engaging in traffic enforcement, not just when it's egregious behavior, but as a part of regular practice?
It's absolutely. I think what we're finding is that our traffic fatalities have increased, and it's certainly very important for us to educate the public on traffic safety laws. It's important for us to enforce those rules and regulations of the road, where we know that folks that are on the roadway are violating those regulations. But I think also, to your point, council member, is making sure that we have the opportunity to stop some of these guns that are going in places and spaces that we don't want them in the district. And this is just another opportunity for us to do that. And we will continue that effort throughout the foreseeable future.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. Let's talk a little bit more about guns. It feels like they are everywhere. When I have conversations with young people, particularly high school students, they'll say, oh, I know, 4 or 5 people who have guns, who are able to get it fairly regularly, and with little work, like with ease. I know they're not walking into any store in the district and purchasing guns. I know that they're coming from Maryland, Virginia, they're coming from West Virginia, they're coming from as far as Georgia and other places. How do you plan to strengthen conversations, not just with the other jurisdictions, but with our federal partners around gun violence prevention work?
We are in conversations, if not weekly, but bi-weekly with our federal partners about gun trafficking. We've partnered very, very extensively and very closely with the ATF. We're also working with other law enforcement entities across the District of Columbia to really collaboratively work on how we're going to address, as members in law enforcement in the area, these gun trafficking issues. It's very refreshing to me when I am in this, since I've been in this space, to hear the U.S. Marshal reach out to us and say, "Hey, we want to help you with this work. What can we do?" And we're in conversations, not just with U.S. Marshal, ATF, DEA. I even had IRS reach out to me last week to say we also want to help you in this effort, and we are around the table at 441 4th Street, which is where our office is located, working very diligently on future plans on how we're going to collaboratively address this issue.
It's good to hear that we're working with our federal partners on this. As I've said this before, I feel like in terms of gun violence prevention, it's not something that local governments can handle alone, particularly in jurisdictions like ours where there's such the freedom and flow between, you could easily go from one jurisdiction to the other, but also knowing that, stronger gun laws nationwide can help this problem. That being said, what do I say to I appreciate that we're having conversations and I appreciate that we're working together, but what do I say to constituents who are wanting to see immediate action? I recognize that some of this takes planning and takes time, but are there things that we could be doing that by December 31st, we see a demonstrable difference in terms of gun violence on our streets?
I will say give us a little time. I've been in the seat for 2 months, and I think we're moving as an agency in the right direction when it comes to crime fighting, when it comes to the collaborative relationships that we're strengthening, because some of these relationships are already in place. We're just strengthening those relationships with our federal, local, and state partners. I will ask you to just give us a little bit of time, because this didn't happen 2 months ago. This has been ongoing for quite some time. And I would also add that and we've said this over and over and over again, yes, we are the public safety entity, specifically when it comes to addressing crime in the District of Columbia, but we also need folks in these communities who know these things are happening or know where guns are and folks with guns. We need them to really reach out to us and have those conversations with us anonymously. We have the tip line that we oftentimes talk about, or they can just reach out to us directly based on many avenues, whether it's within our districts, whether it's sending an email to, but somehow or some way, I think what would be help is to ensure that as you talk about what can you say, the advocacy of having folks share with us where some of these folks are bringing in some of the guns. Clearly, we know everybody's not going to tell us that, which means we have to do some of these other enforcement tactics or task force in order to drive down crime, and we will do that. But I'm asking folks to just give us a little bit of time, because we're working on that strategy.
I definitely hear you on that, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had, Chief. I find you to be an incredibly thoughtful leader. And of course, in these times of crisis, we all want to see something happen immediately. We want to see action sort of moving towards that. And so I look forward to continuing to work with you as much as we can on some of these issues. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. Acting Chief Smith, there's been a lot of discussion today around community engagement and establishing partnerships. There was plenty of testimony touting your ability to interface seamlessly with residents across the city. Connected to that, can you just speak to how MPD under your leadership will continue the feedback loop with communities? I know you talked about your weekly walkthroughs, and I can attest that they are happening in Ward 5. I find that sometimes those feel like more question and answer sessions versus an opportunity to really hear from the community around their recommendations, their thoughts and concerns, and what they want to see change in their community. So can you, what does that process look like for how you're going to continue to hear from neighbors and inform your strategy and approach?
Thank you for that, and certainly appreciate your response and feedback, and also your presence during some of these public safety walks, but also some of the other meetings that I've showed up at. I've also seen your presence there, and it's been very, very helpful. I think for me, we're already doing that, right? We're already in this space where we're establishing these relationships and we're building upon these relationships. I think for me, more importantly, is that as the leader of the organization, last night, an invitation was extended to all of the ANC chairs to meet with me. Quite a few of them did show up. I think one of the other efforts in making sure that I am hearing, and along with our leadership team who was also present at the meeting last night, we can hear their recommendations to help us in this space. I've committed to meeting with that group. I'm not sure if it's going to be bi-monthly or quarterly, but I would like for our leadership team to take the helm on that. But I also think it's very important for them to be able to come together, for us to come together. And I say ANC chairs because that was the group that reached out to me and asked to meet with me individually, but because there were so many, it just made good practice to have them come together last night in one forum so that I can share with them some of the things that I'm sharing with the committee on today. And we will continue in that space. I will also, I'm sure, I have no doubt as I sit here, because I think we have exceptional leaders, new commanders, new assistant chiefs, and current chiefs and assistant chiefs in these spaces. I'm sure they will continue that same effort in that same vein that I am leading as I meet with different community members, whether they are individually or whether they are in clusters.
I appreciate that. Connected to that, there have been a number of advisory groups, stakeholder convenings that have been assembled that come up with recommendations. So for instance, the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group produced a report after their tenure, and to my knowledge, those recommendations haven't been acted on. The National Institute for Criminal Justice Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan was produced and nothing really came out of it. So I would just say, you know, and I know this is already on your radar, as much as we can tap into the knowledge, the insight, and expertise of the broader community, because that is what we heard today overwhelmingly, I think the better. A similar question, can you speak to how you're engaging with other jurisdictions, other cities, or even federal or state partners to learn, to share information? It's been repeatedly mentioned that there are other cities that are seeing declines in violence while DC is going the other way. What approach are you leading to make sure that we're constantly in communication with other jurisdictions?
Well, thank you for asking that. Well, one of the things, I've been in law enforcement for 25 years. I have had the, I want to say, the fortunate opportunity to have mentors prior to my even ascension through the ranks at U.S. Park Police, who have been chiefs of police of major cities who mentored me. And so some of the strategies and approaches that you see comes from that development and that opportunity for them to be able to demonstrate and to show me different strategies around crime that they've had to deal with in their respective jurisdictions. We also have opportunities where major city chiefs, International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization for Black Law Enforcement Executives, I'll even go as far as saying the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, where we ensure that our leadership team have exposure to either those networks to ensure that not just myself, but also members of this organization have the opportunity to gain further knowledge around strategies and different crime-fighting approach. We recognize that there are some model organizations where all law enforcement leaders across the country come to in order for us to share ideas and strategies, and that is how we are keeping up with industry standard law enforcement practices. I recognize that other agencies, other cities where crime is decreasing and we're seemingly increasing. Some of the things that some of the other states, when it comes to various laws, they may not have had to deal with respect to what we're dealing with here in the District of Columbia. And I'm taking several positive approaches to ensure that in some of how they have led their crime fighting strategies, we are engaged in utilizing some of those tactics here.
I appreciate that. I have said, and I'll say it again, I really appreciate your responsiveness. You came out to a public safety meeting, and what I really appreciated was that you didn't just come, you came with solutions, and those solutions have actually produced results in the Brooklyn community. And so I do have a question about the robbery suppression unit, but before I go there, I have fielded a number of complaints or testimony from neighbors in Brooklyn Manor and Carver Langston, communities that have long dealt with violence, that suggest that the city needs to do more. What is your plan, strategy, vision for getting your hands around the violence that's impacting all corners of the city, but also specifically addressing communities that have long dealt with violence and the trauma that comes from that?
I think I've you know, in my initial opening statement was really talking about a citywide approach, really utilizing our violent crime suppression initiatives in addition to some of the other initiatives that I've spoken about today to really help drive down crime in those areas. In my previous testimony here today, I shared with the council and anyone that's watching that over the last 30 to 60 days, crime is decreasing in those areas, to include Brooklyn. When we have our crime briefings every Monday and Thursday, it is refreshing when Commander Altieri briefs out and we see that crime is being reduced significantly in those areas of Ward 5, where he has just really been struggling. And I believe it's because the plan that he has is working. The overall strategies and plans that we have in place to fight crime in some of these high impact areas are working. But I also believe that there is a different approach with how the community is working with us in a lot of those areas. And I think what I would like to do, and I've said it before, is to hold in that space because I see the numbers coming down. And I think if we move too fast or pivot too soon, we'll lose the momentum that we have right now. And I think it's really important that we continue to drive these numbers down, to decrease the footprint of crime in our area, to really focus on how we can take a citywide approach to addressing crime, which is what I talked about, making sure that we're looking at intelligence-led data specifically related to those high crime areas and making sure that we have the resources available to support the efforts that we're making in that space.
There are neighbors that I will pass along that I think could benefit just hearing from you or the broader MPD team in communities that have long dealt with violence, that just feel as though they want to see more. And I hear you loud and clear that we're making steps in the right direction. In my last 30 seconds, the robbery suppression unit, at the time when you announced at that Brooklyn public safety meeting, I think there were 20 plus robberies in that community that which is an anomaly, and then that number dropped down to 3. What is next for the robbery suppression unit across the city? How are you thinking about scaling it and deploying it to other areas that are hotspots?
It's deployed citywide. It's not just specific to one area. We utilize the resources that we have, and we continue to make sure that we're looking at the research and the data and different aspects across the district to redeploy or reassign our resources. We will continue to do that. It's working. I mean, the numbers say it. You said it yourself. And I just want to maintain in that space, again, if there are opportunities for us to, and we reevaluate this every single Monday morning and every single Thursday morning. We are reevaluating how we reassign our resources across the city in specific high crime areas.
Chair Pinto, if I could just have 60 more seconds.
Sure, go ahead.
Acting Chief Smith, I am not clear. So this unit, is there just one unit? Are there several units? How many officers make up the unit? And how nimble is the reassignment
And so
across the city?
I won't address the numbers because that's a part of our plan. And I think that in order to ensure the safety of what we're doing in this space, I won't address the numbers. But the robbery suppression unit is something that was active before I was in this seat. All we're doing is expanding it so that it's just not focused in one area, which has been our nightlife task force, but it's now expanded with our violent crime suppression division or unit, also in our armed carjacking task force, working collaboratively in this effort across the District of Columbia to address those crimes. And so,
Understood. Well, I want to thank you for enduring today's hearing and sharing candidly about your experience and vision. Yes. I look forward to continuing to work together and doing everything that I possibly can to help ensure that those numbers keep trending in the right direction. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Now going to turn to Councilmember Fruman for a 10-minute round.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Pinto. I don't know if I'm part of the light at the end of the tunnel or there will be another round, but I'm going to treat Councilmember Parker's 1 minute as coming out of mine, and we'll try not to use all 10 of mine. Appropriately, there's been a lot of conversation about violent crime, homicides, robberies, and those are serious issues, and I'm grateful for the seriousness with which you're taking it and the approaches that you're using. Property crime is also been up in lots of places. And one category of it is the kind of brazen thefts from CVS's, Targets, Lidl's. I saw a video of people essentially looting Lidl the other day. What kinds of things are you doing? How can you address that, and where is it coming from? Is it a spontaneous thing, or do you think that there's an element of organization to it? And how do you as a department get at this? Because the fact of it and the brazenness of it is really destructive to people's sense of safety and sense of order.
thank you for that question, sir. And I think that when we have those issues specifically related to retail theft, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's certainly for us to strategically look at those areas where this is happening and to make sure that we have the appropriate resources to address it. We have not seen a significant increase, and when I say significant, a significant increase of retail thefts. That is something that has been a part of my preliminary discussions because I do recognize that it's happening in several cities across the United States. California, Philadelphia, and different places like that. And so it is certainly my intent to have further discussions with our leadership team, as well as some of our businesses. And when I say I mean members of the leadership team, the executive team, to really have discussions on them about their security, specifically in their stores, recognizing that we can't be there, we can't be everywhere at all times, but also supporting them in their efforts to have security measures in their respective businesses. And I think those conversations are already happening, if I'm not mistaken. I think that what we want to do is to make sure that there isn't and when I say we, sitting down as a team, looking at our specific data and intelligence that we currently have, to ensure that we don't find that we have an increase in retail theft, and if we find that pattern happening, that we have the appropriate level of support in order to address it.
I get reports all of the time about a CVS where all of the laundry detergent will be taken, and you heard the reports recently of the Giant in Ward 8, I believe, and concern about losing a grocery store. in a place where it would be, it's critical to have one. I've heard in so many different ways that this is a significant problem that's touching lots of stores around the city. You don't see that as the case?
And so I guess when I heard you initially, I'm looking at these really large mob retail thefts. I will say, oh, absolutely. If it's what you're talking about with CVS and Giant, I met along with members of our 6th district and 7th district, met with the leadership team at Giant and sat down with them and made some proposals to them with regards to how to safeguard some of the merchandise that's in Giant, right? They were initially, and they are, I think they have, going to roll out a plan where they were so dissatisfied with the retail theft that they were going to be doing receipt checks as folks were exiting the store. And what I wanted to do is to make sure that we, MPD, had the opportunity to sit down with them and come up with a really good plan in that space, and we did. Some of these establishments have their own security elements or security guards in those spaces. And we have been very intentional about making sure that we have the opportunity to look at their security plan, look at how they reassess or reassign their resources in those particular places. I took a walk in Giant myself, and I've been there several times. Incognito sometimes, but I've been there several times. And I found that it was very important for us before they launched that particular effort that they sat down with the subject matter experts in that space in order to come up with a good plan. And so far, I have not heard any significant issues in that space. Again, I think what's really important for us to do as a law enforcement agency is to work with some of the establishments to ensure that they have good protocols in place in order to deal with some of the things that are happening within their respective stores. Like CVS, usually when you go into CVS, there is a security guard there, either at the front door. I've gone into several. We just need to be able to help them with their plan or assist them.
So earlier, one of the council members talked about, that they don't think a 12-year-old is organizing a carjacking ring. Where there are these mobs, and I agree with that, where there are these mobs that are going into these stores, do you think that those are organized in some way? As you guys, as the department has looked at these crimes happening in different places, do you see some sort of a pattern? Is there something that's anticipatable about the way that the goods will eventually be distributed? Or do you think that it's more spontaneous?
I think it's real sporadic. I mean, it's not, we're not seeing like, significant amounts of merchandise at one time being taken from a store like a mob mentality. I mean, there were some concerns earlier during the summer along the U Street corridor, and I think we eradicated that by how we reassigned our resources in that area, not just Metropolitan Police Department, but other multi-agency. It was a multi-agency approach in that space. And so what I don't see is what we're seeing across the other areas in the U.S., but we are certainly intentional about making sure that we have a plan in place. And specifically, that means that we need to have discussion with some of the businesses in those areas.
This does go to resources and deployment, and I know that there are a couple of different business districts in Ward 3 where there's really a hunger to have a presence of an officer during key times of day to try to protect against these kinds of things. A different place where you hear that, and it's not in Ward 3, and I imagine others got the letter that I got from the leader of the Clydes group is Chinatown, and a sense that the level of disorder in Chinatown is really a challenge to a kind of beating heart of the economy of the city. And I wonder how you're seeing Chinatown and those issues, and whether there are active steps that you're taking that would address the kind of thing that I was hearing about from the leader of Clydes.
Well, first of all, I certainly don't have an issue with addressing that. We have taken a multi-agency approach I think during my previous testimony today, I talked about IMPACT, which is a multi-agency and community policing together approach, especially in the Gallery Place and Chinatown area. We have our officers in that space. I was down there myself Sunday. Took a walk down to Gallery Place in Chinatown, you know, just to see what's happening in that space. It was very, we didn't have a lot of activity, if you will. We had a preseason a hockey game that was taking place at Capital One Arena, so I took the time to go down there and walk around in that area. And there were times before we created this initiative, the multi-agency approach, where there were lots of folks just standing around in that area. And again, you know, I think that as an agency, we have located or determined where there are areas where we really need to go in there and address some of the nuisance behavior, whether it's we consider it, other people consider it to be an open air drug market, or whether there's a lot of nuisance behavior that's taken place in that space. We've partnered with Metro Transit, U.S. Park Police, as well as members of our organization, obviously, to really address some of the activity that's been going on in that area. And I've seen a decrease in that area myself. I've talked to one or two of the business folks in that area, and they've also supported the fact that there has been a decrease of that activity in that space.
I'm very glad to hear that, and thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. And I'm really glad that you brought up some of the issues around retail theft, whether it's individual or organized, and some of the issues we've been seeing in our business corridors. And the committee intends to hold a roundtable on organized retail theft to bring together the law enforcement component, the business interest component, residents and other interests to better tackle this issue. And as you know, Councilmember Fruman, I believe you co-introduced it, although I'll have to double check, as part of the Secure DC package that we rolled out last week, includes this provision for additional public safety grants for our commercial corridors that will be run out of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice's office to help supplement a lot of the work that the Chief is talking about so that our commercial corridors can have the support they need. So thank you so much for raising those issues.
Yes, I am a co-introducer.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, I will now turn to our at-large colleague, Councilmember Anita Bonds, who is also a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and my apologies again for getting here so very late. I did have another assignment for, in fact, most of the day, but I did want to appear before our chief, and I say appear before our chief because I wanted the chief to know that this confirmation is very, very important to our community. You know that. You've heard from many in the community, and you've certainly heard from many today. And I wanted to just sort of start with, if you would, talk to us about your impressions. You've been on the job, acting chief, and in that arena as acting chief, what are your impressions, for instance, that you get from the general community? Just thinking collectively about the community of Washington, D.C. And then if you would, if there are some differences that you noted from the general community and the high impact crime neighborhoods, just help us to understand that.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and thank you for being here. And I certainly appreciate you for all the times that we've been in the same space and place. I appreciate your support in those efforts. So what I've heard from the residents of the District of Columbia and other communities, let me say communities because that encompasses our businesses and so forth, is that they want to see the police, right? They want a presence in the spaces and places where people reside, where people have the opportunity to recreate, if you will. My expectation is that I want the police in my community as well, right, where I live and where I reside. And I think that there's a mutual understanding in that space, which is why I've taken some of the efforts that I've taken to ensure that there is a presence. One of the things that I've heard, quite frequently prior to serving as the acting chief is that, a lot of our officers, they show up and they're in cars and they don't get out and all the other stuff, and they're not engaging and interacting with the communities. And so it's been my effort to not just share with the membership that that's what I want them to do, but also lead in that category as well, and to be present out in the field as often as I can to demonstrate that. Some of the challenges I will tell you when we talk about members of the community and being in their spaces and places, they want us there, but then some places they don't want us there, right? And it's been very intense. I've gotten out of the car and walked in different places in certain areas, and they were just like, get back in your car and go home, right? And I'm the chief with 4 stars, and it's okay. And I keep walking because at the end of the day, when something happens, people are going to call us. And we cannot be in a space or a place where we're only responding to a place that we're unfamiliar with, as opposed to having some familiarity in that space already and knowing what we're going to have to deal with when we get there, which is why it's very, very important to me that we have these public safety walks and that we hear from the community and that they provide for us what their recommendations might be in order to drive down some of the violent crime that's taken place in their areas. I've oftentimes heard folks talk about they would like for our officers to live in their communities, right? Live in their areas that they live. I did not mention this today, and it may have been just an oversight, but I agree. I think that having a police car in some of these areas are certainly a deterrent. And one of the things that I have initiated is adding more cars to our take-home program for officers who reside in the District of Columbia. It's certainly a great tool and a measure for us to deter and interfere and interrupt crime in certain areas. And I want to continue to build upon that with the support of the mayor.
All right, and so I will therefore assume, and I thank you for that response, because that's important to where we are as a community. But I'm assuming that neighborhoods, I call them neighborhoods of strife, I think you call them high impact crime areas, that would be more of the areas that would say, go home, chief, or go home 4 stars or something to that effect. Am I correct? Okay,
you are
thank
correct.
you.
Yes,
okay, want to make sure. You've already talked a little bit about the business community. My colleagues had questions and you've answered some of those, and I appreciate hearing that. Do you hear a different kind of message or do you have a different impression of our seniors, of our youth? Talk a little bit about that. This is really kind of important to me to understand where you are on this.
And that's important to me, and it's interesting because I shared with a couple of community members in different spaces and places about how important 2 groups are to me, youth and seniors, right? Okay. And, because my grandmother was a senior, right? And so that's really important to me that we protect our seniors in some of these spaces. And when I've heard and I've read reports where our seniors have been, attacked very aggressively in that space, it's very concerning for me. And so what I want to also be able to do is to build upon that relationship. I have not yet had the opportunity to get in front of our seniors. I'm waiting for that opportunity, whether it's at a community center or some other area. And if you can help support me in that space and getting me in front of our seniors, because I want to hear from them and I want to hear their concerns. And then with that information, be able to provide a response from our respective leaders within that district. So if you're able to help me in that space, I'm more than willing to tackle that.
Most definitely.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and with let me talk a little bit about the. Have you had conversations, or what's your impression of our returning citizens, our offenders returning into community. What's your impression of that? And have you had conversations with them? And have you had conversations with some of those who are the accused?
So I've had conversations with both, and some of the returning citizens. I mean, I've been approached on the street in different places. I've also been approached by returning citizens who are really instrumental in building bridges within the communities that they're returning to, creating programs, helping the communities dispel some of these outstanding historical beefs or activities that have been going on. I've been intentional about having conversations with some of them, and they've been having conversations with me, because I really think it's important that when folks are returning to their communities and they really want to make a change, that's a positive impact to us. From a public safety perspective, especially if they're intentional about doing that. And there have been a couple of folks since I've been in this space who have continuously reached out to me, provided information to me, shared with me what they're doing in the communities, and I think that's a positive thing. And I think we need to continue to, when we have opportunities for those individuals who are engaged in their restorative programs in their communities, we need to support that.
Okay, well, I mean, I have a couple of other groups, but I think you pretty much talked at great length about your strategies as it relates to what we can anticipate the department doing into the future. I just have a minute, and I recognize that I'm not going to talk to you about guns, because we don't make guns in DC unless they're, you know, plastic and what have you. But I know that's something that we really can't contain. Congress says we can't contain it, and there we go. Yes, so we're up against it. But as you think about the District of Columbia and what we can do, what is the immediate additional thing that you think the department that you can get done, let's say in the next 90 days, that will make a big difference? I mean, I know I'm putting you absolutely on the spot. You are, but that's okay. And that's where you should be. You're on the spot. Yes, ma'am. I mean, always. This is a big, important job, and we want it to be done right.
I think, and wait, before I say it, Councilmember Pinto, and this might be a little far stretch. Is this my last
You're responding to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She'll have her question.
So I think that to support some of the legislation that's being introduced to support law enforcement and the strategies that we are proposing, specifically related to how we can address violent crime. Some of these, and when I say address violent crimes, the initiatives that we, Councilmember Pinto is pushing, the mayor is pushing from a public safety perspective, that's going to help us. That's going to help build morale across the workforce. It's going to help us strengthen, I'll say, the relationships that we have across the District of Columbia, if we could have the support of the council as she introduces new legislation to support public safety in the District of Columbia.
I appreciate that, and I know I'm over my time, but may I just have one more question? You talked a minute ago about security officers, and I know some carry weapons, some do not. What is your thought about how that group of individuals can be better organized so that we as a community get more bang for the buck, and that they feel that the job and the work that they do is so important to bringing about public safety in the community?
Well, I think we are probably in collaboration with a lot of the security companies within the respective districts, and I think what we have been doing and will continue to do is talk to them about their plans, because that not only, I think, increases the relationship that we have with some of those security contracts or security officers, but it also gives them a space or a place where they can reach out and if they are not developing strategies within a particular establishment in a way where it's going to deter or impact crime in a positive way, then they have the Metropolitan Police Department there to support them in their efforts, and that is the approach that I would take.
I appreciate that. There
Yes,
are more
ma'am.
questions about how to use this body of individuals, but I'm going to quit here and you'll see it in writing and you can reflect on it then. But thank you. Thank you very much, Chairwoman.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, for being here and those questions, and we can certainly continue the conversation and continue the partnership. I want to thank you so much, Acting Chief Smith, for being here today, for your leadership of the department for the last several months. I think we heard so many great ideas today from our public witnesses, from you. I'm glad you had an opportunity to speak with a number of our colleagues as well. And I'm really inspired by a lot of the experiences that you've been able to draw upon, not only from your own personal experience, but also your professional experience inside the Metropolitan Police Department and working with the district, but also outside of the district and bringing some of those new strategies to light. We are in a crisis, and I think it is going to require some new strategies to bolster what is already working. And so I appreciate your vision in laying that out for us today. I also want to thank everyone at the Metropolitan Police Department. I talked earlier about how grateful I am and my team is and the district government is for all of the work of our officers who are doing this hard work every single day and putting their lives on the line and making many personal sacrifices. Their families are making sacrifices, but also of the entire team at the Metropolitan Police Department, and your front office has been just so excellent to work with and so professional and responsive. And thank you especially to Kelly and Ben for all of your efforts in making sure we can keep moving forward.
Yes,
I want to thank my team as well on the Judiciary Committee for working so hard and around the clock to keep moving forward on these important issues. And lastly, to everybody else who is here today, either testifying or watching or just in the public, I want you to know we hear you. We are in a state of emergency. We are not going to stop working towards this. This committee is not interested in finger pointing or interested in solutions and collaboration. And I know that's your view and how you've been to date. And I really appreciate that. And we're going to be in lockstep moving forward. I really appreciate someone testified earlier saying, if anyone's interested in peace, we want to work together. And I really love that phraseology, and I think that is a good reminder. So all of us in government, all of us in community, faith leaders, school leaders, neighbors, we're all in this together. Really appreciate you being here, your vision. And with that, the time is now 6:33 p.m. on the same day that we started. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.